to it, gradually they begin to indoctrinate them. They begin to influence them negatively. And so when they come out, they become worse than they were before going in. So it is important to know that not everybody in Custodial Center committed is a, let me put in, is a criminal, in quotes. Good persons are there, good people are there, because it's just the situation they found themselves that brought them there. And inmates in custodial centers, they are humans too. So if you are used to going there, we go there, they are friendly. They are very good people there. And some of them, even you look at their cases, you see that they ought not to be there. But because of law now, they find themselves there. And so, it is not everybody who is in custodial center that is a criminal or a bad person, so to speak. And when we take note of this, it will help us in how we view them, how we see them, that they are bad people or that they are evil people. No, not all of them are bad. Not all of them are evil people. Good ones are there.
Okay, how does curfew, how does it, correct or monitor inmates monopolizing the other?
All right, thank you so much. Because we are NGO and we are not correctional staff, so to speak, we are not officers. We have the limit to what we can do. But however, in correcting them, we do a lot. First of all, as a Catholic NGO, I'm a priest, so we go there every Sunday to celebrate Mass for them. So in the course of our Mass, in preaching to them, we bring these issues in. So we don't just go there no, we preach things that concerns them, matters that concerns them. So in that way, you are being and let them understand that the bad ones or the good ones shouldn't mingle with the bad ones. They should be careful, they should remain as good as they are. And so we teach catechism for them, we counsel them. So these are ways in which we ensure that they will not mingle. But in attending to their needs, physical and welfare needs, we provide medications for them. So we'll constantly tell them, if you are sick and you go to the clinic, if there is need for you to go to outside hospitals, because they take some of them to outside hospital, and there's no money to pay, let us know. We provide that for them, so that they won't see any reason to go and mingle with hardened criminals who will destroy their good characters.
Okay, so having 80,000 plus or minus inmates all over the world, all over Nigeria rather, do you think there's a police factor as well, having to, just like you said, just random arrest? Do you think that's a factor of why the number keeps increasing?
Yes, there is. In fact, the police factor is a major thing. Most inmates in custodial centers ought not to be there. Yeah, when police makes arrests, some of these things should end at the police stations. Some of them. But Nigerian thing is that if you don't give me money, I will even worsen your case. And now some of these police people, they write the statements for these inmates by themselves. So in other words, in writing it, they will have to put something that will incriminate that person. So, but the problem is that most of us Nigerians, we don't know our rights. They are not supposed to write the statement for me. They are not even supposed to compel me to write. I have the right to write or not to write. So if someone finds him or herself in police station, the best thing is you call a lawyer that will be there for you and guide you on what to write, so that they will not incriminate you, because whatever they write is what they will take and put in your file, and that goes to court. That is what the court will begin to judge with until they now hear from you.
Which might take years.
Which might take years. So, that is why you see most people, they say they case is murder, but they didn't commit any murder. It might be that maybe the person is driving and hit somebody. It's not that is not it's a manslaughter. But to make the case heavy, they put murder, and then the judge will see that murder until they begin to investigate and interrogate you. which will take a long time.
Okay, so in your view, how should the government ensure transparency and accountability in this money that has been released? Because it's very important. So how can they do that?
Yes, there is need for Nigerian Correctional Service, first of all, to be transparent in what they do. If they publish in their newsletters monthly what they spend in feeding inmates for the month, it will help them. It will even help to trace this money that left the headquarters, and did it arrive at each of the custodial centers as it's supposed to be? Because each custodial centers should have their own allocations. So that money meant for them, does it arrive as it is? So if they are not transparent in letting even people know what each custodial center gets and whether that money really arrives to them, it will be difficult to even help them or to see that the inmates are well fed. Because if there is no transparency, we'll hear that billions has been allocated for them, but at the end, they are still feeding as if nothing was being, there was no increment. So there is need for the Nigerian Correctional Service themselves to be strict in disbursing this money and to ensure that it gets to the custodial centers.
Okay, what are some of the challenges you would say that are being faced by the prison authorities, in providing adequate nutrition, even now that the allowance is being increased?
The challenge will be the case that, yes, the money has been approved. I pray that what is approved will get to them. I said I pray will get to them.
Who would ensure that it gets to them? Who?
Is the prison authority. Yeah, they are the ones to ensure that it will get to them. What is meant for them, it will get to them. So if, you see, when we are transparent and open in our work, and you do not take bribes, you'll find it difficult to even give another person bribe or allow. But if you begin to take any little bribe, whoever is giving you money will find 1,000 reasons not to give you the complete money, because the person wants to remove his or her own. So it's important that Nigerian Correctional Service is very strict in ensuring that this money comes to them and that it gets to the custodial centers. And so the challenge is basically that the contractors, those who will receive the money to buy the foods and all that, are they being monitored? It's important. I send you to market to buy food of, say, 10 million naira. When you buy that, is there somebody, do you have a procurement team, a committee that ensures that what is budgeted is being bought, and what is bought, there are some supporting documents that say, oh, okay, this was bought and this arrived at the custodial center. So if there is no monitoring, then it may still go, it boils down to them living as they used to live.
Okay. So because of time, we'll start rounding up now. So how do you think the issue of overcrowding can be solved? Is there a solution to it? Do you think that there is one?
All right, yes, there are a lot of solutions to overcrowding. First of all is a speedy dispensation of justice. Courts has a lot to do in this regard. It is not every case that you keep adjourning. Courts has a lot to do, especially minor offenses. You adjourn 1, 2, 3 times, discharge the person or let the person go or grant the person bail. That is one. Secondly is state governors has a lot. In fact, the Constitution has empowered them to do a lot when it comes to custodial centers. There is what is called the state pardon, the prerogative of mercy, which is bestowed upon the governor. He can use this to release inmates as many as possible. Now, I'm not talking about releasing criminals to the society. No, it is not. It's never called for. But releasing, you see that these are minor offenders, first-time offenders. These are first-time offenders. What are they doing in custodial centers? These are minor offenders. What are they doing in custodial centers? Wasting their time. We are still advocating for what we call a community service in ENUGU State, community service sentencing. That community service, we go a long way to decongest custodial centers. So if minor offenders, for example, someone stole 5,000 naira, for example, you call police for the person is being arrested, taken to the court. The court has the power to say, I hereby sentence you to 3 months, maximum 6 months community service.
1,000 hour community service.
Go to this particular ministry office, go there and sweep the office 2 times a week, 3 times a week, 5 hours per day. You see that the ministries, department, or even the industries will benefit a lot from this.
At the beginning.
At no cost. So in that way, you see that if these non-considered measures is well implemented, the correctional centers will just within 1 year be decongested. So that will, in my own view, is something that every state needs to embrace and embrace it well.
Thank you very much, Father. But maybe before we let you go finally, any other solutions that you think, or any other suggestions?
Your final words.
Your final word. Any other suggestions you have for the authorities on how to manage? Because I know you would want to tell them, but you know, probably the avenue to do that might be an issue. Yes.
Yes. The authorities have a lot to do, and there is need for them to collaborate with philanthropies, with NGOs, to make their work easier for them. Most of these NGOs are there for the correctional centers, but how they are being welcomed, received, or treated will determine whether they will continue offering their services or not. And then some of them, it's important that the authorities themselves equip themselves or update their knowledge regarding the human rights of the inmates. I'm sorry to say this, was it some last year or thereabouts, I was at the headquarters of Nigeria Correctional Service. An officer was saying that we, Capio, should not be doing anything about the human rights of the inmates. Does that ring? So I was like, I asked him, sir, are you sleeping when you made this statement? Or so it shows that he doesn't know anything about the human rights. So for him, the inmates have no right. They are just once they're incarcerated, they are the mercy of the officers. It's not the case. So there is need for them to go for courses, update their knowledge on how to attend to these inmates. And also, federal government, state government cannot do it alone. They cannot cater for the welfare of these inmates alone. So there is need for more NGOs, philanthropists, to come and support the work that they are doing. If someone commits a crime and finds him or herself in custodial centers, what the person needs is reformation, rehabilitation, to see the reason that that crime is not beneficial. So it's like a disease that needs to be cured.
Recording in progress.
So that disease that made him to come into the center needs to be cured by reformation and rehabilitation.
Do we have rehabilitation centers here in Enugu?
In Enugu, we do. I know there's one in MN, but whether it's functional is another thing. But it exists. But as an organization, Capio, we are building a state-of-the-art rehabilitation center at Oji River in Enugu State here. It's almost coming to a completion, and hopefully before the year ends, it will we'll start admitting ex-inmates and also vulnerable ones for rehabilitation purposes.
Okay.
So that center has whatever you can think of: skill acquisition center, farmlands where they'll be farming to be sustaining themselves, where they will learn skills, so that at the end of their rehabilitation period, we will do what? Lead the person. You know, in Igbo land, we have this culture that somebody, a learning market. Your master, when you finish serving the person, at the end of that 1 or 2 or 3 years, your master leads you. That's the idea behind the center. So when the person stays there 3 months, 6 months, as the case may be, learn a skill, the person will be
Wow.
equipped to go on with this.
Thank you very much, Father Jude Isiguzio, the Executive Director of Capio. Thank you very much for your invaluable input today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Okay, you're still tuning to Signature Morning on Signature TV. And of course, we'll be moving ahead to our next interview. Do stick around. Thank you,
Thank you
sir.
very much.
Thank you so much,
Lovely.
You are still on to Signature Morning on Signature TV. And of course, you know how we do it. We don't keep you boring. We move. And of course, we're moving to our next episode, our next interview. We'll be talking about resignation of Tinubu's media aide, Ajuri Ngelale. And we have John Nkamayang. I hope I got that name right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and it's nice to be
Mr.
part of
John,
the
good
show
Good
this morning.
morning. How are you doing this morning? You're looking so bright, sir.
Thank you so much. You're not looking bad yourself. Shows that you had a restful weekend. Um, so to a very bright week as well.
Yeah, definitely. So moving ahead quickly, what is your concern or your reaction to this resignation of Tinubu's aide?
Well, contrary to the expressions that most Nigerian the news broke over the weekend, I'm not very surprised. Ajure is a colleague. We worked together some time back. Is somebody I know personally as a friend and as a colleague. He belongs to a class of communications professionals that are very principled. It's obvious. Before now, there have been indications that there have been issues within the kitchen cabinet of the president. We have seen situations where there have been conflicting representation of Mr. President as a result of some miscommunication between his various media aid, particularly between Ajuri Ngelale and Onanuga. This had sent a lot of wrong signals within the populace and even within the media, because it became quite difficult to truly put forward any communication that was coming from the presidency. Because 1 minute the presidency is saying one thing and the next minute it's saying another thing. And it was quite confusing for the media to be able to effectively and properly represent the information coming from the presidency. So personally, I think it's something that should have been expected, that at some point somebody would do the honorable thing, which I think is what Ajuri Ngilale has done by stepping down and allowing his principal, or former principal as it were, to understand that there is a need for proper restructuring of his media managers.
All right, John. When you heard the announcement, were you really surprised about it? Like, before we move on to the next question, but were you surprised about it?
I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised because if the things we saw prior to Ajure's resignation are anything to go by. I know it's not common or commonplace in this climb for people in such positions to resign. They rather stick to their guns and be fired or pushed out of office. But again, for being a communications expert myself and a media person, I felt that Ajuri has taken the right step to show that as a professional, when it's necessary, you have to do the most honorable thing by stepping aside and things to take whatever form they choose to take. And in the case of Ajuri Ngelale, basically, to be honest, right now, I think the biggest conversation is the fact that his resignation has proven that there is some systemic problem within the kitchen cabinet, or will I say the kitchen staff of Mr. President. And this may, if Mr. President does not step up to the plate to put things in place, do take the necessary action, he will continue to have improper representation, not just about him as a person and not just about his office as president, but his entire administration and government.
All right, John. If I got you right earlier on, you said you've worked with him personally before.
Yes.
How was your experience with him like?
Ajure is a very astute gentleman, very well exposed, very learned, teachable, a very teachable character. And that was evident when he was given that assignment as official spokesperson of Mr. President. Before he even swung into action, he took the initiative of interacting with people who had done that job before him, the likes of Ruben Abati, Kayode Adeniyi, and the rest of them, just to be able to, feel their pulse, pick their brains, know what to do, what not to do, how to position. And we saw it. Immediately he got down to doing the job. He was able to put certain things in place. He was proactive in being able to consistently position the person of his principal in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. But sadly, it is evident that there seems to be some politicking going on, and it's yet to be clear what exactly is going on in that kitchen cabinet, especially when it has to do with the media handlers of Mr. President. So for Ajure is somebody that, as I said, I'm not surprised that he took the bold step of stepping aside and resigning from that appointment. He is someone who is about results, and if for any reason he feels he is not delivering optimally, he would do the honorable thing, and that is what we have seen him do by resigning as the spokesperson of Mr. President.
Okay, so there's a school of thought that people saying, of course, on Twitter, that there's a little bit of not so much transparency in this, that he's saying is because of his health, but other people are saying that there is, something going on underneath that we don't know of. People, some are saying that he was about to be sacked. Some are saying that he was not doing well. But what do you think was the major reason? Do you think it was truly his health, or how do you clarify these claims?
Well, for now, there are a whole lot of speculations. The fact of the matter is that Ajure has put in his resignation. Yesterday, Sunday, there were reports from the presidency where the presidency said they have accepted, or it has accepted, his resignation. Of course, prior to that, there were reports suggesting that he was not, he didn't resign, but he was fired and all of that. Now, these are things that are expected. Now, even in the civilized climate, we have seen people resign from the cabinets of the government in power. We saw it happen. We've seen it happen in Joe Biden's cabinet. We've seen it happen in Donald Trump's cabinet. We've seen it happen, as I said, in the civilized clime. So it's nothing new. It's just the fact that there are some, what I call office politics going on. There's a whole lot of if I might borrow the phrase or you use, a lack of transparency as far as what is going on within the kitchen cabinet of Mr. President. The truth is, the job of a media handler is not easy. You are saddled with the responsibility of consistently putting your principal in positive light, regardless of what the facts may be. And that can be a very tricky job, especially if you are somebody of principle, somebody who believes in transparency, somebody who believes in the facts, putting them forward as they are. It could be conflicting. There could be a conflict of interest in such. And as I said, for any professional, when you get to that point of conflict of interest, the best thing to do is, or the most honorable thing to do, is to clearly state your position to your principal and take a bow, with the hope that your principal respects your position, and rather than what we are seeing play out right now, play politics with it. And that seems to be the major challenge with the Nigerian makeup. We overly politicize everything. If we do not tribalize it, we do not bring the factor of religion, the next thing we do is to politicize it. One would expect that at this point, even though there are reports indicating that Mr. President will reshuffle his cabinet, we do not know the extent to which he will reshuffle his cabinet. Maybe, just maybe, Anajuri Ngilali had a premonition that this shakeup may have a negative impact on his career as a media person and as a communications person, and he decided to take the bold step of throwing in the towel. So it all depends, but right now the fact is that Ajuri has resigned. The presidency has acknowledged his resignation, and I think that is what Nigerians should stick with.
Okay, Mr. John, could his resignation signal broader challenges in President Tinubu's cycle, or is it another isolated incident?
Well, it depends on how Mr. President chooses to look at the matter. And the question, if I were Mr. President's shoes, the question I would ask myself is, does the current, with the exit of Ajuri Ngilali, do I have the best hands to fully, represent me, to truly communicate my position and the position of my administration, especially at a time where I am not enjoying the support and likes of the citizenry. So at this point in time, yes, it indicates, anybody who's watching the political chessboard at the moment, anybody who's following the current developments, as it were, in the country, both economically, socio-politically, and otherwise, will naturally come to the conclusion that there is a rift in Mr. President's kitchen cabinet. And then that brings the question to bear: if Mr. President is having difficulty being able to put together a strong team to position him and his administration rightly, both in terms of policy, in terms of both physical and economic policies, then there is a problem. There is a problem, and that means he does not have a hold on his home front. Like they say, charity does begin at home. So if there is discordant tunes in the presidency, then that means the entire administration obviously will experience some distortion in terms of representation, in terms of being able to fully interpret the intents and policies of government at different levels. So Yes, is it something to worry about? Yes, it is, because it sends wrong signals to the international community. Don't forget, in recent times, Mr. President has been globetrotting in a bid to woo foreign investors to come back and invest in Nigeria, and that is a maybe a challenge when those investors do not see some cohesion in the president's cabinet to suggest that he has a hold over his government and his immediate kitchen cabinet. So yes, to some extent, we should be worried.
Okay, John, let's talk about his role, his past role in the Tinubu's administration. Do you think, his absence is going to feel any impact in a communication pattern of Mr. Tinubu's administration?
Well, to a certain extent, I think Ajuri may have left some big shoes to fill. And the question is whether those who are still there in the person of Denuga, Abdulaziz, whether they have the pedigree and the charisma to be able to step in and fill those shoes. And that's why, as I said earlier, it is left for Mr. President to reassess his current kitchen cabinet, especially with regards to media communications, and decide whether he needs to tweak that aspect of his cabinet and bring some cohesion to that aspect of his cabinet, so that because right now, Mr. President needs good publicity. He needs to be able to effectively communicate the intentions of his government in terms of policies, whether economic or physical policies, and so that the average Nigerian can see the intent of this administration as it stands, whether it is on conventional media, traditional media, or social media. Mr. President right now is not enjoying the best of publicity. I mean, if you carry out a polls right now, I'm sure Mr. President will not get the support of 50% of over 250 million Nigerians, and it's simple. I mean, there's hardship, fuel prices, just the pump price of premium motor spirit, petrol, as we popularly know it, recently went up. And Nigerians are still feeling the brunt of those policies. And Mr. President has not been able to effectively communicate to Nigerians why we must go through this difficult time period and path and his policies has also not convinced Nigerians that there is light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, looking at his statement, where he says that he will plead for his family's privacy to be respected. Could you say that there has been an internal security threat to his family that led to this statement?
It is possible that setting his level of his personal privacy had been breached. It is very possible. He has not come out to give a categorical statement in that regard, but to suggest in his statement that we must respect the privacy of his family. His personal privacy must be respected. It tends to suggest that something must have happened. His family and privacy must have been breached at some point, and probably the reason why he needed to put it out there and solicit with all parties concerned to respect both his personal and family privacy. So yes, there are suggestions that something must have happened, but we cannot categorically at this moment say this is exactly what has led to that statement. But we can only hope that as the days go ahead, that the truth will be further unfolded, and we get to understand what truly has happened to lead to his resignation, and what lessons, most importantly, have been learned from this entire scenario.
All right, John. So from an article dropped by The Cable, it says by the time Ajuri Negeli announced on Saturday that he was stepping aside as presidential spokesman, he had fallen out with many key presidential officials, such as Femi, the chief of staff, Hakim Muri, the principal secretary, and Victor Adeleke, the chief of state protocol. They said that even George Akumes, the secretary to the government of the federation, complained to the president about how Negelali created positions and announced to the public without informing his office, which manages political appointments. How do you react to this?
Well, in all honesty, it's not surprising. The common saying goes, we disagree to agree. But what we must understand, because of the kind of politics we play in Nigeria, political appointees tend to not know where to draw the line. Ajuri Ngelale, as much as he is also a political appointee in terms of the office he was occupying, but most importantly, it should be understood that he was appointed to that office because of his professional competence. And that's a different, he's coming in as a professional. He's not coming in as a politician, as compared to the secretary to the government or the chief of staff and all of that. These are political appointees who are fundamentally basically politicians. And so they are coming from a political standpoint, and coupled with the fact that they have a personal relationship with their principal in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that has spanned probably a longer period than the relationship between Mr. President and Ajuri Ngelale. Those things will come to bear. You understand? These are part of the quote and unquote office politics that had played out. It is natural that probably the position that Ajuri Ngelale would have taken as a professional to suggest that, look, this has to be done and this is the manner in which it has to be done, may particularly not go down well. And then we know the persons of some of these individuals that have been mentioned. Their antecedents tends to suggest that they probably have contributed to the poor representation that Mr. President currently has suffered since the commencement of his administration. So, but to be honest, these things are not new. As I said earlier, we've seen similar scenarios play out in the civilized clime, when in different administrations, Biden, Trump, you name it. Even under Obama, we've seen it happen. Bill Clinton, the same thing in I think during David Cameron and Boris Johnson. We saw a number of cabinet members resign, and it's basically on as a result of disagreement based on principle. And but in Nigeria in Africa,
John,
a bit different.
Yes,
it's a bit different.
Speaking of the people you've mentioned are, of course, the Western world. How do you relate it to our own country, Nigeria? I mean, it's not like we see this happening all the time.
As I've said, we play a different kind of politics here in Nigeria and across Africa. Let's not forget, the orientation and the mindset of the black man is not the same with that of the civilized world, sadly. And that's why I'm of the school of thought that our politics and our democracy is an evolving democracy. We haven't gotten there yet. We're still going through the process and processes, different stages and phases of fine-tuning our democracy and politics to be able to eventually come out with a political product that would be uniquely Nigerian, uniquely African, but of course will have the semblance of what we see in the Western Hemisphere. So in as much as we may tend to compare our political evolution with that of the Western Hemisphere, the fact remains that our politics and the manner in which we play it is unique and quite different from what is played out in the Western Hemisphere. I mean, we've seen what has happened to democracy in the world's greatest nation, America, in recent years. Everybody thought that America had it all thought out, not until the advent of Donald Trump. And now America has realized that their democracy is still work in progress. How much more, and we're talking about a democracy that is over 100 years old. How much more a country like Nigeria? Our democracy is just still in its nascent stage. So we need to sometimes go through some of these teething challenges, even though, to be honest, they are avoidable. But it's good that at some time we are faced with some of these challenges.
Do you think this is a good look on the presidency?
I have said no, it's not. It's not. It sends the wrong signals, both internally and externally, because the international community is watching. Every little thing that happens within the presidency has some impact on how the international community views this current administration and how seriously they will take this current administration. So definitely, this is not sending the right signals.
John, Ngalale was it's been revealed that right from the day he took up the appointment on 31st July 2023, that was just last year, that his tenure has, been faced with turbulent attacks from some cabals, very close to the presidency, and also that the choice of him coming to that office, was not good, starting from the beginning. So would you say, or what would you say about the whole situation now that he's out less than a year?
Well, for me, it's more about the lessons to be learned. By 2027, there will be general elections. Some individuals and parties will put up their best candidates to run for the office of president. And I would want to believe that they will take all of this into account to know that it's important to have the right people handling media communications for the presidency, to be able to position the person of the president, the office of the president, and the administration properly within the populace. But we can't run away from cabals. We can't run, especially political cabals. We can't run away from, individuals who wield strong influence in the presidency and all of that. But it is now left for Mr. President, who is currently in the seat, and to be able to know where to draw the line and be able to, spell out how he expects his media team and his kitchen cabinet to organize themselves and be able to represent him, his office, and his administration appropriately.
All right, thank you, John. So because of time, I'm going to be asking you our final question. So what challenges do you think the new spokesperson might be encountering on getting appointed?
Damage control, basically. How does the new, whoever that person will be able to, clear up the dirt, and redirect the stilt, as it were, with regards to all that has happened in the last 48 to 72 hours with regards to Mr. President, and then be able to once again begin to build confidence of the populace and the citizenry in the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because right now this administration is hard hit from all sides. Nobody's agreeing with any of the positions Mr. President has taken, especially in recent times, and worst of all, being the increase in the pump price of petrol, premium motor spirit. So whoever is going to take that saddle right now must do his or her homework thoroughly well and be able to bring some cohesion in that media team with the understanding that they have to work as a team and with one mission. And what is that mission? To positively, result-orientedly position Mr. President as a person, the office, and the administration of Mr. President.
Thank you very much, John, for your invaluable input. It's great having you today.
Thank you for having me.
All right, you're still tuned on to Signature Morning on Signature TV. And we'll be moving ahead to our next episode or next segment. You do not want to, miss that. Stick around.
Before we go, I just heard now that entertainment news is coming up. So please stay tuned for entertainment news. We'll see you right after this.
The spotlight is on and the news is fresh. I am your host, Quinsley Rowland, and welcome to Entertainment News. We have Spanish director Pedro Almodovar's first English language movie, The Room Next Door, which tackles the hefty themes of euthanasia and climate change, won the prestigious Golden Lion Award at the Venice Film Festival. Starring Tilda Swinton and Juliana Moore, the film received an 80-minute standing ovation when it premiered at Venice earlier the week, one of the longest in recent memory. Almodovar is a darling in the festival circuit and was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award at Venice in 2019 for his bold, disrespectful, and often funny Spanish language features. He also won an Oscar in the Best Foreign Language category for his 1999 film, All About My Mother. Now aged 74, he has decided to try his hand at English, focusing his lens on questions of life, death, and friendship. Speaking after collecting the prize, he said euthanasia should not be blocked by politics or religion. The festival marks the start of the award season and regularly throws up big favorites for the Oscars, with 8 of the past 12 Best Director awards at the Oscars going to film that debuted at Venice. The Venice jury this year was headed by French actress Isabelle Huppert. And we have Will Jennings, the acclaimed lyricist behind iconic hits such as Celine Dion's My Heart Will Go On, from Titanic and Steve Windows' Higher Love, has passed away at the age of 80, according to reports from multiple U.S. media outlets. Will reportedly died at his hometown in Texas, though the cause of his death has not been disclosed. Will, a native of Kilgore, Texas, explored a prolific career spanning 5 decades. His journey in Hollywood began in 1976, and he quickly rose to prominence with the success of his songs like Barry Manilow's Look Like We Made It, co-written with Richard Gere in 1977. However, it was the 1997 Titanic soundtrack that brought Will his greatest recognition. His lyrics for My Heart Will Go On, performed by Celine Dion, won an Academy Award, a Golden Globe, and multiple Grammy Awards in 1998, making it one of the most beloved songs in cinematic history. Will Jennings leaves behind a timeless music legacy that will continue to inspire generations. And we have ace Nollywood actress Omotola Jolade Ekinde, popularly known as Omosexy, has finally spoken up about her periodic breaks from Nollywood. The 46-year-old actress broke her silence while addressing curious fans questioning her why she abandoned her acting career. Omotola, in a post on her Instagram page, revealed that she takes deliberate breaks to unwind and rejuvenate after years of work. Omosexy started her acting career at age 15 and made her Nollywood debut as the leading actress in Venom of Justice in 1995. Popular Nigerian musician Ajibola Danladi, aka Danny Young, has stated that the emergence of social media puts an end to oppression in the Nigerian music industry. He stated this while recounting how a powerful figure deliberately removed him from an award nomination. In his latest podcast, the singer noted that social media diminished the control over industry gatekeepers once held over creatives. And that's a wrap. Thanks for joining me on Entertainment News. I am Quincy Rowland. Don't forget to like, share, and follow us on all of our social media platforms. Until next time, stay entertained.
That was entertainment news, and of course we are right here still on Signature Morning. We'll be calling off for Internet's Watch. Stick around.
The NHPC Limited, or NHPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today, or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflations, talk about inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not adding is the welfare in those states. There are people that still get check in the mail till today in the UK that do not have jobs. The young people in Nigeria that are not employed don't enjoy that. So we should be comparing ourselves with all economies like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, even Iraq, and the rest of them. They are smiling to the bank. I think that's what we need today, because now we have NNPC Limited. That is a limited liability, so it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government.
Hello and welcome to Internet Watch. I'm your host Joshua Oritogun, and we're about to dive into the latest buzz from the web, hot topics and everything in between. So sit back, relax, let's see what the internet has got cooking today. So, usually I start off by calling out the things happening in the country. It's either I start with the presidency or NLC or federal government as a whole. But today I have taken a new leaf. So I'm going to start with something different. I'm now a changed person. I'm no longer, fighting the government. Not that I was before, but I'm now a changed human being. So I'm going to play you a video right away.
Is setting aside 10 billion for the completion of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I like. It's about the government. I mean, how can we go in here without talking about these guys? They're like everywhere. They're like the air we breathe in and breathe out. Whether you turn left, you see fuel. You turn right, you see the prices of food. Anywhere you turn, you will see something. So let's dive into the comment section to get the reactions of the people concerning this video. So first I have, this is typically Nigerian governmental system. Hi, Nigerians. Such a shame. Next, I have, this is not just a content creation, but real life situation. This is what is happening in Africa generally. Corruption has eaten deeply into the fabrics in Africa. This is now a norm, and is a big problem. The fact that we see it as a norm now. Hello White is saying, greatest enemy of black man is black man. I mean, we are the one doing ourselves in this continent. called Africa as a whole. This is the real situation of Nigeria, except in few states. Please, I like my bios with me. I like to jot things down to know the states that don't, partake in this. P. Daniel is saying, detailed description our leaders described. It's really heartbreaking to see. That's what is happening, and we are just watching it quietly. When we will wake up and face the reality, we did wake up, we did protests, or people did protest actually, and then they said they've been, given the charges of treason. This is Africa, no accountability, and we always like to receive ourselves. I mean, if you give, even you that you're watching, if I give you the opportunity like that and I give you money, you'll probably collect it before asking me what's the money for. I'm just saying on a lighter note, I'm not attacking you. You know that's not who I am. So for our second story today, President ENUGU has announced that the federal government is rolling out a massive police recruitment drive to empower Nigerian youths. It looks like they want to turn our young people into superheroes, just minus the capes, of course. So if you've dreamed of telling someone, "Oga, move," with authority, this might be your chance. Let's go to the comment section to see the reactions of people, our future policemen. Stardo Fire is saying the military does not work out, so we are switching to the police. Just in the newspaper headline today, 1,000 military men resigned. You want to go to where? Next, it should be empowerment. It should be empowerment in terms of grants to start businesses, not to enroll them in police station and in police force. Fun guy is saying this man has no direction. Empower youth to join the police. If you have the opportunity to drop out of this country, please take it. Due to the TV I represent, I can't say the things I want to say right now, so let's just leave it and move forward. Hosseini is saying, paste link make I send to my guys. I have few people who want to enroll. We're not saying police is bad, please, trust, that's not the point here. It's no longer recruit 50 million into the youth. It's now police. Oh yeah, now. Like, let's see where we're going to. Now, Skay is saying, so recruitment has become empowerment, Abi. I thought it would be done to enhance the security of the nation. I mean, misplaced priority. You are empowering them or you want to protect the nation. Like, well, balance it for me. Where will he get the money to pay them? He can't even pay for the ones that are currently in service. IPPIS is still withholding August salary for so many civil servants. How do you want to pay? What's the payment structure like? Police recruitment is not an empowerment program. It's not an empowerment program. It's an employment process. The government will employ people there because they have to. That's not empowering the youth. It is not empowering the youth. It's employing the youth. It is like basic necessity. You have to employ them. It's like that. I finished school. I'm looking for a job. Police is not empowerment. It's employment. It's just to create balance to it so that you understand what we're talking about. So don't get it wrong. So as we wrap up today's Internet Watch, remember, the internet is always buzzing, but it's up to you to decide what to take in and what to leave behind. I mean, you have to watch your algorithm so that you will not go and... Peace of mind is very important. So stay sharp, stay curious, and most importantly, stay entertained. I am Joshua Ritogun signing off now. Until next time, keep surfing and keep smiling. Bye.
Recording in progress.
NNPC Limited or NNPC as it stands, I don't know if it's fully represented the interest of Nigerians. So should I be talking about a windfall today or a windfall? Because when people talk about the inflations, talk about inflation and high cost of things, they point us to the US, they point to the UK, the Western world. But what they are not adding is the welfare in those states. There are people that still get check in the mail till today in the UK that do not have jobs. The young people in Nigeria that are not employed don't enjoy that. So we should be comparing ourselves with all economies like the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Iran, even Iraq, and the rest of them. They are smiling to the bank. I think that's what we need today. Because now we have NNPC Limited. That is a limited liability. So it should be run properly. It's no longer a corporation of government. So ordinarily, if we allow the private hands to run it, the decisions will not be strictly commercial. If we do that, we will save ourselves from the mistakes of the past. Because if I have a stake in NNPC, my thinking is not how to employ my brother or how to take a product to a certain place to benefit certain people, because it's strictly commercial. But when you talk about privatizing NNPC, Nigerians don't see, most Nigerians, their minds go to the ones that didn't work, NEPA. But what about the telecommunication? That one worked. I can give you an example of even Eco Hotel. You know, then I think it's even Koi Hotel also. I think it's now Southern Sun. You know, there are so many that worked well and they provide the service. It's not so much money, it's not the money you make from it. It's the future. It's like saying, give out an asset. Give it out, don't make any money from it. But the tax, if you're able to get that asset to work and properly managed, the tax they will pay to the country, you make a lot of money from it. The service it will provide, the people you employ. Yeah, you know. So most times people are looking at, you are selling an asset for this amount of money, is actually worth this amount of money. But you can sell an asset for so much and that will be the end. So that's what I'm saying. If you give it out, just give it out, don't make a dime on it. Maybe the word is concession. You know, but let's say we are not in concession. You say, okay, take is a dash. Manage it well. Those things that you benefit, the tax to pay going forward, because it's not properly managed. The number of people that were employed, that will also pay tax, and the service that will be rendered to the public. If it's a hotel, I need a hall, it's properly managed. Rather than moving events to South Africa or neighboring countries, the events will hold here. People will supply drinks, supply food. You know, that will be ushers and all that. All that brings money into the economy. I still think part of the plans going forward is to privatize NNPC Limited. Because in the course of the PIB that now became PIA, we had mentioned, look at Saudi Aramco. They sold only, is it 5% shares? And look at, they became the biggest company in the world as at that time. You know, and if you remember, the then Minister of State Petroleum, Ibe Kachuku, had said in 2017 that they were going to go public. He started having problems after making that statement. You know, the biggest problem NNPC has is the government. Now you say it's NNPC Limited. Can you tell me that the group CEO can make decisions without recourse to Asoro Villa? And unfortunately now, the president is the Minister of Petroleum. Because if it's truly limited, if it's a limited liability company, you don't have to be running to the president to make decisions. You make decisions in the best interest of the company. But that's not the case today. We have to stop seeing NNPC as our common patrimony. That must stop. It should be a business venture that should be properly managed for the benefit of the whole country. So that is why ordinarily I will support the outright sale. Because there are so many other places where we can make money as a nation. And this idea of coming cap in hand to beg for money from the federal should stop. That's why some of us are strongly in support of true federalism or devolution of power. There is no part of this country that is not blessed, you know. but it's just proper management. So for once, the governors need to sit on their butt in their states and manage their states well.
Fintech company OPay has announced that it will begin charging customers a 50 naira fee for electronic transfers of 10,000 naira and above paid into their accounts starting September 9, 2024. This change comes in compliance with Federal Inland Revenue Service (FIRS) regulations. In a message titled FGN Electronic Money Transfer Levy sent to customers, OPay emphasized that the charge is a government levy and that the company will not benefit from it. The Nigerian Economic Society (NES) has raised alarms over Nigeria's declining revenue generation, which poses a serious threat to the nation's economic sustainability. Speaking at the 65th Annual NES Conference in Abuja, President Adeola Adenikinju highlighted that Nigeria is among the countries with the lowest revenue collection, despite benefiting from the foreign exchange liberalization in 2023. He warned that Nigerians' continued reliance on borrowings to cover deficits could further escalate the country's debt stock, which has already risen from 97.34 trillion naira in December 2023 to 121 trillion naira as of March 2024. Adenikinju emphasized that improving revenue generation is crucial for maintaining debt sustainability and economic stability. The federal government has launched an initiative to sell 30,000 metric tons of milled rice to public servants, priced at 40,000 naira per 50 kg bag. The sale is restricted to Nigerians with a valid National Identification Number (NIN) in an effort to curb corruption and ensure fairness in distribution. President Bola Tinubu, represented by Minister of Agriculture and Food Security Abubakar Kyari, stated that this intervention is aimed at reducing food prices and addressing the current food crisis in Nigeria. The rice will be sold on a one bag per person basis. The Nigeria Customs Service (NCS) has reported collecting 277.5 billion naira in August 2024. The spokesperson for the NCS, Mr. Abdullahi Mayweather, disclosed that 115.5 billion naira of this amount came from import duties, while an additional 15.8 billion naira was collected in excise duties. The NCS continues to focus on optimizing revenue generation through effective customs duties and enforcement. The 8th Conference of Chinese and African Entrepreneurs opened in Beijing on Friday, September 6, 2024, as part of the ongoing 2024 summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation (FOCAC). The conference aims to strengthen trade exchanges between China and Africa, focusing on integrating industrial and supply chains, as well as developing emerging industries. With over 1,000 participants from 48 African countries, including Senegal, South Africa, and Kenya, the event represents both traditional and emerging sectors such as energy, technology, and biomedicine. Chinese Premier Li Cheng delivered the keynote speech emphasizing enhanced cooperation. Last year, trade between China and Africa hit a record $280 billion, reflecting growing economic ties. Ghana has unveiled a new Eurobond debt restructuring offer as part of efforts to address its growing debt burden and economic challenges. The Ministry of Finance announced the exchange offer and a consent solicitation on September 5th, which is aimed at restoring fiscal stability and reducing the country's unsustainable debt load. The initiative is part of Ghana's broader recovery plan supported by the International Monetary Fund (IMF) under a $3 billion extended credit facility. The restructuring terms have garnered support from African bondholders as the country battles rising inflation, a weakening currency, and increasing fiscal deficits. Japanese retail giant 7&I Holdings has rejected a $38.5 billion takeover offer from Canada's alimentation Couched. The proposal, which would have marked the largest ever buyout of a Japanese firm by an overseas company, was declined because it was not deemed to be in the best interest of shareholders. 7&I Holdings, the operator of the 7-Eleven convenience store chain, stated that they are open to future proposals but would resist any offer that does not address regulatory concerns and shareholder value. At the close of the trading session on Friday, September 6th on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, over 3 billion shares were exchanged in 7,981 deals, amounting to a market value of 8.47 billion naira. This marks a 2% decline in volume, an 11% drop in turnover, and a 19% decrease in the number of deals compared to the previous trading day. The NGX current market capitalization stands at 55.4 trillion naira. A total of 118 listed equities participated in the trading session, with 39 gainers and 18 losers. Owando led the gainers, with its share price appreciating by 10% to close at 81 naira 40 kobo per share. Other top gainers included UAC of Nigeria at 10%, Sky Shelter Fund at 9.97%, and Vega Paints at 9.97%. On the losing side, Deep Capital Management and Trust experienced the most significant decline, with a 9.62% drop to 0 naira 94 kobo per share. Following closely were PZ Cousins Nigeria 9.52%, Eterna at 6.25%, 6.25%, and Consolidated Hallmark Holdings at 5.59%. In terms of volume trading, Jais Bank recorded the highest with 54.4 million shares traded, followed by Zenith Bank at 34.6 million, Noto Chemical Industries at 34.3 million, and Transcorp Nigeria at 21.8 million. The benchmark NGX All-Share Index ASI edged up by 223.33 points, that's 0.23%, to close at 96,433.53. And that's it on Signature Business Morning News. I am Tom Sinime Natus.
This is still Signature Morning on Signature Television. Please do well to go to all of our social media platforms. Like, share, subscribe, and make your comments. Our correspondent Emmanuel is on standby to give us financial analysis on our financial world. Emmanuel, good morning. Emmanuel, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, of course. Good morning. It's
amazing
good
to have you
back
here this morning.
Yes, it is good to be back. Thank you very much. And a lot has been happening in Nigeria. Nigerians seem to be groaning under a lot of pains, economic pains. The fuel price hike has been a major challenge, and many cities across the country are still experiencing queues, despite the fact that over the weekend, the fuel situation actually improved a bit, but there's still some queues. I'm in Lagos, and I can see that the queues have reduced in some of the cities. I'm sure my correspondent in Abuja, Tom Sinime Natus. Tom Sinime, how is Abuja fuel stations? You may want to unmute to probably tell us more about the Abuja fuel stations.
Oh, Okay, good morning. So over here, it's not as bad as it used to be. The queues have reduced compared to the past few days where you would see people waiting for hours to get fuel. But presently, the queues has greatly, drastically reduced, although the prices of fuel are still on the high side.
Well, the prices of fuel will continue to be on the high side for a long time. Now, beyond the fuel price increase, you know that this week is the week of school resumption, and many schools have actually resumed with, guess what? The school fees are up for as much as 70%. So Nigerians are really having it tough this time. And you ask yourself, schools have resumed, no less money in the pockets because we have schools fees going up as high as 70% hike, and yet Nigerians have to still pay for this. It's terrible. And the former vice president of PDP president vice president not too talked about the fact that VAT, the Nigerian government was actually contemplating Senator, don't call me for me at the reception. Hello. Okay. Okay, so like I was saying, the fuel price, they're thinking about VAT, increasing VAT from 7.5% to 10%. That's actually going to be another major challenge for Nigerians. And I would advise the Nigerian government not to do this, just like the former vice president and presidential candidate of the PDP is advising the Nigerian government not to do it. It's a major challenge, to be a major challenge for Nigerians. I know that the Tinubu administration is trying to run this country like a capitalist country. They are all interested. But you see, I asked the question, I know we have always done this socialist kind of government. Most of the Nigerian governments before now have been socialists. They practice socialism as a way of moving the country forward. And it seemed not to have worked. And that's why probably there's been a terrible shift to capitalists. A capitalist government may not necessarily be the best. Total capitalist government may not necessarily be the best for Nigeria. Now we're hearing, I know I'm in Lagos, but I have my ears in Abuja. And from what I hear, there may be a possible cabinet shakeup very soon. You know that over the weekend, there was a lot of hula baloo of when the special advisor on media to the Nigerian government, Ajuri Ngelale, was said to have resigned. He actually he came out with a statement on Saturday that he had resigned, and a lot of other articles, or would I say scoops, have come out from the villa that probably he didn't resign, he was sacked, and a lot of other things, but that's not what we're talking about. We hear that the Tinubu government may be doing a cabinet shakeup very soon. And we don't know whether this will probably change the trajectory of the economy at this time. We hope that this cabinet shakeup will actually bring in the square pegs in square holes and round pegs in round holes. Of course, during the last weekend, actually on Friday, a delegation from Taiwan was in Nigeria, and they had what they call the Taiwan Technology Day. It's actually a very, very it was actually a very wonderful event because I was part of it. It happened in Lagos on Friday, and they had Formosa Plastics, which is one of the biggest petrochemical companies in the world, was here in Nigeria. Representatives were here in Nigeria. We had Toyota Tsuho, we had Shandell Chemicals, so many companies coming from Taiwan, coming to woo Nigerians, are coming to see how to invest in Nigeria. And it was led by a former foreign minister of Taiwan and someone who is currently the chairman of the Taiwan External Trade Development Council. They call TAITRA. His name is James C.F. Huang. James C.F. Huang, he led the delegation, the powerful delegation to Nigeria, and they visited the Dangote refinery, and they are looking at how to bring in more investments into this country, and we're looking forward to it. There were a lot of Nigerian businessmen there too who had. There was actually a mutually beneficially networking that took place that Friday just before they went back to Taiwan later on Friday evening. But it was a short visit, but they were able to make the most use of that short visit, and had a technology day where they had companies present what they could do in Nigeria and investments that could come in from Taiwan in Nigeria. If you don't know Taiwan, Taiwan is a country of 24 million people. They're just an island, small island of 24 million people, and they do not have any natural resource like Nigeria. They do not have oil, they do not have gold, they don't have mineral. But Taiwan is one of the most developed countries in the world just by using their brain. They have developed so much. But anyway, let me take a break about Taiwan. And sure, Tom Sinema has something for us. Tom Sinema, what do you have for us looking at what Nigerians are going through and what the opportunities are for us here in Nigeria?
Okay, so just a recent development from OPay. So over the weekend, an information was sent out that OPay is now deducting 50 naira on every transfer of 10,000 naira and above. That's for electronic. OPay now coming on board, also trying to apply this. Emmanuel, what do you think about this? Do you quite agree with the fact that a 50 naira deduction will be made from transfers from 10,000 naira and above?
Actually, that's very true. I was when you were talking about it, I saw it on your news when you did the business news this morning. I saw the OPay taking 50 naira. OPay is a fintech, and most fintech companies, many Nigerians are more comfortable with those fintech companies, but now they have to charge like commercial banks. And I'm wondering, this is actually, and it's not their fault. It's just like you have said, it's a directive by FIRS. And you ask yourself, is this actually fair on Nigerians? These are the capitalist moves of this government, continuous capitalist moves on this government on Nigerians, where Nigerians have to pay for everything because they believe that for you to be able to say you are enjoying something, Nigerians must pay for everything. But I believe, I'm of the school of thought that Nigeria should be a social capitalist economy, not totally a capitalist economy. Because with a social capitalist economy, you are able to at least do some things. They have some subsidies. That's why the government is totally capitalist. That's why it's telling you it's removing subsidy on fuel, it's removing subsidy on electricity, it's removing all the subsidies. Nigerians should pay for what they... But you see, no country thrives on just being a capitalist government. And that's why now they're saying, pay the tax, pay 50 naira. pay 50 naira on every 10,000 naira you get. If you are getting 10,000 naira, what is 50 naira? But when you ask yourself, when people get, so many people get more than 10,000, if you know, OPay, and just like many other fintech companies, they're the ones used by many of these small businesses. I'm talking about people who do Okada, or even do the hailings like Bolt, Uber, InDrive, all these drivers, or dispatch. They use all these fintech companies for easy payments. And the government has seen that these fintech companies are making so much money from there, and say, okay, from that, your money, can't you just give us 50 naira from every 10,000 naira and upwards that you're making? I mean, that's, you may look at it as fair, but considering the Nigerian economy, probably if in 5 years' time we have a booming economy and you now bring this into the picture, it would have been nice, but not now when Nigerians are groaning. Or are you guys not groaning in Abuja? I mean, tell me, I know I just left Abuja a few days ago, but tell me, are you not groaning in Abuja?
We are definitely. Yeah. So, and to even add to that, people use these fintech companies, this OPay, Money Points, PalmPay for easier access, because sometimes using the bank apps and maybe just to make businesses fast and smooth too. I feel, and I'm agreeing with you, that it should be just as it has been, without any extra levy added to it. So why the levies go for bank, these other ones are just how they are, so that people can still have easy access to it and not have to worry that there's an extra deduction. But since it is the way it is, an announcement has already been made that beginning today, it's going to be effective. I think all we have to do is just to follow suit and live with it.
Well, thank you very much, Tom Sinime. And for those of you who use all these fintech companies, know that it's not only OPay, it actually applies to all fintech companies. So be careful the money you put in there, but know that if you put money there, there'll be some money out, and you go to FIRS. That's it from our business analysis desk, and I'm Emmanuel Imewari, and from Lagos, in Abuja, Tom Sinime Natus, with her beautiful smile. I'm sure you want to see that smile again. Thank you. Over to you in Enugu.
Go to Emmanuel. Thank you very much for that update. We really do appreciate you. All right, so we'll be moving over to something else, but we'll go for a short break. When we come back, we have you covered.
Recording stopped.
So I just realized that time had gone. Left to me, I still had more interviews for you lined up, but I was just told now that Joshua, it's time, it's that time. So we're about to let you go right now, but Belinda has some things she wants to list out. Today's are some international days for some things. I'm sure you've been seeing that plates, but so Belinda,
yeah, Joshua, today is Emergency Services Day, so it's an opportunity to celebrate the heroes saving lives by providing emergency services. So we are celebrating you guys big time today. Today is also International Day to protect education from attack. So make sure you explore the history and significance of the day and discover why we need to, protect education. Make sure every child around you, gets educated. All right. Today is also National Boss or Employee Exchange Day. In this one,
I like this one, so I like it very well. So I'm going to message my boss after this.
Yeah, we need gifts.
Yes, we love you.
We love you, and we need gifts. Yes. Today is International Fetal Alcoholic Spectrum Disorders Awareness Day. So today we remind you that it's never a good idea to take alcohol while pregnant. Please don't.
Well, is that all?
I think that's all.
So please do enjoy all of this, and this is the much we can take. Don't worry, we'll see you again tomorrow. Trust me, you want to see you tomorrow. And please don't forget to like, share, subscribe to this YouTube channel. Go to all of our social media platforms and do the same there. And just before I let you go, can you tell us, put this in your comment section, I want to see people respond. Can you tell us the first anchor that anchored our signature morning? If you can do that, drop it in the comment section. There is something for you if you can do it. So my name still remains Joshua Oritogun.
And I am Belinda Umobodo.
And this is Ray saying
goodbye.
News on Signature TV. It's a beautiful day. Although drizzling a bit, but you had the NIMET prediction, didn't you? So move away from places that are prone to flood. For now, the headlines. Core member empowers people of Umuahia North. Anambra State Government, Labour, pension administrators brainstorm on contributory pensions. Man allegedly kills mother, cuts son's genitals in Abia. Stay with us. Francis Owoms, a 7-member of the National Youth Service Corps NYSC in Abia State, has trained and empowered more than 150 participants, including widows, youths, and street children in the state. The 5-day free training program held at Umuahia North Local Government Area Headquarters equipped participants with lucrative skills such as craft making, video editing, and digital marketing, with 10 participants, including 4 widows, 4 street children, and 2 youths, receiving 100,000 naira each as a startup capital. Owoms, who hails from Imo State, said it was touched by the high number of out-of-school children and young widows in the state, prompting him to organize the training. The core member, who said empowerment was his personal community development service, CDS project, expressed gratitude to NYSC and sponsors for their collaboration. Abia State Governor Alex Oti, represented by Onyebuchi Chukwu, a special assistant in youth development, commended Owoms and reiterated his administration's readiness to collaborate with individuals and organizations for the development of the state. The core member was honored with the chieftaincy title of Oluaka Chukwu I of Umuawa Alocha, meaning handwork of God, by Eze Godfula Samoa, who praised his selfless service, describing his contributions to the community as truly remarkable. Participants at a one-day workshop on contributory pensions in Anambra State failed to arrive at a consensus, with NUGU and pension fund administrators taking opposing headline stance. Correspondent Ndu Okmaleze reports.
Individual awareness is the first thing that we need now. If we are not aware individually the need for what we are doing, our do's and don'ts, the implication to the environment, to us directly, even government policy may not help us. So if we are aware that hunger now,
The ENUGU State Young Farmers Association is appealing to the Nigerian youth to embrace modern agriculture as one sure way of addressing the acute hunger and food insecurity in the country. The coordinator of the association, Joshua Okafo, who spoke to Signature TV correspondent Chinemeremi Kegmanam in Enugu, observed that hunger has become a major challenge in the world today, which demands drastic and multifrontal action through aggressive farming. Okafo regretted the neglect of the sector over the years, an undue premium placed on oil, which according to him has left the country and its citizens in a precarious and near-crisis situation.
Individual awareness is the first thing that we need now. If we are not aware individually the need for what we are doing, our do's and don'ts, the implication to the environment, to us directly, even government policy may not help us. So if we are aware that hunger now, like I think everybody is aware of that one, hunger is in the country, you can't deny it. If you don't eat, your stomach will tell you, you understand? So now we are aware of that. So what else? The next question is, how do we now help ourselves at least produce what you can actually eat? Over time, we neglected agriculture in Nigeria as a country. But now, maybe nature is pushing us back to the first thing first, which is agriculture. So now, hunger, shortage of food, high cost of everything is now pushing us back. So how we can be able to do this is that everybody participate. Everybody can be a farmer, either active or passive farmer. You have a compound where you are living, you can plant something, no matter how small it is. You understand? Even if it's making it in a bag or whatever, just make sure you are farming sensitive is one of the ways. Then the government policy should be another way, because if the price of things are okay, farmers will have lesser input.
The young farmer called for innovative government policies and regulations for proper harnessing and management of the country's resources and natural endowments.
Individually now, being aware of the implication of those things, coal mining, petroleum exploration and other things, the hazard to the environment, even how we dispose waste. If we consciously, individually see that this thing is directly affecting us, not indirectly again, it will start there. Then the government policies too, if we start coming, these things have policy regulating them, but the implementation of it is actually where the big problem comes in most time. We have so many of them on paper, written down, well analyzed and well specified on how it will be carried out. But people in charge of all these agencies in charge in regulating and monitoring all these things, if they can come up and start doing the work, then we now, the individuals, the public, are already aware of the need, personal need, hazard this thing is causing to you personally, it will help us in being conscious of how we do things in the environment.
A data analyst and member of the ENUGU State Young Farmers Association, Chidema Chienyine, outlined the benefits that can be derived from agriculture and diverse ways of earning a healthy living through farming.
Now let me make this clear. If I should get everything I want in agriculture, I don't think I'm leaving this country. There is money in agriculture. If you know what you're doing in agriculture, there is money in agriculture. What can you export in agriculture? And recently, I found out that I think Thailand or which country is looking for palm kernel chaff. Azwaki, like Ichekeraki, they're looking for it. It's a farm produce. So if you know, we youth, we have zeal. Anything we set our mind to, we do it. If we all should like come out massively and venture into agriculture, man, I don't think we'll be here. We'll be bothered about ENUGU or the rest. We'll be very okay because we have what to export. And mind you, agriculture is not only like planting pepper, poultry, piggery, goat farming. What's it called? The bata of them all now is snail and rabbits. They say rabbits urine, they sell it. Yes, to foreigners. That slime that comes out of snail, they export it. It's not even like this one will be Chere Cambia. So it must not like till ground or you can do so many things in agriculture. You can even decide to be buying produce. You're a farmer, like basically, okay, I don't have a farm, I don't have a farmland. You can decide to be buying produce. You can be buying tomatoes.
We go back to the Anambra story, where participants at a one-day workshop on contributory pensions in the state failed to arrive at a consensus with NUGU and pension fund administrators taking opposing hardline stands. Correspondent Ndo Okmaleze reports.
Leaders of the state NLC and TUC, as well as their affiliates, converged on Horizontal Palace, a hospitality industry in Awka, where the Anambra State Head of Service and top personnel of the pension fund administrators also gathered for the appraisal of the whole essence of contributory pensions in the state. Most of the resource persons from the various pension fund administrators in the state were unanimous in calling for the continuation of the scheme, as it holds great prospects for workers when they retire from active service. One of the representatives of the fund administrators regretted that remittances stopped from teachers and local government staff since 2018 and called for renegotiation to enable the scheme work instead of suspending the contributions in its entirety.
Anambra, the way we went in categorizing this department, local government, to different PFAs helped to make sure that everybody have one PIN at least for now. So as it is for local governments and in Anambra, Fidelity Pension is still managing Anambra Central for the primary schools and the local government. Midway Pension is managing Anambra South Senatorial Zone for the primary school and the local government staff. Whereas FUG is managing Anambra North Senatorial, the primary school and the local government staff. Then you still have Ministry of Justice managed by Trust Fund. We have Ministry of Health managed by Access, and some other ministries, the way they are categorized. But these three PFAs that are managing local government are not into the management of administration of ministries.
Making the stand of his group known, the acting state president of NUGU, Comrade Nicholas Arome, expressed concern that the various pension fund administrators for local government staff never bothered to reach out to them for clearer understanding and charting a way forward. He commended Governor Chukwuma Soludo administration in the state for suspending the deduction of contributory pensions fund from salaries of staff in the local government in the last 5 months, insisting that it would remain so till they are convinced of the safety of the ones contributed over the years.
What are the modalities that are put in place, okay, that will be guiding whoever that comes in as the state governor, that policy will be enforcing that person, that governor, to do what? To pay. Because once a governor, if Mr. Governor is paying now because of his own person and the law he has for the Anambarians, especially the workers in Anambra State, somebody ruled before him and another person will rule after him.
The state chairman of Nigeria Labour Congress, Comrade Humphrey Nwafo, supported the stand of no gain or no further deduction till they get cleared of whose account those earlier deducted were remitted into.
For 6 good years, they have been deducting money from workers. They were not remitting to PFAs. After I assumed office, there was a day we invited the Fidelity Bank, the PFA, the Fidelity Pension Administrators. They came. They gave us their data also. So at the level of committee, they were equally invited and they have given us the position too.
The Anambra State Head of Service, Ms. Theodora Igwegbe, had earlier explained that the present administration put a stop to deductions from workers' salary in the last 5 months, pending the outcome of a committee set up to look into the perceived discrepancy between the deducted and the remitted funds. Mrs. Igwegbe, a lawyer, explained that her office was devising means of ensuring that staff of parastatals like Anambra Broadcasting Service and Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University enjoy pensions and gratuities at retirement.
So the people in the university, within a very short time, you will have clarity. You will have clearer information on what is happening in your own place. The committee actually invited somebody from that university. Like I said earlier on, nobody made a formal report. So when you go back, try and consult with whoever, any group that is responsible. You people should bring up a formal report. But I'm saying that even without a formal report, we are already looking into the matter. And the committee invited somebody from that university, I think the bursar, and then the bursar gave his own submission.
In all, the one-day workshop offered delegates of various labor unions and their affiliates opportunities for a deepened understanding of the contributory pension fund as commenced in the state since 2014. Ndo Abaleze, Signature TV News.
Still in Anambra State, the All Progressive Congress APC chapter has withdrawn from a forthcoming local government election in the state. The election has been scheduled for September 28, 2024, and would be the first time in 11 years after the then Governor Peter Obi conducted it at the twilight of his administration. The party said it did not only withdraw, but has also dragged Governor Chukwuma Soludo and the Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission, NSEC, and House of Assembly to court. The state chairman of the party, Basil Ejidike, who addressed local government and ward party chairmen in Oka, said participating in the election would amount to legalizing illegality. Ejidike said the APC and its leadership would not be involved in the election because NSEC and the state governor, Chukwuma Soludo, are not ready to conduct the exercise in a free, fair and credible manner. He said that the governor has already set up a tribunal at the Anambra State High Court in Oka for political parties that wish to challenge the outcome of the election. Ejidike, while urging members to remain focused, announced that the party will soon commence a tour across the 21 local government areas as part of preparation for the 2025 governorship election in the state. The indigents of Umuosi in Obingwa local government area of Abia State has been thrown into mourning as a man identified as Amadi Alozie was apprehended by the community youth for allegedly killing his mother with a cutlass. Signature TV also gathered that Mr. Alozie is being held for allegedly cutting the genitals of his son for suspected ritual purposes. Mr. Alozie pounced on his son and cut off his genitals, but on noticing that his mother had found out his evil act, suspect was alleged to have immediately drawn a cutlass which he used to inflict deep cuts on his mother, which resulted in her death. The son, who was attacked by his father, has been rushed to the hospital. When contacted, the public relations officer of Abia State Police Command, ASP Maureen Chinaka, said that the boy has been taken to the hospital for proper care, while the grandmother's corpse has been deposited at the mortuary. Chinaka also said that investigations into the matter is ongoing. That's the news for now. When we return, of course, we'll get into the conversation corner. And
Recording
today,
in progress.
we are going to speak to a young man whose goal is to ensure that life is better for others. Find out when we return. Stay with us.
Why don't kill me, make me stronger? But this one weak me, make I no lie. But like my eye when I think of you. But the low now you for don't jay. Why don't kill me, make me stronger? But this one weak me, make I no lie. Hello, vitamin C. Mommy mo fi join my melanin queen. Fine girl, no pimple, classy and simple. Mommy, can you see me?
When a new generation, God is raising fine boys, well of Jesus. When a new generation, God is raising fine boys will love Jesus. Fine girls will love Jesus. People will love Jesus. When a new generation, God is raising fine boys will love Jesus. Fine girls will love Jesus. People will love. When a new generation, God is raising fine boys will love Jesus. Fine girls will love Jesus. People will love Jesus. People will love Jesus. When a new generation, fine boys, fine boys. Fine boys will love Jesus. Fine girls will love Jesus. Fine girls will love Jesus. Hey, people will love Jesus. When a new generation.
If you look around the world today, you discover that there are new cultures, trying to gain the attention of people across the world. Look around you, there are the Spanish telenovelas. You look around you, there's the scenes coming from Hollywood, Bollywood. Even across Nigeria, you see a lot of movies being churned out from different cultures. And then it begs the question, who are you? What's your identity? How do you self-preserve, and how do you promote and document your culture? We are a repository of the history, the culture, the identity, and the excellence of the Igbo people in the Igbo.
When we talk about insecurity, it's not just on the road, because most times we might say, oh, this student has traveled and maybe the child was kidnapped. No, now what we are talking about now is most of them, they might come to the school and abduct them. And how do we curb this insecurity? So now we want the government to come to our aid so that insecurity in Nigerian universities would stop, so that these children can be very, very okay. They can feel comfortable.
I would suggest that everybody just tries to keep themselves safe. Like, don't come out at odd hours. Because I don't know, I've not really seen any security personnel around. Personally, I've not seen, because I've not been out so late. So personally, I try to protect myself first, and I don't put myself in certain scenarios and situations. So I think the best thing is to be at the right place at the right time.
People should know when to go out, when to go about, and then as a lady, for girls to make, if you're walking in the night, just make sure you're not walking alone. Like me, if I'm coming back from somewhere and it's already late, I just try to walk with maybe one of the male in my school that is walking down the side I'm going to. That's it. There was a day they alerted us that we should not actually go to a specific place due to they were stealing things there, and I think they were carrying guns. And I've also heard around the school gates where they took things from people. So it's really bad. I just pray that they will take action towards it.
I've heard of cases whereby students, girls will come out in the night. They want to go for night class. Like, students that go for night class, they leave their houses around 7 p.m. Because if they leave anything later than that, like, it's going to be very bad. I've heard of cases whereby students will be coming home, returning from night class, they are stealing from them, they are killing them, they are beating them up. Like, I just feel it's something we should take seriously.
It's not only in Nigeria university, both in the streets, everybody is affecting everybody. So our prayer is that God will help us in this nation so that Nigeria security will return back to normal so that everybody can be secure. Even in the streets, once it's 8 o'clock, everybody enter his room. You will not even see more vehicle. Assuming now you are going somewhere and by 9 o'clock, you can't see any vehicle to board the hair. The one thing I think is that maybe anybody that caught in that action is supposed to be punished so that other people will learn their own lesson from that play aspect so that it will reduce. Because if you think, well, if you remember what happened to another person, you involving on it, you will say, you don't want to involve so that you will not be caught.
Okay, we have a case in one particular university, let me don't just call the name, okay, that they found a student dead and she was actually dumped in the gutter. So someone came out and was like telling the SUG that you guys don't do anything about, you guys have not done anything about this student, rather, but you guys protested when Mobile died, that popular singer. You guys protested when he died. But about this student that was actually found in a gutter. And the funniest part is she's a new student in the school that her body was found in the gutter. So for me, I have to tell, this thing is in the hand of the SUG president of the school that they have to do something about it because this insecurity actually lies in their hands too.
for us to know.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuit, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 on is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 17 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, NLC President Joe Ajay released by DSS, passport seized. Stakeholders deliberate on strategies to strengthen anti-corruption fight. Enugu State government to sanction persons who sell dead animals as meat. Niger launches enrollment for out-of-school children. White House says Venezuela's Maduro needs to release election data. And Chinese Foreign Minister holds talks with Singaporean counterparts. Details in a moment. The Department of State Services has released the President of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Joe Ajaero, after several hours in detention. Ajaero was on his way to the United Kingdom on Monday for a trade union congress event when he was arrested at the Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport, Abuja. Ajaero, who confirmed his release to newsmen, said the secret police allowed him to go home at past 11 p.m. on Monday after being grilled for about 15 hours. The NLC president, who disclosed that his passport was seized, said though he was detained by the DSS, some police officers also came around to grill him at the DSS office in Abuja over the End Bad Governance nationwide protest that took place in August. Ajaero said that he was squeezed over alleged terrorism financing involving a British national, Andrew Wayne. The NLC had condemned Ajaero's arrest and gave the secret police Tuesday midnight to release the Labour leader. The union had also put all its affiliates, state councils, civil society allies, and all patriotic Nigerians on the highest state of alert. The TUC Global Rights Group, Amnesty International, as well as human rights activist Femi Falana, and many other individuals and groups had strongly condemned the action of the federal government for clamping down on the Labour leader and demanded his immediate and unconditional release. The NLC president had honored police invitation over allegations of terrorism financing late last month, insisting on his innocence. Ajaero was previously arrested and brutalized last November in Imo State when he was about to lead a protest over unpaid workers' salaries. And meanwhile, operatives of the Department of State Services DSS have stormed the Office of the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project SERAP in Abuja. This was disclosed in a post via SERAP's official X handle on Monday. According to reports, the officers were demanding to see the rights group's directors. This is coming after the rights group had urged President Tinubu to direct the National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, to quickly reverse the outrageous pump price of premium motor spirits, PMS. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, in partnership with the MacArthur Foundation, has organized a roundtable discussion on corruption in Abuja. The events brought together the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, State Attorneys General for the various states and top government officials to deliberate on strategies to strengthen the country's anti-corruption fight. Signature TV correspondent Godwin Sunday has more. Government has warned butchers and poultry farmers in the states to desist from the unwholesome practice of selling animals and chickens that died under mysterious circumstances. The warning, which is contained in a press statement jointly signed by the State's Commissioner for Health, Professor Ikechukwu Obi, and the Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization, Patrick Ubru, in ENUGU, threatens to sanction any farmer or meat seller caught engaging in the unhealthy practice. According to the statement, the ministries raised the concern following a whistleblowing tip-off by some members of the public that animals which died of flu and other diseases had found their way into the meat market. They said the government had already activated its departments of public health, veterinary, local government disease surveillance, while relevant officers have been directed to conduct investigations into the alleged practices. The commissioners who described the act as unacceptable disclosed that 18 dead animals could lead to serious health implications for the end users. The statement urged members of the public to remain vigilant and watch out for such practices which it said could lead to epidemics of varying magnitude with severe health consequences. The Commissioner of Police in ENUGU State, Kanayo Uzwebu, warned on Monday that professional infractions by any police personnel serving in the state would be appropriately sanctioned. Uzwebu gave the warning in ENUGU in a brief remark after inspecting the Complaints Response Unit, CRU, Office of the Police Command in ENUGU. He assured members of the public of the command's commitments to ensure utmost professionalism. The state's police boss called on the residents to utilize the contact and social media platforms provided to report erring police officers. According to him, discipline remains the foundation of the Nigerian Police Force, NPF. He further explained that the unit was saddled with the responsibility of receiving and professionally handling complaints of unprofessional conduct against police officers. 48 persons have been given mass burial after a petrol tanker explosion in the Agay local government area of Niger State. The incident occurred in the early morning of Sunday when the petrol tanker had a head-on collision with a trailer truck loaded with travelers and cattle from Woodhill in Kano State. The Director General of the Niger State Emergency Management Agency, Abdullahi Baba Arab, who gave the update on Sunday, also confirmed that 48 persons whose bodies were burned beyond recognition had been given mass burial in the local government. According to him, following further research and rescue operations, 18 more bodies were recovered from the 30 bodies earlier reported. He also disclosed that over 50 cattle were burnt alive and 2 other vehicles, a crane, truck, and a pickup van were caught in the inferno.
Seven corpses, and we have not actually been able to ascertain the number of livestock that were affected because the whole scene, many of these animals were trapped inside. So we're still trying to extricate them.
Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has condoled with the government and people of Niger over the petrol tanker explosion in the state on Sunday, which claimed the lives of 48 people and livestock. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President, Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, says the President also sympathized with the owners of the shops affected by the tragedy and prayed for the speedy recovery of the injured. Tinubu was directed or has directed relevant federal agencies in transportation and road infrastructure to redouble their efforts and work with state government to enhance the safety and security of travelers and residents. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has also lamented the deaths of 48 people and over 50 cows in an incident that occurred in Niger State on Sunday. In a statement signed by Musa Krishi, his special advisor on media and publicity, the Speaker commiserated with the families of the victims, as well as government and people of Niger State over the unfortunate incidents. The Speaker, who prayed for the repose of the souls of the victims, urged road users, especially drivers, to be more careful as losses to road accidents are becoming alarming. And still on the Niger petrol tanker explosion, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Senator Heineken Nobobere, has commiserated with the government and people of Niger State over the accident. Nobobere noted that the federal government remains committed to implementing stricter safety measures to mitigate such occurrences in the future. And meanwhile, participants at a one-day workshop on contributory pensions in Anambra State failed to arrive at a consensus with NOLGE and pension fund administrators taking opposing hardline stands. Correspondent Ndu Malese reports that the workshop was an eye-opener for all delegates from the affiliate unions under NLC and TUC.
Leaders of the state NLC and TUC, as well as their affiliates, converged on Horizontal Palace, a hospitality industry in Oka, where the Anambra State Head of Service and top personnel of the pension fund administrators also gathered for the appraisal of the whole essence of contributory pensions in the state. Most of the resource persons from the various pension fund administrators in the state were unanimous in calling for the continuation of the scheme, as it holds great prospects for workers when they retire from active service. One of the representatives of the fund administrators regretted that remittances stopped from teachers and local government staff since 2018 and called for renegotiation to enable the scheme work instead of suspending the contributions in its entirety.
Anambra, the way we went in categorizing this department, local government, to different PFAs helped to make sure that everybody have one pin at least for now. So as it is for local governments and in Anambra, Fidelity Pension was managing, is still managing Anambra Central for the primary schools and the local government. Leadway Pension is managing Anambra South Senatorial Zone for the primary school and the local government staff, whereas FUG is managing Anambra North Senatorial, the primary school and the local government staff. Then you still have Ministry of Justice managed by Trust Fund. We have Ministry of Health managed by Access, and some other ministries, the way they are categorized. But these three PFAs that are managing local government are not into the management of administration of ministries.
Making the stand of his group known, the acting state president of Norge, Comrade Nicholas Arome, expressed concern that the various pension fund administrators for local government staff never bothered to reach out to them for clearer understanding and charting a way forward. He commended Governor Chukwuma Soludo administration in the state for suspending the deduction of contributory pensions fund from salaries of staff in the local government in the last 5 months, insisting that it would remain so till they are convinced of the safety of the ones contributed over the years.
What are the modalities that are put in place, okay, that will be guiding whoever that comes in as the state governor, that policy will be enforcing that person, that governor, to do what? To pay. Because once a governor, if Mr. Governor is paying now because of his own person and the law he has for the Anambarians, especially the workers in Anambra State, somebody ruled before him and another person will rule after him.
The state chairman of Nigeria Labour Congress, Comrade Humphrey Nwafo, supported the stand of Norge on no further deduction till they get cleared of whose account those earlier deducted were remitted into.
For 6 good years, they have been deducting money from workers. They were not related to PFAs. After I assumed office, there was a day we invited the Fidelity Pension, the PFA, the Fidelity Pension administrators. They came. They gave us their data also. So at the level of committee, they were equally invited and they are feeding us the position too.
The Anambra State Head of Service, Ms. Theodora Igwebe, had earlier explained that the present administration put a stop to deductions from workers' salary in the last 5 months, pending the outcome of a committee set up to look into the perceived discrepancy between the deducted and the remitted funds. Mrs. Igwebe, a lawyer, explained that her office was devising means of ensuring that staff of parastatals like Anambra Broadcasting Service and Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University enjoy pensions and gratuities at retirement.
So the people in the university, within a very short time, you will have clarity. You will have clearer information on what is happening in your own place. The committee actually invited somebody from that university. Like I said earlier on, nobody made a formal report. So when you go back, try and consult with whoever, any group that is responsible. You people should bring up a formal report. But I'm saying that even without a formal report, we are already looking into the matter. And the committee invited somebody from that university, I think the bursar, and then the bursar gave his own submission.
In all, the one-day workshop offered delegates of various labor unions and their affiliates opportunities for a deepened understanding of the contributory pension fund as commenced in the state since 2014. Ndo Abaleze, Signature TV News.
Still to come, Delta begins public hearing on human trafficking prohibition bill. Court remands Ocean traditional ruler, 4 others for alleged illegal gold mining. Do stay with us. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, says it has successfully secured over 60 billion naira and $100 million for the Oil and Gas Host Community Development Trust Fund. The Commission's chief executive, Benga Komolafe, disclosed this during the inauguration of the body of neutrals at the Upstream Alternative Dispute Resolution ADR Center in Lagos. Komolafe emphasized the Commission's ongoing efforts to effectively implement the Petroleum Industry Act's robust provisions. He said that the funds were intended to add value to host communities and facilitate a conducive operating environment for industry operators, aiming to optimize the nation's hydrocarbon resources. However, Komolafe noted that despite these efforts, challenges persist, adding that disputes within host communities often hinder the effective use of these funds. He explained that conflicts and legal battles among community leaders or members could delay the deployment of funds, exacerbating issues in an already strained judicial system. He stressed the importance of alternative dispute resolution methods which offer faster, fairer, and less adversarial solutions to industry disputes. According to Komolafe, these methods not only benefit the parties involved but also alleviate the burden on the judicial system. Borno State government has announced the closure of all public and private primary and secondary schools across the state for 2 weeks due to floods that had displaced many residents. In a statement made on Monday by the acting director of school services, Grandma Bolama, said the developments had displaced people across the state. The schools were initially scheduled to open in Borno on Monday, September 9th, but some of the schools were occupied by people displaced by the flood. Meanwhile, Niger State Ministry for Basic and Secondary Education will launch a comprehensive enrollment drive to increase the number of students in schools in the state. Niger Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Hajia Hadiza Mohammed, disclosed this at a press conference in Mina on Monday. The enrollment drive was under the Adolescent Girls Initiative for Learning and Empowerment. She said the campaign was aimed at increasing enrollments in primary and secondary schools, adding that the number of out-of-school children in the state from 2021 to 2022 was 600,000. Mohammed said the campaign would commence from Tuesday, September 19, starting with community sensitization across zonal emirates, district and door-to-door visitation across local government areas. He said the educational resources and incentives would be distributed to schools, as well as the establishment of a feedback mechanism to address concerns from parents and guardians. She noted that the target was out-of-school children with focus on the girl child to enroll in primary and secondary schools. The commissioner added that communities, parents and guardians would be sensitized on the importance of education, as well as encouraged to enroll their children. She said workshops and outreaches would also be conducted in partnership with local NGOs, religious organizations, and community leaders. Mohammed said the objective was to increase enrollment figures, improve awareness, and strengthen partnerships between government, schools, and local communities. In his remarks, Lahaji Mohammed Ibrahim, Chairman, Niger State Universal Basic Education Board, NSUBAB, said the campaign was a holistic approach to increase school enrollment. Ibrahim said the initiative would address the increasing out-of-school rate in the state. The Delta State House of Assembly on Monday commenced public hearing on the state's Human Trafficking Prohibition Bill 2024. The public hearing was organized by the House Committee on Housing, Women Affairs, Humanitarian Support Services, and Girl-Child Entrepreneurship in Asaba. The chairman of the committee, Bridget Anyafulu, said the hearing was to provide members of the public the opportunity to offer contributions to the proposed law. On her part, the State Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs, Community Support Services and Girl Child Development, Orode Odwaha, called for the inclusion of National Agency for the Protection of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, in the implementation process. The Christian Association of Nigeria, CAN, State Ministry of Women Affairs, Ministry of Justice, Civil Society Organizations, Nigeria Immigration Service, Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, International Federation of Women Lawyers, FIDA, among others, were involved in the public hearing. They commended the state executive for initiating the bill and called for its speedy passage. The Director General, National Oil Spillage Detection and Response Agency, NOSTRA, Chukwemeka Woke, has reiterated his commitment towards implementing the Personal Management System PMS framework in the agency. Woke made these statements at a two-day workshop on the implementation of the PMS framework in Abuja on Monday. He said that PMS framework was hugely important to the professional development of the personnel of the agency. He urged participants to embrace the knowledge offered in the workshop in order to enhance their competences, skills, and career advancement. The PMS framework, established under Rule 050201 of the Performance Service Rules, is expected to replace the annual Performance Evaluation Report system. Speaking further, Woke outlined NOSTRA's pivotal role as an environment-based agency and its commitment towards addressing oil spill and pollution challenges in the country. He noted that NOSTRA was established with the primary objective of coordinating and implementing the National Oil Spill Contingency Plan of the country. The NOSTRA DG further said that the agency had the responsibility to conduct surveillance, report, alerts, and implement oil spill-related response activities. He reiterated the commitment of the agency to deliver on its mandates in the interest of the country. The Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC, has announced that it will henceforth issue outline business case, certificate of compliance, and full business case, certificate of compliance within 7 days. This follows a directive from President Bola Tinubu to the Commission's Director General, Dr. Jobson Owalefo, to accelerate investment in national infrastructure through innovative mobilization of private sector funding. In a statement signed by Ifeanyi Nwoko, acting head of media and publicity, ICRC, in Abuja on Monday, the Commission said it had streamlined its approval processes to issue the certificate within 7 days. It said the move was aimed to accelerate the turnaround time for approvals by the Commission. It said by streamlining its processes, the Commission was not compromising its stringent approval steps or key requirements. And in Edo, South Nigeria, Governor Godwin Obaseki of Edo State on Monday approved the constitution of a task force on development control and environmental issues in the state. The governor's aide on media projects, Kroso Osage, disclosed this in a statement issued in Benin and made available to newsmen on Monday. Osage stated that the task force would be chaired by Matthew Ikide, with Isaac Ero as secretary. Other members of the task force include Fidelis Owen, Bridget Omoro-Tiwa, and Ese Obebo. According to him, Henry Enabulele will serve as a member from the Ministry of Physical Planning, Housing, Urban and Regional Development. The statements further disclosed that the task force would be inaugurated on a date to be announced later. Meanwhile, a federal high court in Abuja on Monday ordered that a traditional ruler in Osun, Taufik Osun Makinde, and 4 others should be remanded in Kuje Correctional Center over alleged illegal gold mining. Justice Emeka Nwite, who gave the order after the defendants were arraigned by the Attorney General of the Federation, AGF, directed them to be remanded pending the perfection of their bail conditions. Oba Osun Makinde were arraigned alongside Shehu Mustafa, Sabiru Hashim, Dambaba Ibrahim, and Ade Olap Global Resources Limited. The defendants, who were alleged to have committed the offense in Ilege local community Odibo, local government area of Ondo State, were preferred with 2 counts. The monarch and co-defendants were also alleged to have undertaken gold mining on August 25th without lawful authority, contrary to Section 1(8) of the Miscellaneous Offences Act and punishable under the same act. All the defendants pleaded not guilty to the charge. Counsel to the AGF, Toluwalope Ojo, then asked for a trial date. The judge ordered the matter was adjourned until September 26 for trial. The Kaduna Zonal Directorate of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has arraigned one Ibrahim Shuaibu before the Kaduna State High Court for fraud. According to a post on EFCCX.com handle, Shuaibu is facing prosecution on a 7-count charge, including criminal breach of trust, impersonation, and the obtaining of by false pretense amounting to 100 million naira. He pleaded not guilty to the charges when they were read to him. Justice Kobo afterwards ordered the defendants to be remanded in the custody of the EFCC. Shuaibu's path to the prosecution began in 2017 when he falsely represented himself as the group executive director of NNPC, offering to help his victim acquire over 2,000 liters of petroleum products. The victim subsequently transferred the agreed payment to Shuaibu's bank accounts in installments. However, after receiving the funds, Shuaibu neither delivered the products nor refunded the victim's money. Meanwhile, the Chief of Naval Staff, CNS, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, says the realization of the Blue Economy Project or objectives in Nigeria hinges on sustained maritime security in the country. The Chief of Naval Staff, who was represented by the Flag Officer Commanding Naval Doctrine and Assessment Command, Rear Admiral Habila Zakaria, made the assertion at the maiden workshop on maritime security and blue economy organized by the International Maritime Institute of Nigeria in collaboration with Sequential Development Solutions. Ogala said the propensity and the existence of some challenges of maritime crimes in our waters threatened the stability and development of the maritime sector. The CNS said that Nigeria's maritime environment was no doubt rich with resources ranging from oil and gas to fisheries and several opportunities for economic prosperity. Ogala said that the workshop would offer an avenue for maritime experts, governments, and other stakeholders to brainstorm on innovative solutions to the maritime challenges for enhanced blue economy of Nigeria. Still to come, U.S. urges Israel to conclude probe into killing of U.S. Turkish activists in West Bank. Joseph Borrell says EU ready to offer logistical capacities to reopen Rafah border. These and more after this break. To stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature Television. Following the killing of a Turkish-American citizen last week in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, the United States Department's deputy spokesperson, Patel, says the U.S. understands Israel is looking into the circumstances of her death.
We have urged a swift, thorough, and transparent investigation and are urgently working to get more information as possible as it relates to the circumstances of her death. We have no higher priority than the safety and security of American citizens, especially those that are abroad. Our understanding is that our partners in Israel are looking into the circumstances of what happened, and we expect them to make their findings public, and expect that whatever those findings are, expect them to be thorough and transparent. It is especially tragic when an American citizen loses their life. But we still don't know with full certainty what transpired and what happened, and that's why we are working to get as much information as we can, as well as encouraging our partners in Israel to quickly and robustly conduct and conclude their process and make their findings public so we can understand what happened. And should whatever happened deem that there be appropriate accountability, the United States would certainly expect that as well.
Palestinian and Turkish officials said Israeli troops shot the woman who had been taking part in a protest against settlement expansion. Patel told the briefing he expects the process to be thorough and transparent. Meanwhile, Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro needs to release election data from July's disputed election to address global concerns about its validity, White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said on Monday.
I don't get into hypotheticals one way or another about Mr. Gonzalez. And
what his future might be. He wouldn't have had to seek political asylum if he wasn't accused of trumped-up, ridiculous charges and forced in that manner to flee his own country. What needs to happen next is Mr. Maduro needs to heed the call of the international community and, quite frankly, the Venezuelan people, and release the data so that the whole world can see what the Venezuelan people, who they voted for, and that their democratic aspirations are met. We have in the past, you've seen, levied sanctions against Mr. Maduro and his regime. I don't have any announcements today, but I can tell you we're constantly looking at what our options could be going forward, depending on the decisions that Maduro makes.
Opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez has gone to Spain to seek asylum in the wake of the election, Venezuelan and Spanish officials said over the weekend after rising diplomatic tensions. Meanwhile, migrants from Venezuela waiting to enter Brazil said the election results of the July 28 elections boosted their decision to leave the country. More than a month after Venezuela's disputed election, with hopes for a peaceful transfer of power fading, a Brazilian border town is receiving a growing influx of Venezuelans fleeing their country. They arrive in the border town and form long lines to get their papers to enter Brazil. Whole families sleep the night on cardboards on the ground to keep their place in line until Brazilian border officials process their documents. Brazilian authorities said an average of 500 Venezuelans walk across the border every day and line up to get into Brazil, and the numbers are rising steadily. In August alone, 12,325 Venezuelans arrived in Pacaraima, according to federal police who handle immigration, up from 8,050 in June before Venezuela's contested election on July 28th, which the opposition says they won, as does Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro, setting off a political and diplomatic crisis. Meanwhile, the head of the German opposition, CDU, Friedrich Merz, said Germany will work closely with neighboring countries in implementing temporary border controls. Merz said this party would make no decision on further talks until the German government has given written assurances on the comprehensive rejection of refugees at Germany's border. Federal Interior Minister Nancy Faeser had earlier announced new border controls at all German borders and invited CDU, CSU, and the federal states on Tuesday to new talks. Merz rejected the accusation that the CDU, CSU wanted to close the borders, which would also burden the movement of goods in the EU internal market. Faeser had said on Monday that it would keep the impact on border regions as well as small as possible. The Germany's government announced temporary border controls at all the country's land borders on Monday in what it called an attempt to tackle irregular migration and protect the public from threats such as Islamist extremism. The imposition of temporary border controls could be another test of European unity. Germany shares its more than 3,700 kilometers long, 2,300 miles land border with Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Austria, the Czech Republic, and Poland. Austria's Interior Minister Gerhard Kerner said on Monday that his country would not take in any migrants turned away by Germany at the border. The controls will start on September 16th and initially last for 6 months, the Interior Ministry said in a statement. In a visit to Egypt's side of the Rafah border crossing, EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell said Monday that the European Union is ready to leverage its logistics to assist in reopening the border crossing. Borrell toured the border operations guided by the Egyptian Red Crescent and met in Cairo with the country's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Borrell also mentioned sanctions proposed against ministers, agencies, and institutions implicated in the illegal expansion of colonies in the West Bank. Borrell announced that the proposed sanctions last week, and while he did not name the ministers in recent weeks, he has publicly criticized Israel's Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and his Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich for statements he has described as sinister and an incitement to war crimes. Residents of Khan Yunis and displaced families from Rafah continue to crowd medical facilities, bringing their children to be vaccinated against polio.
The European Union is ready to present their capacities, to offer their logistic capacities in order to reopen this border and to have the European staff deployed on the other side of this border in order to border to be open, and
wouldn't people to be able to go through the border to a hospital, and the humanitarian support come into, and the people going in and out, in particular, the people in need. I made a proposal to the Foreign Affairs Council minister to impose sanctions in 2 Israeli government ministers for hate speech. And the council discussed about it and decided to go to the technical bodies. It's still not yes, it's still not no. I don't know which will be the final result, but it's still not no. The technical bodies of the council are working on it. There are not only these 2 ministers, but also some agencies, some institutions which we believe are responsible for the illegal expansion of colonies in the West Bank, which are also being proposed as sanctions. So let's see. But I think that the European Union has a list to study it and consider these cases. Look, the European Union is supporting the mediation efforts by Egypt, by the US, and by Qatar, who are the ones who are in charge of this mediation process. The problem is not to have more mediators. These 3 are enough. They are enough. Qatar, Egypt, and the US. If they don't manage to get it, it's going to be very difficult that someone else can do it. So we support these diplomatic efforts. We participate, not everything can be made public. In this effort, we regret that for one reason or another, the solution is still not there. And we push as much as we can through diplomatic channels, which are not to be explained here in the middle of this press conference, but they exist. What else can we do?
Chinese President Xi Jinping on Monday called for joint efforts with Spain to add new dimensions to bilateral relations when meeting with Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, who is on an official visit to China from September 8th to 11th. Xi said pursuing peace and development remains the trend of the times in today's turbulent world, adding that responsible countries like China and Spain should take a holistic and long-term view in developing their relations and jointly make contributions to global peace and stability. Sanchez said his visit aims to deepen Spain's China ties and that Spain hopes to conduct constructive cooperation with China. And elsewhere, Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi held talks with Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore, in Beijing on Monday. Wang, also a member of the Political Bureau of the Communist Party of China Central Committee, said that as 2 forces working for stability, China and Singapore needs to strengthen strategic coordination and communications in turbulent world. He noted that both China and Singapore have important domestic political agenda this year and are making steady progress towards their respective national development goals. Wang said the 2 sides have worked closely and learned from each other, providing significant impetus for the development of their modernization. Wang said China is ready to strengthen synergy with Singapore in the development strategies by putting into practice the all-round high-quality future-oriented partnership established by the leaders of the 2 countries and make new contributions to regional peace, stability, and development. Balakrishnan also said that Singapore abides by the One China policy and unequivocally opposes Taiwan independence. The new Singaporean government is ready to use the 35th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Singapore and China next year as an opportunity to prepare for high-level exchange and expand comprehensive cooperation. He extended his congratulations on the success of the 2024 summit of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, which brought new opportunities for the accelerated development of the Global South. He said Singapore firmly supports free trade and expansion of 2-way investments between China and ASEAN and stands ready to work with China to uphold the multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization as its core. The 2 sides expressed their willingness to strengthen coordination and work together to push for positive outcomes from the upcoming leaders' meetings on East Asia cooperation. Meanwhile, mourners attended the funeral of Kazem Bazi, Mohammed Hashem, and Abbas Mahmoud, who were killed in an Israeli strike over the weekend on Monday. The 3 Lebanese paramedics were killed and 2 others wounded, one critically in an Israeli attack while they were extinguishing fires in the southern town of Faron, Lebanon's health ministry says on Saturday. The Israeli military said earlier the IDF Israeli Defense Forces struck and eliminated terrorists from the Amal terrorist organization that operated within the Hezbollah military security structure in the area of Faron in southern Lebanon. Lebanese Prime Minister Hajib Mikati condemned the attack as a violation of international law and held an emergency meeting on Monday with Western ambassadors and international organizations to address the ongoing hostilities. The health ministry also condemns the attack as a blatant strike on an official Lebanese state apparatus, making the second such attack on an emergency team in less than 12 hours. Hezbollah issued a statement saying it launched a squadron of missiles in response to the Faron attack, targeting an Israeli military headquarters, causing casualties. Around 140 civilians have been killed by Israeli bombardment of Lebanon since October 8th, when hostilities broke out between the Israeli military and Hezbollah in parallel with the war in Gaza. The intensity of fighting between Hezbollah and Israel has ratcheted up steadily, displacing tens of thousands of people on either side of the Lebanese-Israeli frontier. Meanwhile, Super Typhoon Yagi that swept through Vietnam's northern mountainous localities over the weekend killed at least 21 people and injured 229 others, according to the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. The fatalities include 5 from the coastal province of Quang Ninh, 2 from Hai Phong City, 1 from Hai Dong, 1 from capital Hanoi, 4 from Hoa Binh, 1 from Yen Bai, 1 from Lang Son, and 6 from Lao Chau. Natural disasters, mainly floods and landslides, left 147 people dead and missing and injured 104 others in Vietnam in the first 8 months of this year, according to the country's General Statistics Office. In the aftermath of Yagi, over 2,800 fallen troops or fallen trees disrupted traffic on the streets of Hanoi. According to local weather reports, the city is expected to see more rain in the coming days, adding to the challenge of its cleanup work. Meanwhile, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has congratulated the Nigerian contingents at recently concluded Paralympics in France, describing them as worthy ambassadors. Speaker Abbas, in a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Musa Krishi, hailed the athletes for representing Nigeria well at the event. The Speaker said the Paralympians will remain an inspiration to persons living with disabilities in Nigeria, using their lives to prove that there is ability in disability. The performance, he said, has shown that Nigerians are relentless and not easily intimidated by challenges. Nigeria won 7 medals, 2 gold, 3 silver, and 2 bronze prizes at the Paralympics Games that ended on Sunday, while finishing 40th on the medals table out of the 83 countries participating. And meanwhile, informed Germany wants to build on their strong start to the Nations League when they take on the Netherlands in Amsterdam on Tuesday night. Julian Nagelsmann's side opened their campaign with a resounding 5-0 win against Hungary on the Saturday and arrived in the Dutch capital full of confidence. The new-look German side, without the recently retired Thomas Müller, Toni Kroos and Manuel Neuer, have set their sights on the 2026 World Cup after their quarterfinals run at the Euros on home soil in July. The other group, A3 match on Tuesday, Hungary will host Bosnia in Budapest. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. The morning show begins after this.
you look around the world today, you discover that there are new cultures, trying to gain the attention of people across the world. Look around you, there are the Spanish telenovelas. You look around you, there's the scenes coming from Hollywood, Bollywood. Even across Nigeria, you see a lot of movies being churned out from different cultures. And then it begs the question, who are you? What's your identity? How do you self-preserve? And how do you promote and document your culture? We are a repository of the history, the culture, the identity, and the excellence of the Igbo people, Ndi Igbo.
Our teachers and lecturers can be rightly called nation builder, through which their sacrifices mold our personalities, our character, in which great men have built our nation. Today, we are on the streets of Abuja to ask ordinary citizens how has the Nigerian teachers and lecturers contributed to nation building.
The teacher in this country should help us, teach us inculcate in the students how to become a better citizen of Nigeria. All of us should not have this mentality that when I get to the given opportunity to rule, to do that, to be a leader, that we should have this mind of it's only me and my family, selfish at no. Nigeria can be better.
Lecturers are now taking money from students to give them mark. Some are sleeping with the students to give them certificate. This was not what was happening in the 60s and the 70s. But lecturers, they are not helping. They are not helping to mold the children. Every boy that leaves university now want to drive a jeep without working. You want to live big without working. That is not what we were taught when we were in school in those days. The situation now is going beyond. It's not only the lecturers, you have to blame the parents. Because the parents are leaving their worlds and their children for teachers to teach. Teacher will teach your child education. But morals is mostly from the parents. You cannot leave morals for the teacher alone. The teachers will contribute their own, but parents have a job. Because every parent now, they are struggling to look for money.
When we talk about education, when we talk about school system, is, the former Labour presidential candidate will always say moving our economy from consumption to production.
Being this a great chairman, it was easy. Talk more of the person you stay with. Tomorrow the student will come or the child will come tomorrow, and you say they need to know how to put these people in order to balance things up. The teachers, they are trying. They don't deserve any suffering at all.
We want quality education, like I said. It shouldn't be free. It should be paid for, but when we pay for them, it should be quality and quality field. So the lecturers are giving exactly what they have. And for me, there's no point you do not tell me that a lecturer has been lecturing for 20 years, has not gone for retraining. I don't care what level of education you have, you need to be retrained. Same to Nigeria Union of Teachers, same to teachers and every aspect of profession. You should be retrained. For he who does not get retrained is left in the past. So if you have a knowledge that is 20 years old with you, it simply means you are teaching a 2024 child what was learned in 1980, which is not good enough. For me, people should be taught sustainability. If we want it, we should retrain our trainers.
For our lecturers, they're trying, but trust me, there are some things that still happen in the university, because you find out that some people that are not supposed to graduate are there, and there's you don't know how they came out. They just gave them "let my people go." We know this thing, so let's advise ourselves for everybody to sit up here.
If ASU can be giving all the lecturer teachers attractive salary, give them accommodation, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom in their school compound, they would to have rest mind to teach Nigerian students how to get to be good citizens. But if the lecturer, the teachers, they have bad welfare, they cannot eat, they cannot drink, some self they don't have where to sleep. So how would they have rest of mind to teach you leader you are expecting knowledge that will make them give you people good governance and sustainable level? Better you are. So it's a nasty situation in this country.
That's the opinion of ordinary Nigerians from the voices of the streets. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV News.
When we talk about insecurity, it's not just on the road, because most times we might say, oh, this student has traveled and maybe the child was kidnapped. No. Now, what we are talking about now is most of them, they might come to the school and abduct them. And how do we curb this insecurity? So now we want the government to come to our aid so that insecurity in Nigerian universities would stop, so that these children can be very, very okay. They can feel comfortable.
I would suggest that everybody just tries to keep themselves safe. Like, don't come out at odd hours. Because, I don't know, I've not really seen
Good morning and welcome to this beautiful day. It's a lovely day. It's a Tuesday, the second working week, a working day of the week, and I'm happy to be back on set after a long 2 weeks of being away. I'm particularly curious though. I don't know what really informs your thinking, your thoughts about politics in Nigeria. Where do you form your opinions from? Is it from traditional media or from social media? I mean, this is actually one of the things we're going to basically talk about today, because we've seen over time that people just pick something on social media and form opinions around it from people's opinion on social media. Some others also pick certain things from traditional media, the newspaper, the radio, and even the television. And sometimes it could be false, it could be extreme, and it could even be wide. But we'll x-ray that and maybe give you an insight on where you should be forming your opinions from, where you should be gathering your thoughts from. Not in any way to guide you or to gauge you from not having an expression or a freedom to, engage, but from, some things that could give you some insight into where to get the best out of those formations of opinion. Welcome, everybody. This is Signature Morning. My name is Charles, and I have been greeted by this beautiful damsel who have joined the team while I was away. I wonder why that happened, but it's all good. Good to see you.
Nice
Precious.
to see you too, Charles. Good morning, everyone.
All right, so we're headed straight to the headlines out of our dailies this morning. Let's begin from the Nigerian dailies. And by the way, we have with us Mr. Chris Maduka. Mr. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you, Charles. Welcome back. We ever missed you so much that we never thought you'd be here again. Well, you look refreshed.
I needed that rest, but even though it's not rest, it's more like work and rest, kind of thing. But I'm happy to be back. There's a whole lot to unpack.
The difference is clear because every Nigerian needs this kind of 1 week or two off. The hustles and bustles and all the things you will see on the headlines today. But you're welcome back. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I don't know what my producers have, but on the D-State newspaper this morning, we have this particular headline screaming, NUPRC sets up alternative dispute resolution. Body says 200 billion naira attracted for host communities development. Still on the D-State newspaper, NNPC, Chevron, JV converts assets into PIA terms, target 165,000 barrel per day by year end.
And Nigeria arrested, released CSOs condemn action. Tinubu set a new record of impunity, says Amnesty International. And Serap alleges invasion of its premises by security agencies.
LP crisis. Peter Obi, OT, rides INEC for validation of recent stakeholders meeting.
And NNPC, Chevron JV convert assets into PIA terms, target 165,000 BPD by year end.
Okay, still on the D-State newspaper, Nigeria arrested, released, CSO condemn action with the rider. Tinubu setting new record of impunity, says Amnesty International. Serap alleges invasion of its premises by security agencies. That's on this day newspaper.
And moving ahead to the Daily Times newspapers this morning, NLC, TUC demand immediate and conditional release of Ajero, with the writers say arrest of Ajero, brazen act of lawlessness, intimidation. And NLC puts all affiliates, allies on red alert, may embark on indefinite nationwide strike and leave Ajero alone. Arrest hunger, PDP tells Tinubu.
I wish hunger was a human being. It would have been the perfect way to just arrest it and put it in jail forever,
yeah.
Hopefully. Still on the Daily Times, 2027, LP denies OB, OT, presidential Guba sold tickets, describes stakeholders summit in Abia as illegality and a nullity.
Ocean Monarch, 4 others arraigned in Abuja over alleged illegal gold mining in Ondo.
Pensioners lament harsh economic conditions, demand federal government intervention.
A few Price hike, Yoruba Union tells Tinubu to resign now.
Federal government boosts revenue with 4.03 trillion naira in tax collection in Q2 2024.
All right, and that's all from the Daily Time newspapers this morning. We'll be moving ahead to the Daily Trust newspapers. DSS releases Ajero minutes to NLC's deadline with the riders. Operatives go after Sarab directives. Raid Abuja office. TUC, Amnesty International, Falana, others condemn act. Secret police mom.
On the Daily Trust still, just below the masts, bandits kill 7, abduct nurses, others in Kaduna and Sokoto.
Tinubu's absence forces APC to postpone caucus NEC meetings.
Barrow offers 70 students foreign scholarships to study artificial intelligence and others.
In high transport fare, student trek, others boycott schools. With the riders, proprietors raise bus charges, cites petrol price hike. Parents consider nearby schools for wards.
And speaking of this high transport situation, I saw a video of the residents of Nsukka trekking long distances. People just being disillusioned about the situation. I'm just wondering, really, is this how we're going to live our lives?
I think, I hope Nigeria can, the presidents, of course, can do something about this.
Still on the Daily Trust, federal government excludes varsities, research institutes from TSA.
We can't stabilize Naira if smuggling continues. That's from NSA.
We're moving over to the Guardian newspaper this morning. Okay, maybe we could try the Punch newspaper. Hopefully, we could have that displayed on your screen. On the Punch newspaper this morning, above the masts, the fuel landing cost rises. Marketers fear high Dangote petrol price.
ENUGU Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom lead as Mpox spreads to 21 states.
And below the mast, Ajero's arrests saga. DSS succumbs to pressure as NLC plans showdown with the rider. Labour leader released ahead of NLC's 12 midnight ultimatum. PDP, LP, others lampoon federal government over arrests and invasion.
4 billion naira illegal arms. Lawyers' absence stores suspect arraignment.
Still on the Punch, AGF plans to abolish pardon for convicted looters.
Gunmen kill Anambra Bisman after 10 million naira ransom dump cup in gutter. Well, that's a very bad one.
Bad, really bad. Telecom services risk disruption as 800 workers resign. Or was it?
Begin strike.
Begin strike. Oh, okay.
All right. I think Edo governorship poll, APC, PDP disagree over campaign violence. Still on that particular news, citizens can't afford to have illiterate governor. That's coming from Igolado.
All right. That's all on the Punch newspaper this morning. We're headed over to the Daily Independent newspaper. On the Daily Independent, outrage trails arrest of Ajero, invasion of Sarab's office with the rider. NLC puts affiliate unions on alerts for possible industrial action. Summons emergency NEC today to take final resolutions. Demands reversal of hike in price of petrol to 617 per litre. TUC, CSOs, Amnesty International condemn arrests. Falana, Aborishade, Akinlade urge Tinubu to stop Sarab invasion.
And just above the marks, Nigerians won't protest if their welfare is addressed. PDP tells Tinubu, with the rider ask APC-led federal government to stop attacks on its members in Edo.
No state's pardon for person found guilty of corruption, says AGF.
2027 LP withdraws sole presidential Goba tickets from Peter Obi, Alex Oti. And LP's distances self from Ajero's arrest.
Wow, it's an interesting conversation there on the Labour Party crisis. Petrol price hike, Nance calls for this increase in student loan to 40,000 naira.
An NNPC Limited Chevron JV concludes conversion of assets into PIA terms.
Okay, still on the Daily Independent, why most Nigerians save money at home by ex-AGF Agabi. That's on page 7 of the Daily Independent.
Federal government excludes varsities research grants from TSA. And finally, bandits raid Kaduna Hospital, kidnap nurses and patients. That's a very sad one. Moving ahead to the Nation newspapers this morning. All right, from the Nation newspapers, we have just above the max, LP withdraws 2027 automatic tickets for OT.
Ajero released on bail hours after arrest.
Bandit abducts nurses, patients in attack on hospitals. Niger tanker fire death toll rises to 59, 18 critically injured.
Edo 2024, that's on the Nation below the mast. INEC accredits 114 media houses for coverage. 4 suspects arrested for attack on APC members. Collaboration key to transparent electoral environment. Igodalo will continue from where I stop, says Obasaki.
AGF seeks end to pardon for corruption convict. With the rider Fagbemi, we need law review to stop prerogative of mercy for these jailed for graft.
Varsities Research Institutes released from TSA, that's on page 3. APC shifts NEC meeting, that's on page 4 of the Nation newspaper.
All right, that's all we can take from the Nation newspapers this morning. Moving ahead to the Guardian newspapers. From the Guardian newspapers, we have that, okay, I beg your pardon. Labour security agencies in deadlock over Ajero's arrest, harassment.
2027, Labour Party strips OT of automatic tickets.
Flood kills 24, destroys 7.8 billion naira properties in Bauchi.
Reps Committee accuses BPE of wasting 10 billion naira registering 2 failed companies.
Shareholders move to recover over 700 billion naira trapped in private placements.
Food prices spike amid government's delay of VAT hike.
AGF moves to stop state pardon for addicted politicians.
Tension as soldiers invades Okwama community again.
And bandits invade hospital, kidnap nurses, patients, kill 7.
Wow.
Moving ahead to the Nigerian Tribune this morning, NLC places workers on red alert as reason for Ajero's arrest faces, with the rider demands his immediate release, threatens nationwide industrial action if directs DSS to end attack against us, Sarap tells Tinubu.
2027, Labour Party withdraws automatic tickets for OB and OT.
Sterling Bank leads with adoption of Africa's first indigenous banking system. That's on the page 7.
Afenifere eulogizes Adebanjo. That's on page 5 of the Tribune.
Man nabbed for allegedly killing grandparent, uncle in Ibadan.
Those found guilty of corruption should not enjoy pardon.
Bandits attack Kaduna Hospital, kidnap nurses, patients.
All right, that's on the Tribune newspaper this morning. We're headed over to the Vanguard newspaper. Above the mass, bandits kidnap nurses, patients, others in Kaduna Hospital.
Tinubu orders finance minister to exclude varsities research institutes from TSA.
Constitutional amendment, AGF to block presidential pardon for corrupt leaders.
Petrol price hike puts Nigerians' healthcare professionals at risk. That's from NMA.
So much risk, frankly speaking. Extortion. Lagos government bans toll collection on streets.
Ajero released as outreach trails arrest, with the rider NLC holds emergency neck today. And TUC, PDP, Amnesty International, UAFCS, Huriwa, MWUN and NUEE, others kick. We've withdrawn our 2023 petition against NLC President, Air Peace Airline. DSS action not connected to police invitation, Falana and LC. Labor leaders arrest, attempt to cause anarchy, UAFCS. Arrest poverty, hunger, not innocent, Nigerians. PDP tells Tinubu, directs DSS to end attack against us, Serap tells President.
Naira depreciates to 1,660 in parallel market. Scarcity hits dealers.
I think, all right. Constitutional amendment, AGF to block presidential pardon for corrupt leaders.
All right, that's all we can take on the daily this morning. We have our expert analyst here with us who would do justice to some of the headlines that we have given to you this morning. We have Mr. Chris Maduka, just as I introduced earlier. Mr. Chris, it's all red on the papers this morning.
I thought you and Belinda would not stop because she was like sounding like all the newspapers are almost handling the same thing. I mean, when 90 million flies go ahead to eat shit, you know, they find something very palatable or very, very good about it. So I'm sorry I used the word, but that's the only way I can. I mean, if everybody is saying the same thing, it means they don't read.
Absolutely right. I don't even know which of them to begin with. Is this the invasion?
Well, Ajero invasion, if you don't talk about that, what else can you talk? Absolutely. And invasions are one too many. Serap's office invited again. I mean, only Serap that we talk to here, that are the only people standing talking about Nigerian issue there. I just hope that it's not what we are thinking. Because some people have accused the security agencies of intimidation. I hope the federal government of Nigeria, the much respected President Tinubu, the Jagaban himself, is aware of the implications of, you know, I've always said, I've always used that word that some people felt is almost sounding monotonous. You don't use pepper to cure madness. I mean, you should seek about some diplomatic ways of getting, in as much as PDP, they've said their opposition. But they said, once you arrest hunger and hardship, man, the issue of keeping yourself busy, invading offices, arresting, intimidating, because that's so it seems, will come to a stop and we'll begin to think about the other countries of the world have gone beyond what we are doing here right now. Not that they don't have economic problems, but they don't just go when the citizens are just agitating and say, this is getting too much, and the only thing you can do is to probably gag because it's only like NLC and TUC and all those labor unions are the only thing now, the options left because of their population for Nigeria to make, because the ones that have gone to the street and say hunger and hardship, we have been talking about the ones of them that have been put aside for treason. So it's only like NLC and TUC that the only organizations where, because when you touch NLC, you are touching the civil service structure, as it were, of Nigeria. So if the NLC is intimidated and gagged and the Serap, the only organization that have keep suing and registering the annoyance, even if it's the only thing they can do, also the offices have been vetted. Now the issue is, who is afraid of who? Why is this that if the federal government think they've done all in the clear conscience to get Nigeria to a point, why are you afraid of everybody? Why is it that everybody is a suspect? Why is it that everybody wants our dear President Tinubu out? Who wants him out? I'm sure. Let it not be that those people who are his advisors, because the world is watching. This advice is of harassing and is the reasonable thing they are doing to Tinubu. They are not helping the president. If you are working for him and you think the only thing is to begin to arrest everybody, and then arrest them and put them where? In the prisons that are already at flow with their capacities. The ATM in Nigerian prisons Are you going to keep them in police cells or in DSS, cells? Where are you going to arrest? Keep arresting before you know it. It turns into a banana republic, and that's what we are trying to advise our guests. If there are issues of security, clear cases of security, but then there's something I say, you have seized the passport of Ajero, you stopped the man from attending a very clear world global event, and you stopped him from going, seized his passport. Are you saying in the modern world of social media that you think you have solved a problem? Oh, for God's sake.
I think we have a little bit of history with this particular issue with the arrest. He had mentioned that the president should reverse the pump price of fuel, and then the government is going after him. Serap also said the same thing. So it does look like if you are an organization that is mentioning something around the fuel matter, they just come after you. But again,
it comes out that you begin to arrest 200 million Nigerians. Everybody have you not complained about fuel? I have complained. Several people have complained. So why Serap? Why NLC? Put the Black Maria in the street. Begin to pack everybody, because I keep up to this morning. I'm still talking about that the hardship of Nigerians trying to manage is too much. So first go into the street, put the Black Maria, arrest everybody. There's no need doing selective arrest, because even if you arrest Sarah and then LC leadership, there's a popular saying, Enalona, have you solved the problem?
Again, sometimes I wonder where to run to when things like this come up. In the last administration under President Buhari also had something in this direction. He had judges' homes invaded at night. Several of them, very highly placed judges, invaded at night. We even had Ruben Abati at some point invited and arrested and questioned. He was a journalist at the time who also was in the opposition. So you have governments who deliberately intimidate people, within the country, and then you wonder, where do you go to? Is it the ECOWAS you go to? Is it the ICJ, International Court of Justice, that you go to? When there is a deliberate act of governments, across the African continent, intimidating people, hoodwinking them, and stopping them from talking about the issues that affect them.
Talking about where we go,
where do we go to, really?
There used to be a time in the world where, when such things happen, the countries and the citizens of the countries have succor or some conviction that they'll go somewhere and get justice. The way the world is now, there is no tea party anywhere, there is no free lunch. Who are you running to that doesn't have these problems to manage? So people have forgotten, and everybody has gone, what the Nigerians popular word say, OYO. Everybody's on their own. So if Nigeria decide to put all their population in a mortar and grind them to ashes and drink it as pap, is a solution. That's something. You are waiting for who? The world, the ECOWAS court, to solve the problem of Nigeria when ECOWAS is on fire? Is it the Hague that you go to where who are you going to invite that will go to Hague? Would they invade Nigeria to solve and then say, President, do not, or give orders to your people working for you, for DSS to stop arresting people, or for police to start invading offices? Who are you going to run to? Our last alternative is Aso Rock. And the man at the box stops on his desk is our dear President Bola Tinubu, much respected. But when these things are not happening, the only option is the Banana Republic people have said, are you saying that you are just like what people say you are? There's this proverb, they say, you don't behave because people say you are this, you start behaving that. We Nigerians they said we don't obey the rule of law in this country. No single agent of Nigerian government has proven otherwise. So are you going to say people who say that there's no rule of law in Nigeria, that their lies? Convict them otherwise. We say we are running democracy, where you are free, freedom of speech, opinion, to express yourself. People have gone to the street, they've been charged with treason. NLC said, the mouthpiece of Nigerian workers said, this fuel price must be reversed And that's
You see
what
the
you see
wages.
what they are. Setup said even maybe they are planning to sue. They've not sued because they are known for suing government. They've not even they just mooted the idea in their brain and the office is invaded. So who's next? And I said, instead of going that way, come to the street. If you're seeing people trekking because they don't enter vehicles again, just stop them and ask, do you want fuel reverse? They say yes, enter Black Marai.
But do you think having state of emergency right now is what we need in the country?
State of emergency, are you saying we close down? It's not coming from you, it's not coming from me. The Nigerians will decide who we call state of emergency to solve the problem or to close down Nigeria. If Nigerians cannot manage for that, it's not me. I'm just a single man out of 200 million. So if the Nigerians are, I've always said, they can decide the kind of government they want. If what they have now is beautiful, let's go. I won't be the odd man out. I can have my opinion, minority opinion, but when Nigerians have said it cannot be go, they know what to do. And let me give you an example. Fuel price was hiked in Germany. Minutes, people were driving and they had it in the radio in their cars. They parked their cars there. Everywhere parked. In 5 minutes, the government changed the decision. So what is Nigeria? All these ones that are struggling, 500 naira to go from one kilometer. Everything. The Nigerians know what to do. If we can manage, we close down Nigeria for 1 week. Even all the ones taking this decision will take off. Because they won't see anybody to arrest. And they will start going to homes. So you won't come to my house. If you come, you arrest me, fine. Because that's what they call passive resistance. Nigerians can go into passive resistance mood. And then they'll say, run your government. Put fuel price, whatever is. Because you go, I saw a filling station where they put, in the pump price, 1,007. This morning, if you want, I'll tell you the place in New Haven in ENUGU. Go there. 1,007. Some people were making joke. I thought it was a joke. I was standing there to enter transport. 1,007 on the pump price. Maybe the man is a joke. But I know, as of this morning, price of fuel, where I'm coming from, is 1,300. And transport that used to be 200 naira has gotten to 400. No, and Nigerians are, if few people are in the street, those ones who can still manage. By time, before evening, I get to a point where Nigerians say, well, if you can't manage again, you pull out. And that's what is happening. People are pulling out. You come in the morning, you don't see anybody in the street. Some of you, because you must be here, are here. Then the day we don't see you, it means you cannot come. So we run Nigeria that way until the ones who will die, will die. The ones who cannot come out and can't move again, demobilize everybody and they stop. If we don't get to that point of worse situation, it cannot get better. And I think that's where we are headed. There's very clean green light at the bright light at the end of tunnel. He said it will get worse before it get better. So I think that's where we are pushing to. At that point where
but do you think it's going to get better?
You look for me to come and review your newspaper. I say, he couldn't come. Why? I'm not sick. I don't have transport to come. Then you review your newspaper or find another person who could come. He will do it. The next day, you that will even ask questions or review newspaper or anchor the program was not here. And then the Signature TV will find out and they go like that until it remains the last person, Belinda. And when it's not more there, then the empty seats, they will do autopilot. Of course, AI now can broadcast.
Do we still believe in Nigeria getting better someday?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's why we are talking. Some people who do not believe have jackpot, and they're not talking what you're saying. Because for us to sit down here talking about it means we have hope, and we believe that what we are saying is the only way that will take us to the promised land. Because if we keep quiet, it means we are happy with what's happening. Because we believe in Nigeria, and we believe that when we speak and plead, dialogue, get on to talk together, that things will change. And that's why we're here.
Okay, still on the fuel price hike, Yoruba Union tells Tinubu to resign now. You know,
it's
this
good,
coming
it's good
from
it's coming
Yoruba,
from home.
Yeah.
Beautiful. He will consider the option.
Do you think it's easy to consider?
I'm not a member of Yoruba Union, but for Yoruba Union or whatever union there, and there's so many other unions. Let's hope that Yoruba Union will find the office invaded or find their executive working in Alaska. You know, but they should dress warm because once you say this kind of thing, what is better treason to be charged? So I'm saying that the ones who have manufactured the word treason and they push it to the point of hardship and hunger or fuel hike, have to go and expand the capacity of Nigerian prisons. Yeah. And they should create another new towns where anybody who say, stop the fuel hike, reduce it, should go in. They show you the way. So what do you say? Fuel hike should come, enter. Everyone will enter. And we'll go there and form another community of anti-fuel hikers association of Nigeria community. In Nigeria, and they will look for a traditional ruler who will head us.
Protesting against the fuel hike.
No, but you get to a point we will start asking for another nation of fuel hikers, anti-fuel hikers nation. And say, give us independence, and they will join other people who are talking, you know. It's funny, and let me tell you that funny thing about Nigeria, everything that has become a very serious situation in Nigeria, you open your WhatsApp, every Nigerian young people, all the people have turned it into comedy. They will just make comedies out of it. They say, Nigerians, you are a resilient nation. People, wonderful people. I think that's why we are still here talking.
Right. I mean, if you look at the entire situation, the anger is palpable. Like, people are boiling. I was opportunity to speak to a few persons, even while away. Speak to a few persons here in Nigeria. They're not having it funny. If you go online and see what people are saying about the price hike, people are very, very angry, and it's just only a matter of time. While I was away too, I checked out the price of premium motor spirits in South Africa. It's around 21 rand per liter, and that's around 1,800, 1,900 per liter, which is understandable given that South Africa is not an oil-producing nation. They import most of their oil from Nigeria. It's not like a product that they have. South Africa is big on gold and other natural resources, but they're not good on oil. They don't have oil. They import most of it from Nigeria. But I cannot bring myself to even think that I'll buy fuel for, in fact, when we're buying for 600, 700, 750, it was still a dream. Like, am I really in Nigeria that I'm buying a liter of fuel for 700?
Let's look at your analysis, Charles. You know, when we as Africans submit to this international market thing, people started crying about it. 21 rand in South Africa, what it takes you to make 21 rand, and the salaries they earned, they do not know. Nigeria does not come into the picture.
No, the minimum wage is like 375,000 in terms of Nigerian naira. So the minimum wage there.
So you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you don't talk about 70,000 naira has not been paid. 30,000 naira minimum wage in Nigeria has not been paid.
Even allowances, yeah.
Everything about Nigeria has risen except the source of the income. For workers, it's static. In fact, nobody talks about it. That's the next reason. Because any worker that now said, I can't go to work with this price you're paying me now, he says, you are a reasonable fellow. Come in. No salary has been touched since this madness of fuel hike started. Everybody is confused. So I wonder what is pushing, why are Nigerians getting. That's why I begin to suspect every Nigerian is a corrupt person. If they're not robbing Nigeria, Nigeria is robbing. Because no nation can, nobody, like you have dreamt. You wonder that you still see people in the street entering vehicle or driving with this price. Something is wrong. Nigerians are corrupt then. Or we should be careful. If not, this nation should have stopped. For Nigerians to be still managed on this price, 1,300, 1,004 in certain places, official price, and we are all home and dry. Is it that they are afraid of who will say treason? What is more treasonable than to make fuel hike in Nigeria 1,004? So the federal government is also culpable of, or whoever, even if it's NNPCL. Somebody said it's not federal government that fixed price. So whoever, or the market forces that has made Dangote, even before he thought about manufacturing the fixed price for him, and the man went dead with price and then came up. Even the people who are deciding on or telling Nigerians how much Dangote will at the market does. That will tell you that some satanic arrangement is on the way to make sure we remain at this power. Even any force that is in place to make it come down a little bit are being resisted by certain people that are hiding under, telling them. So I'm saying if it's market forces, produce your fuel at 2,000 naira, come to the market. If Nigerians buy, no problem. Let's not hear anything from NNPCL. Let's not hear anything from Minister of Petroleum, who is the president. Put the fuel in price. Just let the refineries put the refine, push it into Nigerian market. Let them sell it at 5,000 naira. But instead of telling us that even Dangote, they are pushing him to start exporting. So Dangote will give him fuel crude at local naira. He will finish, because of the forces, you force him to put, he's selling his own at 1,300. Now he said there's no market for him in Nigeria. He push it to other countries of the world. And we go there to import to the same Dangote fuel here, bring it back at 2,000 naira. That's where they are going. That's where all these forces are going. But we are there. As far as you do not come and put everybody in jail, as if we are still walking the street, we will be telling you that it is painful. That's all we can say. We have not done anything. Even at home, if you are talking with your children, you are talking with your wife, your relative, and phone calls that child receive, that is difficult. Everybody will still talk about how difficult it is for us to operate in Nigeria at the level we are. So,
it's sad, really. We'll keep engaging on this matter. Let's also talk about the fact that Peter Obi, a Labour Party fighter, is also in the news across board. The Labour Party is saying that they have stripped him of the automatic ticket for him, the presidential candidate, and of course, Alex Oti. And I'm wondering, in the first place, that's more like an indictment, because it means that there might not be internal democracy in the Labour Party, given that it means that they have, at some point, discussed that the so-called ticket has been reserved for both Peter Obi and Alex Oti for 2027. And now reversing it would mean that there might be some sort of internal wrangling, within the party.
The internal wrangling has been obvious, and we have won LP. The only tree that find children throwing stone are the one that have ripe fruit. Imagine when we are small, when you see mangoes ripe, you look around, if the owner is not around, you find the stone and throw and see whether you can catch one. LP seems to be the only Nigerian party that have ripe mangoes on top, so the stones are coming from everywhere. So if they deliberately, allow the forces that want them out of the way, because once the LP is out of the way, we go back to status quo. No force, no political force in Nigeria want to close eye to what LP is. Now, to talk about the LP does not exist. And certain things brought LP into place. And it's something that brought LP into place and gave them credibility that what they are fighting. Wouldn't it tell you that even the LP themselves need to be examined? Whoever calls himself LP. That's my idea. They are free to do their internal politics, give ticket to who you want to. As far as internal, if they still go and say, we want to organize primary, they have the bog of Nigerian police that are beating them. Because what it means is, it will get to a point where you pay 500 million to buy ticket and then contest. If you so much think you are popular, before now, LP will come and beg you, carry ticket, take her home. Now, something has pushed them through. And where it's painful is those forces that are pushed into the LP that have credibility that they are fighting.
Absolutely.
LP, this LP, let's see, are we... I think this bug is beating everybody.
Do you think there might be an external force that is...
Are you imagining? It's not imagining.
There's
something that... That's why I tell you, it's only a foolish person will see that this man will kill you, and you will just stay there and say, come and kill me. People are running away, there's Igbo said, Obu agwona achondo, agwona ebu na chonke. The man who want to kill snake, is happy with his life. And even the snake is being killed. So the other parties are not smiling at LP. So they will do anything to make sure LP gets to this mess, which they are almost getting to. So only God will help them. Because it will be another story for LP when the next election comes. With these internal wranglings, instead of consolidating now, you are talking about whether OT. So the only state you have, which you should put everything in place that is to return it, to be giving you name. You want to pull it down. It's PhD syndrome, pull him down syndrome. If LP tried that, PDP has tried it in some states, and they have remained in oblivion, especially in Southeast Nigeria like that. They tell them they waka, they go. those days, you know, when the signal is not too much with those old analog TV, you see the image in the TV doing like this. That's how some parties are doing in here. And LP want to push to that level.
What options do you think that Labour parties, Peter Obi,
let them play level playing ground? It's a good thing they want to tell the world they're transparent.
Right.
But let's not be what we are thinking. If it's transparency, let's say, Peter Obi, you've tried in the past, we gave you that sole thing. Let's be contestable now. Let the party in themselves say, whoever the cap fits, takes it. And if it's on a very plain and level playing ground, those ones who are scored, you are using, you can't begin, the devil you know is better than the angel you do not know. The OTs and the P2Bs who have pushed the envelope of LP to this level have certain things that if you are calling them to interview, you say, where have you worked before? They'll give you their test. And the ones who are playing, you say, you don't have experience. Let's manage with the one who has at least worked for 1 year. OT has worked for 1 year. And Abia, people are testifying to his greatness. So for you to begin to discourage him at this time, what the LP will do is, please do more, do more. If it's the ticket that's your problem, come and take it. If they need to, if it's ticket that will make you even do more than you're doing, so that the LP name will be on the world map, do it. But if they want to say it's all commerce affairs, some people will come from other parties to buy ticket.
True. Just
to make sure they kill, because when you say ticket, the way they sell it, they don't even know as far as you can afford their price. The winner takes it all. So some parties who already ruled Nigeria and accumulated money and power themselves can push candidates to go and buy all the tickets of LP. Absolutely. When you put it open.
Yes.
And then LP will be, before they know what's happened, somebody goes to anywhere and say, in the name of LP. The next morning, after swearing him, he'll go back to his orgas. To the people that push it. If LP doesn't know that politics, I'm not a politician, I'm just a journalist. But if they don't know that, let them, they are free. You know, let them soil their royal oath and then whatever they see, they take. But if they think that their policy is okay, I mean, let them go ahead. But what you are seeing as reviewers is what I am talking about. If you bring me to review the paper or they have come out with of their party politics, this is what I'm going to tell them. And God knows it's my opinion. It's not the opinion of anybody. So go ahead, LP, throw it open, go to Aba market.
Do you think anyone can afford it?
Go to Abuja, Wuse, just say, if you want ticket, come, just come, take it. We are throwing it open. Those ones who we are holding. The ones you have, we are holding, we are playing with it. People don't know what they have.
Right.
Until they push OT and then, you think other parties are not pushing them already?
Absolutely.
It's true.
Mr. Chris Maduka, we are going to leave it here because we've got to move on to something else. I mean, there's so much to really talk about.
Yes.
But our producers are saying that it's just enough, so we can move on to the other segment. Mr. Chris Maduka, many thanks for your time. We truly
Thank you,
appreciate
Charles.
Thank you,
It's good to have
Chris.
you back. Thank you, Brenda.
We're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
Thank you.
Welcome back. You're watching Signature Morning on Signature Television, and it's a lovely Tuesday, the 10th of September 2024. It may be very insensitive if we don't talk about the hikes, really, exacerbated by this recent increase in oil pump price. And to expatiate further on this particular topic is no other than Dr. Ambrose Iboke. He's Chairman Guild of Public Affairs Analysts of Nigeria, ENUGU State Chapter. Good to have you. Good morning.
Good morning, Pius.
Good morning.
And it's good to meet you on the set today.
Thank you, sir.
It's a surprise.
Right. First of all, the first reaction to the increase in the pump price. I mean, it was even double increase because at the time we were even thinking about the 855, it went into 890. You know, I'm just wondering, what's your first reaction? And I'm sure you must have spoken to a few Nigerians about this latest increase. What are they saying?
You know, 29th of May 2023, the free price was 165 naira. And then some people say that it was not scripted. It was not in the president's speech. That he said it off script. So that means there's something he kept to himself. He didn't tell those who were writing his speech. So he was waiting to be sworn in. So he waited immediately after swearing in. His acceptance speech, he said subsidy is gone. Now, for me, I see it as a statement that is careless because it didn't follow any modicum of structured parameter of gauging the consequences of that statement. One, there was economic strategy put in place to cushion the effect of that. Two, there were no economic framework to be able to say, because first of all, let everyone know, when we talk of subsidy, why subsidy? A lot of Nigerians should know that subsidy came in place in the first place, in the petroleum sector, to cushion the fact that the federal government has failed to refine oil locally. That's why subsidy came. In the 80s, there was nothing like first subsidy. Because the refineries were working, Port Harcourt, Warri, so that we get crude oil from the Niger Delta there. We move into these refineries. They now pump up north also to a refinery in Kaduna that services the whole of the north. And outside these refineries, we now have depots, fuel depot, tank farms and fuel depots, like we have one in Mosimi, we have in Ore, we have in different places, we have in the north, we have in different places. These refineries also pump to these depots. Then the trucks now go to the nearest depots, lift for petroleum products, then go to the filling stations and discharge. So you find out that trucks don't need to travel far. All the ones from the north just go to Kaduna, and Kaduna already have also some fuel depot where they pump all these things too. So it was well regulated. Fuel was selling because we're producing locally, we sell locally. So we're producing in naira, we're selling in naira. So there's no need for special subsidy. Then Babangida all of a sudden embraced IMF, International Monetary Fund recommendations to devalue our naira. They started devalue our naira. They now brought a policy called Structural Adjustment Program, SAP. And that was where Nigeria's they said they brought in the regulation of the naira. That means the naira should not be as powerful as it is, because even as at in the late 80s, late 70s, naira was stronger than the dollar. And as of 1983, we are still going to return tickets to the UK with 17,000 naira. Return tickets. So what we are now saying is that they saw that the naira was a threat. And of course, people who don't know anything about the currency came in. Babangida bought into the idea and do structural adjustment program. From the day he took over that structural adjustment program, Nigeria economy went downhill. That was where all our factories run by government, they brought in, apart from that, they also brought in the issue of, they were not using the regulation that time, they were using privatization. That government has no business, they should sell off government enterprises and conglomerates. So they didn't even allow government to sell it. The government started allowing them to die. The Nigerian Sugar Company died. We had two sugar companies that were servicing all of us in Nigeria. Nigeria was even exporting sugar. We had a sugar plantation. We had a factory. We had a raw material. Sugar has no waste product. All the waste products of sugar are used for other things, like the molasses is used for ethanol. So Nigeria opened another company called ENUGU, Nigeria Eastern Alcoholic Manufacturing Company, where they produce ethanol. Pharmaceuticals come there to buy. The back of sugar, the fine grains of the back of sugar waste products is used to manufacture paper. So Nigeria opened a company called Jeba Paper Mills, where they produce receipts, tissue paper, and all those things. So we had 3 sugar factories. Do you know that it was the sugar factory in Bashita, which was the biggest one, was being expanded into 4 times its original size when it totally closed in the mid-90s. The same time, we killed Nigeria Airways. We killed the Nigeria NNS, the Nigeria Shipping Line. We killed the textile factories in Kaduna. We killed the Delta Glass, really. We killed all the rubber factories. Ajokuta became moribund. Delta Steel Company, a company that one of the first fully automated steel plants in the world, suddenly was exporting iron. They were doing pellets, blast furnace, anything you can think of in steel technology was there. The company started going down. Nigeria Airways, the same thing. All our companies started going down. Within a space of 10 years, our refineries, everything stopped working. So because the refineries stopped working, of course, it is the main wire. What did they do? Our mainstay was to export crude oil and East Seal to export crude oil. But we reserve a certain proportion of those crude oil that we are drilling for local consumption. So we refined, used locally, and we're able to sell to our neighbors. Benin Republic, as far as Togo, Cameroon, and Chad, Niger, and all those places. Now, when the government now failed, when our refineries died and government failed to produce, governments now said, okay, we will now go outside the country, produce. That is the most just option outside the country. You pay dollars to do that, in dollars. You now refine it paying in dollars. You now bring it back using dollars, and then you are selling in naira. Therefore, the differentials in the financial outlay was too much. So the government asked, okay, we'll subsidize. You know, that is one of the craziest things that happened to us. We subsidize because of your inability. Meanwhile, people every day, we see the Nigerian military, joint task force, going to Niger Delta, saying that burning down illegal refineries. What does that suggest to you? It suggests to you that the technology of refining crude oil is simple. If people can do it in the creeks in their backyard, If people can do it back of their kitchen. During the Biafra war, people were there were mobile refineries. People were moving it and producing fuel for their armory, for their vehicles and everything. So it's not rocket science to refine oil. So why is Nigeria not refining oil? Or maybe there were some insinuations that some powerful people own private refineries. Why don't you own your private refineries here? So because of that, this subsidy thing continued. And government said they will not transfer the cost of its inefficiency to the citizens. So they started paying subsidy. As it is with most things in Nigeria, fraud started entering subsidy matters again. What did we do? People who didn't bring vessels in, who didn't bring oil in, were going to write vouchers, raise vouchers, and they were being paid. Whose work is it to verify? Is it not the government? Is it not the government has all the apparatus to verify who is authentic or who is not? Who is defrauding the country or who is not? So government came up with, there's a scam in the subsidy. We are going to throw off the subsidy. It was the government of Goodluck Jonathan that first of all raised that issue. When he raised it, the same people in power now, these APC people, through their civil society organizations, in January 2012, shut down this country and said that government has no business removing subsidy, that subsidy must stay. Because it is the responsibility of government to ensure that the people get it in the right way. In fact, people like Tam David West and some other people came up to them, gave us some mathematics, and said that the government was selling fuel at 87 naira. That it was supposed to be landing cost of 14 naira. That was supposed to buy it at 14 naira there. Then government increased it to 97 when they refused to remove the subsidy. And then later, there was outcry by the same people who are ruling now. They brought it back to 87 naira. I remember the statements made, that those are cosmetic removal, that is not supposed to be. They should bring it down to 14 naira where it's supposed to be. Then all of a sudden, these people gain power. They had pushed Buhari to change it. He refused. These foreign influences, he refused to change. What he now did was to still put subsidy, regulated the price and increased it. But he didn't remove. The only thing they succeeded in doing before Buhari went out was to deregulate AGO, that is diesel, fully. That sector was fully deregulated. But the petrol that is for use, they said, okay, they will leave it. And just last year, they removed the subsidy. Now, within 29th May 2023, which is just, 2 months after July, by July 19th, they have increased it to 600, from 165 to 250, then to 600. In 2 months, fuel went from 165 to 600. Now, there was outcry. There were little protests here and there that July last year, if we could remember. And we're still talking about that. Within that same period, they did what they call floating of the naira. That is devaluing the naira again. They used to use new language this time around because the value had a very negative connotation. They now say floating. Floating it to where? Has dollar ever been floated? Has the pounds ever been floated? The people asking you to float your vote, have they ever floated their own? The people asking you to remove subsidy, they are the most subsidized economy in the world. They subsidize everything. They subsidize housing. They subsidize education. UK foreign policy for foreign students. A foreign student pays as much as 4 or 5 times what UK student is paying, UK citizen is paying. They will use the money from the foreign students to subsidize the education of the local students. When it comes to America, subsidize the farmers, the war manufacturers. Many things in America, most things in America are subsidized. You don't hand over the life of your citizens as a government to private entrepreneurs. It's not done anywhere. You don't do, and then you cannot tax your people to prosperity.
Wow. I mean, it's stunning. Precious, really. Go ahead, really.
Would you think it's better to to subsidize the fuel right now? Is that the best thing we need in the country?
The best we need in this country is to allow local refineries to function, and they must NNPC must sell to them in naira. so that they will produce in Naira and sell in Naira. NNPC is one of the biggest problems we have in this country. Look at LNPC has, let's even compare NNPC with some of his mates, national oil companies. In Saudi Arabia, we have a national oil company called Saudi Aramco. When you go to Russia, we have a national oil company called Gazprom. You go to Brazil, we have a national oil company called Petrobras. These are the equivalent of NNPC. And most oil producing countries in the world have their own national oil companies. So their work is to be both act as a pure business and as well contain national interest. Well, what are they trying to do with NNPC? They're trying to make it a brokerage company, organization, to broker money for the powerful. That is what NNPC have been doing.
Well, what is happening between the NNPC and the
Dangote? What is happening in NNPC right from the past? Because why will NNPC even agree that, to make sure that its refineries are not working? Why are the refineries not working? Is it rocket science? The countries that build those refineries, they still exist. The technology is there. So why are they not? So refineries that are up to 150-year-olds are still working, 200 years, 100 and 100-year-olds are still working in the US. Refineries that are old as built in the 19th century, they are still working. 20th century, early 20th century, they are still working. 100 and almost some of them are 120 years old. And our own that was just built in the 70s, they're telling us it cannot work. So NNPC is corporate. NNPC is giving us this trouble. So the powers that be is using the NNPC to commit all these things to the Nigerians. And why are they doing what they do? Because Nigerians are not reacting.
When you say they are not reacting, there was a protest, and they were charged for treason.
Freedom from oppression is not a marathon. I mean, it's not a sprint. It's not a 100-meter dash. It's a marathon. It has to be sustained. The oppressor will not gift you freedom. And if there are people who knows this business of resilience in protest, it is the people in power now. Maybe Nigerians are too, sometimes suffer from what they call selective amnesia. Maybe we should go and read our history from 1993. Let's even tell it from 1993, when the June 12th election was annulled, till 1998 when Abacha died. This group of people who are in power now, from the president, they are the embodiment of protest against state tyranny. They stood against the military, including the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, including some people around here, like Bayo Onanuga and all those people. In fact, people like Bayo Onanuga, I think was working with Tell then. They were the one that brought a new lexicon in journalism called guerrilla journalism. Where instead of they were trying to burn anywhere they were producing, their office, printing press, at a point they didn't know where they were printing from anymore. This was how resilient these guys were. Some of them were killed. People like Parfred Wani could not make it. A lot of them were murdered. So a lot of them ran away. People like Woloshenkan ran away.
Dr. Ambrose.
Bola Ahmed Tinubu ran away. They formed the radio, what they call radio, they call it Nadeco radio that time, where they were using to fight the government. And later they turned it to Radio Kudirat. They fought that government to the extent that Abacha was not able to leave this country. He became a pariah nation. He was not. They removed him from a lot of international. Nigeria was, suspended from a lot of international bodies. That was how successful they were. Ask them. They put down their lives for it. They didn't sit down with a pad or keypad or whatever phone and started chatting and started saying, so they hit the streets. Gani Fawahimi, Bekora, some Kuti, all of them, those set of people. So Nigerians now are very docile. You want your oppressor to come and tell you, we won't do again. And so that is why, because of the docility of the citizen, fuel price was increased from 165 naira to almost 1,000 naira for some people. Then,
fuel is still being sold
in 12 months.
Fuel is still being sold for 1,300. I mean, even our last guest even mentioned that here in ENUGU at New Haven, 1,007. But I'm still thinking through this thing. I would never bring my head to think through why the military did what they did, even though they still say that the military regime was even the best regime that someone can have, even as citizen of this country. Why did they take that action of allowing a foreign body to devalue the currency and then do more of exports to refine and then act the way that they acted, even though the currency was strong at the time? Why did they take that action? And subsequent government have done that. Is there like an agreement with IMF for that kind of thing to happen? Because that is actually what we're suffering right now. It beats me that up until this moment, where one man in Aliko Dangote have spent $20 billion to establish a refinery in Lagos, that the government of Nigeria hasn't been able to
allow him, yeah,
improve theirs. There are 4 of them across the country. We haven't been able to even optimize one to the point of even producing a fuel for us. It beats me why I would produce a product, send it out, and then buy in dollars, and then start selling in naira. It just really doesn't make any sense.
It's voodoo economics. That's what I call it, voodoo economics. Because it doesn't make time in all metrics of economics. And why the military made its own mistakes, I don't think it is right to still keep heaping the blame on the military. Because this civil rule we have been having is 25 years old this year. So if you are 25 years old, I still complaining that, oh, my parents did not enroll me in elementary school. And my parents did not enroll me in a primary school. And you are 25 years old, you are not taking your destiny into your hands, as Christians we say, and then start pursuing your side and start trying to see whether you could go for special lessons to, improve yourself. And you can even, so that you can write a WAEC at 30, and then start doing so before you are 40, you can even do masters if you start doing those things from your 25 years old, because you can take your GC at 30, and by the time you know it, you can do your adult education part-time by the time you are 36, and then you can. So there are no excuses for us not to have corrected what the military did to us. At least we would have, even if we have not reversed all the damages that Babangida, well, let's not even say the military as a whole, but especially Ibrahim Babangida did to us by allowing structural adjustment program to enter this country. We would have reversed that. Babangida left in 1993. So 1993 to now is 31 years. So it's a long time to begin the process of, at least even if we are a serious country, we have reversed those damage under 30 years. If you see the picture of UAE, Dubai, and all those United Arab Emirates in 1991, it's just a constellation of desert towns. There's nothing serious about it. But look what they have achieved within 20 years. Within that 90s to middle of the millennium, they have achieved a lot. By 2010, Dubai was already a tourist destination. Under 15 years. So if Dubai could do it, and other countries could do it, in the 60s, Malaysia was coming here to buy palm seedlings from Eastern region, here in Nigeria. Now look at the level they have reached. They are basically supplying palm oil to the world. While we are still go to the villages, we are still matching palm kernels with our feet and saying we are processing palm kernel. So there's a fundamental problem. The problem was, the source was the Babangida's SAP, Structural Adjustment Program, but Babangida had left a long time ago. So what it means that even after 1999, we didn't put any strategic plans in place to revamp our economy, apart from the efforts made by Olusegun Obasanjo between 1999 to 2007, where there were a lot of policies that really tried to bring back a lot of things. The mortgage, this thing was brought back, the health insurance was brought back, that's what made us have HMOs. Today they are all mostly sleeping, they're no more as active as before. A lot of things came back that time. Our debts, we got opportunity to move our debts away, foreign debts, we removed them. And by the end of the day, Obasanjo sold these refineries. Because according to him, that they brought a turnaround maintainer, they were bringing billions of dollars to repay it. And that the NNPC senior officials then, the impression they were giving was that, oh, this thing is like carcass, it cannot work again, we need plenty money to. And then there are this team of, I think, Korean investors that came that said they wanted to buy the refineries with a couple of billion of dollars and something like that. He said, this thing that they say is carcass, and some people are coming to buy it. Therefore, Let's sell it. They sold those refineries, and Yar'Adua, in the wave of populism when it came in, reversed the sale. Look at where we are today.
Okay.
If Yar'Adua have allowed that sale to stand, by now we'll not be talking about this.
Dr. Ambrose, let's talk about back to school. You know, from Guardian newspaper headlines yesterday, you have that parents groan as fees fares spike by over 70% amid dropout concerns. Do you think what is going on right now? I know a lot of people, if you go into the street, people who are taking their children to school, you know, they are facing a lot of problems in terms of transportation affairs. So would you say this is going to, tend anything about dropping out of student?
Well, when the fuel was 600, that is when we started seeing decline in vehicular movements.
True.
You drive out of town, you just see less cars. You start wondering, is today a public holiday? Because you just see cars, both the transporters, both the public, private vehicles. So we started seeing fewer cars. Some of my friends I know, they have abandoned their SUVs, so, what we call Jeep. And then, in fact, some of my friends I know, one just bought a 4-cylinder car last week. And he couldn't manage with his V8 vehicle. So, last year already, a lot of proprietors of schools were complaining that a lot of parents were coming to them to see how they can schedule their school fees of their children, how they can start paying gradually. Some of them actually came to beg that they can't pay, please give us some time. So you find out that the parents are under strain. That was when fuel was 600 naira. Because the schools have to run, have facilities to run. For those ones that do pick up for students, they have their fuel to run, they have salaries to pay, they have school materials to buy, they have taxes to pay, they have government fees and some other things to pay. If it is higher institutions, they have accreditations, they have laboratories, they have a lot of things. So they fish in the same river as the parents. They don't buy from Saudi Arabia. They buy from the Nigerian markets too. So that is affecting the school. As the cost of things are going up, the cost of running schools are going up too. And what does the school do? The school transfers the cost to the students or the pupils, as the case may be. And the parents, the funny thing about this, the cost of things keep going on, and then the income, if are diminishing, instead of even increasing, they are diminishing because of high cost of inflation. What you are even receiving before, the money was not increased, but the value of what you are even receiving is receding.
Yeah.
So it's not even what you are receiving. The value of what you are receiving is going down because you can no longer, buy things at par in the market. So what will be happening this year, this new session, a lot of children cannot cope. A lot of parents will not be able to cope. And I want to use this opportunity to tell parents, if you cannot cope in the formal school your children are, maybe, even private school have higher levels, different levels of gradation. If you cannot cope, don't be ashamed. Sit down your children, explain to them what you can do, and then, bring them to schools you can afford.
Absolutely.
You will die early. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within the reality of your means. And I want to beg your wives too, because sometimes it's the wife that, say, oh, my friends' children are going, they'll think we don't have money. Let them think whatever. Don't yield to emotional blackmail. The people are pushing you now. When you die, they come and chop rice in your burial. Nothing will happen. So the issue is that don't yield to emotional blackmail. So these are coping strategies that some parents can do. You can drop your children if you cannot afford it. They are still going to school. They are not dropped out of school. Then, if you cannot afford private school, you don't have it, especially secondary schools. I know that most of primary school, public primary school are almost gone. There's nothing. But in secondary school, a lot of government secondary schools are still doing very well. We have some federal government, for those that live inside major city, we have some federal government schools, we have state schools that are doing well. We can beef your children's lecture with, with home lessons, or you can get them, you know, tabs that have learning learning materials there. Then school runs. You know, those of us that stayed in Lagos for a very long time, we are not used to school runs by private individuals. But when I came to ENUGU, I say it's common because you could leave your house in Independence Layout. I mean, your office in Independence Layout. Quickly dash to Transekulu, pick your child, drop at home, and then come back. And it's still within your break period. In Lagos, you don't try that. You can get stuck somewhere for 2 hours. So you are not going. So we're not used to it. But what we are used to is the schools had, a lot of schools have buses. Also, I see that in ENUGU too. Now, what's the cost of running that bus? Parts have gone up. Fuel have gone up. So a parent who was paying XYZ of amount of money will now be paying higher. God help you have 3 children attending that school, so you have to pay higher. Some schools, some private schools, even government schools in universities have increased the school fees. Just last week, 3 universities, federal universities, were cut off from the national grid because they were not able to pay for the electricity.
Yeah.
If the federal universities are crying like that, what happens to private universities that don't even have subventions? The salaries of these federal universities and state universities are taken up by federal and their state governments respectively, depending on the school you are. And many other things. There is still subventions from TED funds. There's a lot of things that they get in terms of monetary inflow. But private universities don't depend on nothing else apart from mostly the school fees of the students. And these have been hiked for almost 100% by some schools. So definitely, some parents will drop. Some parents may not be able to afford it, and that will deprive some people from going to continue their education.
Dr. Ambrose, I mean, we'll continue to engage in these issues. I mean, we can talk about this for the full day. I'm not sure we would even have time to finish off on it, but we just have to leave it here for now. Dr. Ambrose Iboke, a public affairs analyst and someone who is passionate about the issues as concerns Nigerians. We'll keep continuing this discussion as it relates to this field matter. So we're back shortly after this. Do stay with us.
Today we delve into the world of music, movies, and fashion, bringing you the hottest trends and behind-the-scenes stories. So grab your popcorn and get ready to be entertained as we take you on a journey through the glitz and glam of entertainment industry, all on Entertainment News. I am Quinsley Rowland. And we have Britain on Sunday marked the 2nd anniversary since the death of Queen Elizabeth. Queen Elizabeth II, Britain's 63rd monarch, who steered the monarch through decades of social change while remaining a symbol of national stability in a shifting world, has died on September 8, 2022. During her reign, the Queen's personal standing has remained high in spite of the occasionally strong criticism attracted by other members of the royal family. Canadian superstar Drake was spotted at the Toronto leg of Nigerian singer Thames, born in the Wild Tour at History Toronto. Posts emerged online showing the moment the camera flashed to Drake sitting in a VIP section during Naomi Sharon's set. The rapper was seen nodding to the performance. During his set, headliner Thames revealed that she defied the code to be at the show. Thames went on to deliver an electrifying performance of medley songs from her debut album Born in the Wild, as well as her previous projects. Thames and Drake have collaborated twice, first on the Canadian rapper's
On Signature Television. Quite an interesting conversation that we had earlier. We'll have another one in a couple of seconds because I've had somebody who is a very, very good friend, Mr. Sami Ajufor. He is a public affairs analyst and a communications expert. Sami Ajufor, thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Thank you very much.
How do you do?
I do good.
You look good.
I do good. I have to look good. You know, in this country, you have to find your own joy.
You don't look the way.
If not, you will just. What we see and hear every day, man, it's like we are progressing. We are progressingly retrogressing.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, we're going backward in a very high speed.
My goodness!
So it's terrible.
How are you feeling with this recent hike in prices of fuel? And I'm sure that other things would be affected by this so-called.
Yeah, the price of fuel was expected. You know, in Nigeria, you don't need a soothsayer. What happens in Nigeria's system is, if they want to do something in 6 months, they start shouting now. Marketers will start saying, well, we shouldn't, you know, this is going to increase or it's going to increase, and then NNPC will come out and say, no, nothing is increasing. This has been the same thing over. So we are used to it. And it came too early because it's usually around December period they make this noise. So this one came too early. But I've noticed a pattern. Anytime NNPC wants to increase the price of fuel, marketers will start complaining 3-4 months earlier. Then when they are done, in between that time and when they will increase the price of fuel, then you see petrol tankers will start coming together. They have a problem. One of their members was arrested somewhere. They will go on strike, holding down the price of fuel. So it's a test. Nigeria is an experiment among a few people who sit down and say, try this, you know, they'll do, and they'll get it. That's what happens. So, and something our colleague Osarege said on his channel, said Nigerians will adjust. We know how to adjust. Bring the situation, we'll complain, but we'll adjust.
Is that a Nigerian thing? Or?
It's a Nigerian thing. It's a Nigerian thing. We knew how to complain more around the military era, but in the civilian era, we don't complain. I didn't say democracy, I said civilian era. There's a difference. In the military, if this happened, people would have gone on the streets.
Right.
In this dispensation, since 1999 till today, if something happens, people look at their brothers who are in politics and say, let me not go out because, you know, my brother is in power. So rather than speak up, we'll be quiet because my brother's in power or I'm planning to go into power. So why should I be complaining? So tomorrow, nobody will say that I was complaining about something. Now they're giving me position. What do I want to say? This is the same thing that happened with one of the ministers, I think Minister of Communication. Remember during the NSAS, he was very vocal. And then when we had the 2023 election, he was vocal about who he supported. But when it came to appointment and Tinubu appointed him, everybody turned the table and said, are you not the guy that... And he started explaining himself. So a lot of people are waiting for power positions. We're okay with where we are. Even if it's 3,000 naira for Nigerians will still adapt. We'll still drink beer. We'll still go out. We'll still party. Nothing is going to change. So I think that's the situation as it is.
But then what really happened, I don't want to really continue on this trend of talking about this because we have another topic, but I was just wondering, in 2012, what really happened? Because it's the same people who were in government are the ones that protested that period.
Exactly. Well, you see that 2012, as young as I was in terms of understanding politics, I knew that it was just a charade. Yes, it was a charade.
But it made government to change things?
It made government change because you had a listening president.
Ooh.
Yes, you had a president that had mind. If you couldn't try that in Obasanjo's era, where do you want to start doing the protest? You probably would have tried in Yar'Adua's time. He would. So Jonathan Yar'Adua is almost cut from the same cloth. So they protested in Lagos at the center of the entrance of Lagos. The governor at that time was Fashola. Everybody now who is now complaining now stood on that podium and they were shouting, you cannot remove subsidy, it's a fraud, it's a fraud, it's a fraud. A lot of them were shouting. They did it in Abuja too. Can you try that? Can you even try that at Gwagwalada in Abuja now? You can't do it. But because they had a president that had mind, who people now, they now term clueless and weak. Now that you have seen a weak president and a strong president, sure you know the difference now. So
wow.
The APC in last 8 years plus this 9 years now, is showing that, you know, this was who they were. You know, we were struggling for power for so long. So now that we are now here now, you now see this is what they would have done if they had won a few years ago. Look at what can we say is the result of what Buhari has done in 8 years. So Tinubu is now mopping up what Buhari, like he said in his campaign, he will do more than what Buhari did. You know, some of these cues, when they say this thing, people should listen. That's the truth.
Wow. All right, so let's talk about media and politics as a topic for this particular segment. How much of new media and traditional media is affecting political interactions in Nigeria?
Traditional media, I don't want to say 0. I'll say 5. New media is 95. Yes. The government doesn't listen to traditional media again. Government would rather take this channel serious than take a... You have to be in the big 3 or big 4 now when we talk about TV. Newspapers are virtually gone. It's just online stuff, and they have been virtually decimated because new media has come. Radio, where we used to be, I mean, since it was balkanized and in one state you can have over 50, 60 radio stations, it doesn't. But new media is now the challenger. Whatever happens now, if the new media takes it up, it goes rampant.
Absolutely.
So what the traditional media have done is fine. They have given us, because you know this thing is, it's a generational thing. When we had the military era, and then we had, even before, let me go back. When we were fighting to kick out the colonial masters, which I feel was too early. By the time we were kicking them out, we had Nnamdi Azikiwe, a lot of Ernest Ikoli, everybody was fighting to get the colonial masters out. So we had a lot of media outfits that were about liberalism. They were fighting for freedom, you know? And then we got this thing that the British gave us called Nigeria. And as we got it, the next phase was that we went into, then the media became a bit silent. Until we entered the military era, the media now picked up again. That was the traditional media. We didn't have so many. So, but in the military era, talking about from when Aguiyi runs it to Babangida, so many coups. So as the coups were happening, there was a constant thing. Every time they want to have a coup, they'll go to Radio Nigeria, take the presenter, muzzle him, play martial music, take over government. That was what was happening. Then Babangida had this bright idea and said, if it's this, let's open it up to everybody. And then 1992, you know, we had the, he decentralized it, and then we had the decree. After that, we started powering. We started making noise. We had AIT, everybody was coming on board. And then, as the military was from Babangida, Abacha, you know, you talk too much, Abacha will carry you. You talk too much, Abacha will carry you. You talk too much. But then we were fighting. The media was in the forefront of the pre-1999 revolution. And then when it happened, Obasanjo came on, the media now relaxed. We relaxed for a long time. Many media people became essays to politicians. So what did they do? They went in there and started saying, "Don't, let me tell you how our people work." That's why they started calling us brown envelope journalists. Say, that guy is writing for this paper. He's hungry. I know his wife, his children are suffering. Give him 10K, he'll be happy. And we started with that culture. So the respect for the media by politicians dropped drastically. So much so that you go to a politician to talk, they will not take you serious because somebody had shit the bed. But right now, as the trajectory has moved, new media has come in, social media, there is more awareness about politics than has ever been. The last time we had this much awareness was in the 1963s when we were having Nnamdi Azikiwe Awolowo, when they were going around. There was a lot of political awareness. That same awareness times 10 is what we're having today. So people now have looked at the traditional media with mistrust. Say, these people, Charles, I saw Charles at the PDP rally. Charles is leaning towards PDP. Charles did the baby dedication. I saw the deputy governor there. Charles has been bought. They begin to link things.
Yeah.
But you see, the new media, which is unregulated, there are people that can wake up and call themselves journalists. They have now called all of us media personalities now. They will add us and Bobrisky, they say we are media personalities. So what it has done is that it has made anyone with a phone more aware.
Yeah.
Everyone now has an opinion, and the government cannot regulate that opinion. Unfortunately, they tried it by shutting down Twitter. Nigerians being Nigerians went around it. That is the same thing about Nigerians adjusting. Put a thing in front of them. Instead of pushing down that barrier, they'll go around it. That's why the government is doing what they're doing. So put the fuel at 5,000. Nigerians will go around it. So in terms of politics and media, we have it has moved from the traditional media to new media in such a way that even traditional media, they are now going into new media. And you know, when you talk about 2020, when we had the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a lot of media organizations abroad change their modus operandi. Let's use an example, CNN. CNN came in and said, okay, since you can't come to work, stay from home and broadcast. Okay. So the internet subscription went high and people were more on their phones. So today, in terms of political awareness, the new media has taken it up. So much so that people who never used to do Twitter Live are now doing Twitter Live. You're forced to come and talk to the people, you know. I say there's a governorship candidate in a particular state. They have been begging him to come to this. He doesn't want to come. But the day that they want to show him off, somebody with a phone at a campaign videoed him and posted it. Now, the appearance, he did not want to appear. So you have appeared.
True.
So the new media has taken the bull by the horn, and there's no regulation.
So is the media playing its role right now, the role of promoting democratic values, or is it more like supporting the political interests?
It depends on the media we're talking about. If it's traditional media, we are trying to maintain what we were taught, the standards that we got from where we learned. New media is uncultured. They don't really care about your culture, your language. We are talking like this. Our views might not be too much. Go and carry a mic now and do podcasts. Talk about anything.
Absolutely.
So everybody has taken that opportunity to say, this is where I want to listen to. This is what I think. This is my opinion. And because in traditional media, because we have a regulator, we can't really say much. We can't really allow certain things. Those ones are now opening up. So that's where we are measuring with the likes of the United States, because we are now politically aware and we are now speaking. But what it means now is that the traditional media should copy the format in which new media people are doing their stuff and refine it. Because irrespective of how much, in terms of untrained practitioners are now in the industry, if we stand up and say, okay, you're doing this way, we'll come and do it the same way, but to refine it, people will now start taking us serious. But the new media, a lot of traditional media, because of ownership, because of lack of structure, because of lack of foresight, they are not seeing beyond themselves. So rather than take time to convert your viewership to online viewership and the retainership, a lot of them are saying, I beg, how much did we make this week? Okay, send the remaining to my account, use the other and buy fuel. It's not that. I don't need to buy fuel. With a ring light, I've gone around the world. So what happens when politically aware people listen to someone who is politically naive? That's what we're having today. So there are a lot of opinions, very much so that you see a Sheon Kimbaloye, but people prefer to see a very dark man. Because, yes, because, it takes two to tango. And you see the likes of, talk about Sheon, and himself, myself included. If we sit back, because we're part of the old school, and not look at the transformation of what's going around, and start speaking individually, radio and television stations should be promoting their individual talents, promoting them on their platform. Say, go ahead and do. You Tucker Carlson, most of CNN staff, they have their own different, because you need to meet these people in the marketplace.
Where they are,
If I don't want to, if EEDC does not supply light, that means I don't want to switch on my gen. That means I'm not going to subscribe. And that big South African channel now, with their subscription is a lot. You can't really. So everybody's on their phone. 100 MB, I'm watching what I'm watching. But in terms of politics, the new media has pushed it forward. That's what's happening.
Wow. Really, really interesting. And I'm just really bothered about where people get their news from these days.
Yes, it's everywhere. And the problems, you can't really control it. You can't really. This happens in every society, including the United States. The problem is that we are not having a lot of our people that are trained being projected in that space.
Yes.
Because fake news is everywhere. So what happens if you there are some things that happened in the past when we were growing up. If there's a rumor that happens, the first thing people wait for is 9 o'clock news to hear the authentic sources.
Yeah.
So we just sat back and just felt this thing called new media, social media will not do anything to us. While we are even sleeping, AI is coming. And we are still sleeping on a bicycle. So at the end of the day, the media needs to know that there is a need to transform, a need to change, especially from the point of the traditional media. Because now, politicians fear more new media people
than yes.
So where does media and politics meet?
We are not supposed to meet. Yes. They call us the fourth estate of the realm.
Okay.
When they said we were the fourth estate, it was an old European term. They grouped the society into four. The clergy, nobility, and one other thing then, the media. Okay? Politicians are not part of that four. So they call us the fourth estate of the realm, and they call us the watchdog of society. The idea is that we should be watching over governance and helping politicians to do their job properly. Do you understand? But where we are today, we are not supposed to meet. One person is supposed to be watching over the other person. That is the idea. We are supposed to be convivial, but we are not supposed to be best friends. Yes, you are not supposed to say, this politician, he's my old thing. Just imagine I was a politician and we came on the first thing you say, Mr. Dr. Jufo, my good friend. And people say, okay. What's going on? So we are not supposed to, they are supposed to look at us, and because a politician, a elected office holder cannot be everywhere at the same time. You can't really know what's going on. And our field is, we are now in the era of mind your business. But the new media people don't mind their business. If we come and say we see something wrong at the airport, we'll just say, if I talk now, they will call my Oga, and my Oga will say, stand down that story. Meanwhile, somebody carries a camera, a phone, and enters the airport and sees an immigration officer begging for money, posts it on social media. The Minister of Interior sees it immediately, they sack the person. Then who is more effective?
True.
Who is more effective? So what happens if every traditional media house says, we will run our traditional based on what's going on and based on the policy framework and regulatory framework, but we'll also create other avenues where we have street reporters give us information. We will say plausible deniability. We are not the people. Somebody sent it to us. Do you understand? So I think that's where we need to also help x-ray certain things. At a certain point in time, if we pick 7, 8, 9, 10 new media people and say, come, let's show you the ropes, how it's really done. This is the old school way, mix it with your new school way. What happens? Their crowd begins to trust them and trust us. But now we are still sitting on the fence watching what's going to happen next. These guys are developing stories by the minute. And you know what's also happening? They are bringing analysts who know.
Absolutely.
They are bringing analysts who know. So if the analyst says that this guy has some followership. The analyst comes. So they say, this analyst, how come I'm not seeing it on this TV station? How come I'm not in this radio? Because they want to get more followers. They want to have more retention. We are more about people know us. We are not going anywhere. Do you know how long we have been here? I think that's the reason why we are where we are.
You know, the traditional media would surely get license from the government. So it is more like a gag to not say certain things the way. But the new media don't have to have any license from anybody. So don't you think that's a problem to report the real issues and how they are for traditional media?
Aside receiving a license from government, you know that if actually the government is targeting you using the regulatory bodies to target you because you're reporting something like that, you can go to court. You know that. You know when they say go to court and they say you will not win, that is for only politicians. When it comes to the real issues, the courts will do their job. But when it comes to election, the court, there's another court. That one is the court of heaven. but here's the thing. The problem is not they gave you license. The problem is a lot of us are dependent on them.
You just, you're not necessarily dependent, like, you have to stick to the rules.
Not the rules. If you work within the rules, they did not say you should not report stuff. Do you understand? But then, you look at the other side, which is the bigger side, is that a lot of us have patronages from them, from politicians. You go and you have a governor who will give radio, TV stations 500,000 every month. Why will you talk? If you cannot run a media house, that's why it's sensible that if you're running a media establishment, have another source of income. Have a big, in fact, the media house should be your give back to society. But the problem is you have a lot of people who are putting the media house in front and hoping that to make money from them, for them. So if I am, for instance, I own an oil well, for instance, which maybe that's the way to go. I would open a media house and I have a steady source of income. I would not be worried about the commissioner coming to tell my GM, pull down that story. Are you paying our salary? We are paying you tax. We are doing everything we need to do. Be on the right. So that when you're talking, people will be like, okay, the politicians say, don't go there. There are media houses in Nigeria that politicians fear to go. It's not just because they are the questions that don't know. They'll ask, who is the owner of that station? They say, is this guy? Who is he? Nobody knows him. This one that nobody knows him. How do we know his allegiance? That's the problem. But when you say, who is this? Our guy. Now, wow. Tell us, now 10 o'clock, we'll come around 11. Because that is a fact. A lot of us our shoestrings are tied to them. We can't, and our staff go out to them and say, oh God, we can help you. Don't worry, just bring small money. Because we are giving them targets or we're not taking care of our staff. If you want to be on the right, that is why new media has no allegiances. You're not owing anybody anything. If you try nonsense, now I'll just check my IP address. You can't find me. So that's the issue we have. The economics of it too is another problem where we start depending on them. But when they give you licenses, you're allowed to do what you need to do. The problem is when, for instance, NBC says election time is coming. They hit you more during elections than normal period. Yeah. So if I'm doing my work during this period, election time will also, stay. But there are 7 ways to tell somebody's an idiot. I don't need to say you're an idiot. I will look for other grammar to confuse them. And so I think that nexus needs to be discussed, where if you do not have the funds to run a media station, don't run it. Sell it. That's what should happen. Abroad people are buying off, conglomerates are buying off media stations. What are we talking about? Disney has bought off most of the media houses because they have the funds. So if Joe Biden can come and start telling them story, they'll decide, are we Democrat or Republican? That's why we even had the story of recently how Mark Zuckerberg is confessing that they forced him to do certain things. Why? Because he has patronages to the US government. In Nigeria, if you're not dependent on government, I don't owe you anything. I can walk on the street. Highest they'll come and do is they'll try and harass people. We go to court. And there's one big court in Nigeria. It's the court of public opinion. Put it out on social media. People will be, why are you targeting this person? Why? The government will have to come back, and they'll call you and say, is it this small thing you want to go and... You understand? So I think we are not bold anymore. The people who are bolder are those on the new media.
So do you think there are things the media can do, to encourage consensus in politics?
We're already doing it. We are doing it in the way we know how to.
Is it enough?
It can never be enough. We are in a unique kind of society. They call us a third world. It's not like we don't have regulation. In terms of our mindset, we don't have regulation. We want to say something, but we look at how is it going to affect us? Not how will it change look, every media establishment, the end goal is impact and change. That's the goal. But if you look at it from the selfish point of view and say, if I talk like this man fee enter House of Rep, he will need SC. So there are a lot of things that you are covering up instead of doing your job. Tell it as it is. I've never really heard that a journalist was killed. I only hear mostly a journalist was arrested.
And jailed.
Yes, you go inside the Charles, you enter prison.
But sometimes you don't know what happens afterwards.
No, see,
the fear of it too.
The fear of it. When people do things and you start thinking back, somebody will say, like I used to write on Facebook when we had the IPB thing, family members called, your family safety, and then you think about your family safety. You think about every other thing. But if we don't talk about it, who will talk about it? Who?
But don't you think that's also a fear? The fear that, you are not protected even by the laws of the land.
Yes.
And of course you also have a family.
Yes,
so
that is a justifiable reason. You see, we have come to a point in our society where we say we are free. We are not really free. And I do not subscribe to when people always point government is, no. It's people around you. And people around power. For instance, let me use this biblical story. How David was just sitting on his own. I remember the water I used to drink those days from this river. David was thinking to himself. He did not say anybody say, Baba, I get one water, will they drink that year? 4 or 5 of his men stood up and said, Oga thought about the water. Let's make him happy. They risked their life and brought the water. David poured the water and said, why would you risk your life? That is what some people are doing. So we are not afraid of the politician. We are not afraid of the man in power. We are afraid of the people who are around him who want to show that they are political, our guy can do anything for you. Of course, after they've done 1 or 2 or 3, 4 things, you settle him, either local government chairman, and then he rises up, and then you go to House of Reps, Senate, he can't speak English. It's the same thing. So we are afraid for our lives because, and it would be stupid of you to say, look, I don't care, I'm going to do this for the people. The people will abandon you. That's why we are scared, because we don't even have a backbone. There is no policy framework that says we are protecting a journalist doing his job. Go to cover a normal political event. The person you are expecting to slap you it is a policeman that will slap you. It is a policeman that will slap you. The one who needs you to promote them. Tomorrow they'll say, police your friend. They'll call press briefing or press people will show up. Well, why is it that when I come around, it's you that want to push our cameraman? Have you ever heard a talk how many times have you heard a talk carrying camera and breaking it? It's police people. Why? Because there's no regulatory framework that says don't touch these people. How come they're afraid of lawyers? They're not afraid of us. Because those ones will immediately, without wasting time. And number 2, the media is not banded together.
Okay.
If something happens to one, it happens to all. Yes, we see ENUGU doing it a bit. But Joe Ajero was arrested. Everybody came out. If a journalist, a broadcaster is maltreated, you join forces. You don't touch one of our own. So we distinguish who is a journalist, who is a brown envelope journalist, who is a new media person. When they see, the way these people take care of themselves, they will join. So naturally, new media people will start looking for how to associate. But because Once you pay this person, pay this person, pay this person, the person will call you and say, you're a young person. You're shouting too much. I've been in this industry for 30 years. Calm down. Let me
That's
show you
not how
the
we
ropes.
do it.
That's how we do it. So a lot of people are muzzled because they're looking at seniority. But what is the impact I'm making as a journalist, as a media person? What is the impact? I'm not doing it to impress a politician. I'm doing it because this is how it should be done. Otherwise...
Okay, things have been happening, the fuel hike, the insecurity and all of that in the country, and a lot of people, media personnel have been talking. Do you think the presidency or the government is listening?
Definitely they are listening. Definitely they are listening. Everybody is listening. If they are not listening, they will not be running around to media stations to talk about it. They are listening. They know. It will shock you to know that there are people who are stationed to listen to what you're saying.
True.
So they are listening. If more people talk, they look at, okay, what did these people say? What are they saying in the traditional media space? They are saying this. What are they saying in the new media space? They are saying this. Who is shouting more? Saying new media is shouting more. Okay. Traditional media, we can control them. No, new media, let's focus on them. So now what has happened now is, rather than new media take sources from us, we are taking sources from new media.
Absolutely.
Because they look at who is making the most noise. That is the thing.
It's crazy. So now how do we even talk about propaganda in this whole space? We see propaganda sometimes perpetrated by those who are in the old media and also the one in the new media. It's even worse now with new media. But I wonder whether you think there is any points of regulating what is propaganda or even truth.
You see, funny enough, I gave this lecture at my school a few days ago. You cannot eradicate propaganda. Propaganda, the only thing around it is to adapt to it, because propaganda is politics. In private sector, it's called public relations. It's the same thing. It's just different nomenclature. You can't really get out of propaganda. You can't. As we are sitting, look, simple example of propaganda now. We want to go and we want to buy a car from a car shop. So we go to the person and they're selling the car. I say, do you know that other person sells this car cheaper than you? Say, yes. I even heard that all your cars here are bad. The person says, are you serious? Yeah. So what have we done? We have changed the person's perception using negative. Now, the old people, the old traditional media, they have their propaganda. And it costs much money to do propaganda in the traditional media. In the new media, it doesn't take anything. So when we say we want to regulate new media, it is virtually impossible. Virtually. It doesn't mean that it's not there. I'm also advocating that there should be some kind of regulation for new media, because people will always gravitate towards the point of where the negative is. So the new media is cashing out on it. Or it's also propaganda that a newspaper will release. They know they are not making sales. They will now say, showing car arrested. Front headline. You rush and buy it. By the time you open it, you say, Bamidele showing car. One guy from Ondo State. It's to make sales.
Yeah.
But can we excise propaganda? We can't. It will keep on, and it's become an industry. As a matter of fact, it's a profession. So I need to stave off story. That's why they call people spin doctors. This thing is happening now. You will now hear somebody will come out with something to divert attention. You don't know it's connected. So this thing is happening. Okay, let's open this reality show to distract people. If you look at the way things go in Nigeria, every time there's a big issue, that reality show shows up. Have you noticed it? I won't say the name. It's true. This is part of what you call that spin doctor idea. If they say, like we're talking about yesterday in my Rotary meeting, we're talking about ministers of information. And we said, look, there are some politicians, there are ministers that will, when there's a crisis, will come out and, Chike Luba, I think it's Chike Luba, fuel thing in Canada. They'll say to buy fuel in Canada, it's $30. Convert $30. We are not paying anything. These are all forms of propaganda. And who do they use? People. And they don't know it's propaganda. They don't know they are promoting propaganda. So at the end of the day, you cannot regulate it in the new media because the old media is already practicing it. So the new media just took it and tweaked it. So it's like Burna Boy says, the monsters you made. It's nothing. You can't deal with it because it's something you created and it has changed transmuted from what it is to better. So you keep doing the propaganda. For instance, the government came into power. The first thing they started doing was target P2B. Someone said, what? How does it connect to anything? Say, oh, this one, P2B, this P2B. This. You have Reno Mockery, professional spin doctor. Why? To push away the attention of the people, not to look at what the government is doing.
Right.
So I think that's where we have a lot of issues.
Okay, Mr. Sami Ajufo, I mean, these issues are quite interesting. It's really, really interesting to talk about. We just have to leave it here. I may be invited
Let's
for
leave it
another
here.
time.
If you go further than this, we'll be killing ourselves. Because, our job is difficult to be media people and to be interviewing and talking about these issues day in, day out. Somebody would listen to a media house, listen to analysis, go into his day and other things occupy his mind. We need mental checks.
Absolutely.
Because we are always the ones who, from morning to night, we are expected to talk about the issue. How do you think it affects us?
Absolutely.
We have to research the problem and talk about it.
Absolutely.
So I think we should do more regulation to help the mental health of the well-being of
in the media space.
In the media space. Because you live here and you go frustrated.
Absolutely.
And you're living here, both of you will go and start preparing for tomorrow's show.
Right.
Another cycle of media madness.
Absolutely.
So I think we know. I pray for every media person out there. It's not, it's not.
Media experts and communications experts. Sami Ajufo, many thanks for coming. We truly appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we're back shortly after this. Just stay with us.
With us on Signature Morning, we'll be moving ahead to our Abuja studio for corruption reforms and ICPC report. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to Signature Morning. I'm Godwin Sunday. Over the years in Nigeria, the issues around corruption and corrupt practices has become a very tough issues to handle. From the federal government through to the state government and down to the local government, there's been this conflict of interest on what is corruption, who is to be blamed for corrupt practices, and what are the various instrumentalities that leads to corruption. Well, this morning, the show will be taking a new dimension as we will be talking to attorney generals across the Federation to tell us about their thought lines on corruption and some of the policies and strategies the state government at various levels are putting in place to fight corruption and end the corruption game once and for all. Now, today we will not only be talking to attorney generals of different states, we will also try to know what's happening in the fight against corruption in the various states to the various attorney generals that we'll be talking to even this morning. Behind me, you can see it is a one-day roundtable workshop for state attorney generals where they will be discussing and brooding ideas and thought lines on what corruption stands for and what corruption represents at various quarters. We hope at the end of today, we'll be able to get an effective communique that will be implemented at state-based, and also states will be able to reach some conclusions that will further enhance the fight against corruption in all walks of life. We'll be talking to various attorney generals on what they are doing in their respective states in this hall today. But let me not keep you waiting at this point. All I can say is, let's go in as we talk to attorney generals of different states.
I am with Professor Barrister Fidelis. He's from Benue State. He's the Attorney General of Benue State. And we're talking right now about pressing issues. But then let's talk to you, Prof, at this point in time about the driving force. When it has to do with implementations of corruption, of course, we've had policies, fantastic policies that centers around corruption, but the implementation has become a challenge. So let's take it back to Benue State. What are some of the strategies being put in place to ensure that people in Benue State, the fight against corruption in Benue State is won even at the grassroots level?
Yeah, by way of proper introduction, because I know a lot of people are listening to us, I am Fidelis Bemsen, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice of Benue State. Now, let's try to look into the practicality away from the theories. You know, a lot of theories have been propounded on how to fight corruption. We have paid a lot of lip services on how to fight corruption, but let's draw it a little bit practical. Now, if you come to Benue State, you understand that most of these, particularly the issues that deal with ICPC, there are issues that relate with misappropriation of funds. Now, when you come to Benue State, we have put together fiscal responsibility law. We have put together some laws that actually guide from the first release of the fund for a project to the last implementation of that project. Now, when an issue of misappropriation of this fund is reported, either be it at ICPC or any other anti-graft agency, first, we the Benue people will look at it that corrupt person is an ingredient, a bad one that will spoil the entire society. We are not in the practice of holding back Benue State officers who may be linked to the transaction that lead to this corruption. All that we need from any anti-corruption agency, you need a Benue State appointee, or you need a Benue State employee to appear to make statement relating to any misappropriation of funds or funds that have been found to be to have been stolen from the government coffer, you need to write to the office of the SSG, who write to my office at the Attorney General. We'll look at the law, we'll look at the offense, we'll look at the involvement of the person, and then we send the person to get there with the lawyer to sit down and allow the person, listen to the person, allow the person make his own or her own statement as relates to the transaction. You know, most of the times when corruption is being become a problem in fighting it, when the other actors, if, as a state, and then the state officer is invited by ICPC or EFCC, and we decide to shield the person that you were not going to attend it, is a very first big problem. But on our own side, we rather expose the person to appear within the confines of the law, within the confines of the law, and I repeat, to making sure that the person is interrogated in line with the provisions of all the laws, to see to it that the issues is exposed. If the person found wanting, yes, he'll be tried. If the person is not found wanting, he get back to status quo. So that's the practical, transparent approach that the Benue people, under the administration of His Excellency Reverend Father Hyacinth earlier, have adopted. He's one person that will not shield anybody. So his own transparency policy has translated into making sure that nobody is left covered as far as anti-corruption fight is concerned.
All right. So lastly, before I let you go, let's talk general about attorney generals. It is assumed that what it has to do with profile cases and corruption, attorney generals tend to turn black eyes. When it has to do with profile, how correct is this statement?
No, the statement is not correct. First, the attorney general, you are attorney general of the state. When you are said to be attorney general of the state, you are not attorney general of your political party. You are not attorney general of the government that brought you on board, but you are attorney general of the state. And when you're talking about the state, you're talking about everybody in the state. You're even talking about the accused. You're talking about the public that is accusing the person. You're talking about the institution that are fighting this corruption. Now, as attorney general, you are duty bound to making sure that everybody is protected, everybody is seen within the ambit of the law. That's why the practicality is that nobody is above the law. But you look at that Lady Justina, she closes her eyes, she holds a way and then hold a sword. Why she closes her eyes is that there is no favor. There's no favor for everybody. So the attorney general is supposed to appear to making sure that the rule of law prevails. So you're not just attorney general for Ministry of Justice where you are operating from. You're not just attorney general to your governor who you're working with, but you are attorney general of the state. So every
the Anambra State governor was proclaimed the best in transparency, the best governor in transparency. That in sometime this year. And the bill on establishment of states commission of the financial corrupt and financial commission is in the House of Assembly currently. And you observe that we have, would I say, a very transparent procurement system. And you have to you remain accountable. Whatever money you spend, you must retire it. You must retire it in the state, no matter who you are. There must be retirement, and whatever expenditure you incur must have a budget line in the state. You know, the governor is an economist and one-time central bank governor, so he knows the dynamics of economics, and we are putting it in application in the state. Well, you know that the judgment was just passed, and every state is clamoring to comply with the decision of the Supreme Court. And there's a provision, I think, in our law, local government law, that provides that the state government has the power to checkmate what happens, the financial management of the local government. So I think with that, we'll be able to monitor closely how the money is being spent at the local government level. We all know that corruption is endemic in our society today, everywhere, especially at the state level, government level, state government level, federal government level, and local government level. We are here to brainstorm. You can see that almost all attorney generals are here to show you the importance of this topic under discussion. Our governor knows the importance. That was why they released us. Ordinarily, would have had our ESCO today, but he mandated me to be here to brainstorm with my colleagues to see how we can stamp out this menace that has eaten deep into the fabrics of the society. So we are here to look at ways we can to identify the causes of corruption, because when you identify the causes of corruption, that will be able to tackle it. So we'll look at the causes. What are the actually causes of corruption? Then how do we curb it? We look at our institutions. What is happening? Is there transparency in the system? Well, how do we do procurement in the states? Is it transparent? Is it digital? Then what happens to whistleblowers? How do the state governments protect whistleblowers? Then we look at our institution, how we have to strengthen our institution, especially the judiciary, to ensure that they are there to say the truth, expose whoever is corrupt. Then we should also find a way of making sure that our money that has been corruptly taken over by some corrupt politicians are brought back, and then effective management of such money, because there's no point bringing back money that has been corruptly taken from the states and then you mismanage it again. And then we also there should be reorientation. The youths, as they are growing up, it should be part and parcel of the curriculum. They should be made to know that you should be accountable for whatever you do. So from the youth, we start grooming them to be transparent in all they do. Then we'll get it right at the end of the day. It's not going to be an easy task. It's going to be an uphill task. But I know that we are not yet where we are supposed to be. But we will soon get there. So far, there's a political will. We're here for a purpose. And whatever communique we reach, you are supposed to take it home and enforce it if we have not started enforcing it. As I told you, we have most of them in place in Anambra State.
The issue of corruption in Nigeria, like you have said, has become a recurring subject of discussion. And it looks as if it's now a talk show. You know, we just like to come and talk about it. So we should move issues of corruption from mere discussions to action. In Oyo State, for example, we have an anti-corruption agency, Oyo State Anti-Corruption Agency, Oyaka, that is set up to do the same role, to perform the same role that the EFCC is performing at the federal level, to tackle corruption at our public sector organizations in Oyo State, every variant of corruption that you can imagine. And the agency is doing a very good job at that. Now, we have other institutional arrangements to curb corruption at our ministries. We just designed a program to regulate services at the different ministries in Oyo State. We recently set up a rule of law enforcement authority, and corruption is about breach or violation of the rule of law in the financial sector. So the rule of law enforcement authority in Oyo State, part of its mandate is to see to how to tackle corruption in the state. So in a nutshell, those are some of the things we are doing at the moment in Oyo State. Oyo State is not relenting in the fight against corruption. And I don't know the indices applied in this year's assessment, but efforts are continuously ongoing to tackle corruption in Oyo State. And my governor is an engineer first and foremost, who believes in technology, who believes in data. When you talk to Governor Seyi Makinde, he's not emotional about anything. He's data-driven, he's scientific in approach. So all the solutions we are introducing in Oyo State, they are technologically enabled. And you'll find out over time what we are doing. Today's meeting is not going to teach us what to do in Oyo State. Oyo State is a pace-setter state. It's the pace-setter state in Nigeria. So I'm supposed to be here as an attorney general at a meeting for attorneys general in Nigeria, where issues relating to corruption is going to be discussed. So when we go back to our state, we continue the good work that we have been doing. It's as simple.
All right. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. So basically, we've attended this conference today. What is in it for people of Enugu State?
Well, this conference is under the auspices of the Independent Corrupt Practices Commission, which was organized to bring the various state attorneys general to discuss on ways of strengthening the capacity of the federal agency, ICPC, in their work fighting corruption, and of course, for states to leverage on good relationship with ICPC to also address the issues of corruption in the state. Of course, you know that corruption is multifaceted matter. It's with very far-reaching consequences. And of course, you know that there are factors that deepen corruption in our society. So these were some of the things that we looked at. How do we address the issue of corruption at the level of preventive, rather than focusing on prosecuting crimes related to corruption? So we looked at working on self-reliance for the state and the federal government, economic self-reliance, because you know that most incidences of corruption relate to economics. That is, factors that are economic in nature. So if someone is unable to fend for himself or herself with the resources available, of course, the person would have to devise means of addressing or meeting basic needs. And of course, in doing that, corruption may be one of the resort. So we discussed things that relate to helping boost the economy at the state level so that people will become economically good enough or buoyant to at least meet their basic needs. So, and of course, in doing that, it will reduce corruption. Another thing that we looked at was on the matter of using technology to redress corruption. So I have various instances in the state, in Enugu State, where we're already deploying technology, all right, in the conduct of government businesses. It's called e-governance, and it has addressed to a very large extent the issues of corruption. We can even use the justice sector, where we're working on e-filing of processes so that you don't even have to interface with officials of the court to even talk about whether there will be corruption or not. And so these are some of the things that we have discussed, and we have gained knowledge by sharing knowledge. And it would, of course, help the various states. But for my state, I've taken away knowledge, taken away some resources that we would, of course, deploy in our efforts to address the issue of economic well-being of our people towards reducing the incidences of corruption.
All right. So before I let you go, the issues around corruption, politics generally is local. So we've talked about corruption from different angles, federal, state, but let's bring this back to local government. And one of the things we've seen on local government in terms of corruption has to do with the local corruption has to start with land grabbing and all of those issues. It now begins to evolve. Tell us, what is Enugu State doing in this regard? Will there be policies that will be driven down to ensure that land grabbers get punished? Because that's the basics of corruption. It starts metamorphosed, it now goes up. Tell us what Enugu State government is doing in this regard.
Of course, you're aware that there are various forms of corruption, and these various manifestations of corruption would have to be dealt differently. So each circumstance would warrant separate approach. So in the matters of land grabbing, especially the powerful grabbing the land of those that are not very powerful, those that can't resist them, all right? Of course, it's a form of corruption.
when you use power or privilege to oppress or intimidate the less privileged or those you are more privileged than. So in our state, we see that as a public policy issue. We see it as a public good matter. So we have already taken steps to enact a law called the Property Protection Law 2024. And we're already in the process of implementing that law. So what that law seeks to address is the matter of people that are powerful, people either financially or politically, going into land belonging to others to grab the land, all right, using all manner of tactics that can even use law enforcement agent. They can connive with a particular member of the community, all right, to take the land belonging to communities or belonging to family. So the law not only prohibits that, but also prescribes offenses. And not only prescribes offenses, but also establishes in the office of the Attorney General of the state a unit that works as a task force to implement the law and without first having resort to the court. So if someone has a complaint about the land that he has interest in, legal interest in, or he owns, all right, having somebody trespass with force, the person can just report instead of retaliating, because that has led to incidences of conflict, communal clashes, and all manner of violence. All right, even corruption and fraudulent dealings on land. Some community would have land and then they will resell. That's a form of corruption, of course. So this law provides, all right, mechanisms to redress that. So if someone owns a land and someone goes into that land, instead of that person that owns the land or has interest in the land going into that place that the work is going on to violently stop it, and of course violence may trigger violence. So the person will report to the task force unit, who will of course go in to investigate quickly. Of course, we have the repository of title document across the state. We know who owns what by investigation. We'll know, and then based on the powers granted the office of the Attorney General and the task force, all right, the persons involved would be invited, and of course the matter will be resolved. And if the person that is in the land unlawfully persists, of course, there are also instrumentalities of the law that could be used against such persons. And of course, it prohibits even the use of local militia or thugs to enforce decisions related to land. So these are all forms of ways that we're trying to maintain justice and equity, address societal problems, and letting people not to take laws into their hands.
Well, there are different angles to this story. I wish we have more time. We'll be able to talk about this, but this is how far we can go on Signature Morning. I am Godwin Sunday. Thank you.
Welcome back. That was a lovely report by our correspondent in Abuja, Godwin Sunday, giving us an insight and coverage of the anti-corruption program that was organized by the ICPC in collaboration with MacArthur Foundation. One thing, Belinda, I've noticed, every single government since 1999 has spoken about corruption. In fact, there was a particular government that says that anti-corruption is more like a policy. But every single time that these governments talk about corruption, we tend to look at the statistics after the government had gone. The corruption tends to increase, and I wonder really why.
I think it's supposed to be something of a collective effort from everybody, an individual capacity to, demand accountability from government, accountability from every other person, in charge because everyone in this country have role to play in this. Yeah, corruption keeps, deep into our economy, into our politics, into every aspect of our daily activities, and it's supposed to not just a government thing, but individual thing too.
Right. I mean, sometimes I take that with a pinch of salt when you say governments or individuals actually have a role to play. I think it starts from the top, not necessarily from the people, given that when you say people should stop corruption, what about people who are within the government circles? When you hear the approval of funds for several things, these monies don't even get to the common man. The average Nigerian actually is patriotic, frankly speaking. The average Nigerian can adjust to situations as long as it is something that would better the nation tomorrow. But over time, what we have seen is successive governments, set out funds to do certain things. But people who are within the circle of government, whose mandates and whose activities is supposed to allow these monies to get to the common man, tend to siphon it. People who are within the government circle have companies, that will come and bid for some contract, and they will these monies to their contract, and these activities and actions of government don't get to the common man on the streets. So you can't be asking people, for sacrifices, to stop corruption, or it starts with us as a person or as a people. And at the end of the day, even government themselves don't even take their own advice.
As it is now, I don't think government will stop corruption because they are the ones corrupt. I think the main important thing right now is for individuals to rise, just like we had last time, the nationwide protest. We have to start doing something because these people are not willing to change anything. They're not willing to, curb these corruption issues and stuff like that. So I think this is now time for Nigerians, for you and I, for everyone to begin to speak up, begin to hold these people accountable, begin to pull them down. They have to know that enough is enough. We are tired. I think.
Well, enough is enough. I don't know the extent of what Nigerians can do, given that there's more like we're delving into some measure of state capture. When you speak against the government's policy, you
are arrested, or you're charged with something.
You are told that
you are arraigned. Yeah.
You are charged for treason. Those who have gone on the street to protest. Recently, they went to the courts, and guess what? They said they're charging them for treason, and it's just laughable. For treason, people who are expressing themselves in terms of protest. We've also said and seen people who they just want to speak and get Nigeria going, but they tend to be arrested and sent to prison. Journalists even around the country have been arrested just because they release information that are quite classified. But anyway, we'll look into that further and bring you up to speed. Let's go straight to our next segment, which is Business Reports. So stay with us.
The agricultural sector led the growth in company income tax (CIT) in Nigeria during the second quarter of 2024, recording a 474.50% increase on a quarter-on-quarter basis. This is according to the latest report from the National Bureau of Statistics released on Monday, September 9, 2024. CIT for the second quarter of 2024 stood at 2.47 trillion naira, a 150.83% growth from 984.61 billion naira in the first quarter of 2024. Local payments contributed 1.35 trillion naira, while foreign CIT payments added 1.12 trillion naira. The financial and insurance activities sector followed agriculture with a 429.76% growth, while manufacturing expanded by 414.15%. On a year-on-year basis, CIT collections rose by 59.52%, reflecting economic recovery across key sectors. Food inflation in Nigeria recently dipped to 39.53% in July, down from 40.87% in June, providing some relief to consumers. Analysts are warning that the trend may reverse due to the recent hike in fuel prices. Food inflation has mirrored fuel price hikes as petrol is critical for transporting agricultural products across the country. The increase in petrol prices from 200 naira to 525 naira per litre in mid-2023 already caused a spike in food costs, and the current rise to approximately 700 to 880 naira per litre is expected to have a similar impact. The Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, has denied rumors that the government plans to raise value-added tax VAT to 10%. The minister clarified that VAT remains at 7.5%, contrary to reports circulating on social media. Edun emphasized that the federal government is committed to maintaining a conducive environment for businesses, and there are no immediate plans to increase the tax burden on Nigerians. Wall Street opened higher on Monday, September 9th, following last week's heavy losses. Investors remain optimistic about the possibility of a soft landing for the U.S. economy ahead of a crucial inflation report later in the week. At the opening bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose by 209.7 points, that's 0.52%, to reach 40,555.11. The S&P 500 gained 33.6 points, that's 0.62%, to stand at 5,442.07, while the Nasdaq Composite increased by 144.8 points, of 0.87%, to 16,835.67. This optimism reflects investor confidence that the Federal Reserve's measures will help control inflation without plunging the economy into a recession. All eyes are now on the upcoming inflation report, which could provide more clarity on the Fed's next moves. The worst weekly performance in more than a year. The Pan-Europe Stoxx 600 index rose by 0.6% following last week's sharp declines. Investors are cautiously optimistic, expecting economic data releases this week and a potential rate cut from the European Central Bank. The DAX index in Germany rose by 113 points to stand at 18,379 points as of Monday, September 9th, 2024. Investors will be closely monitoring inflation data from key European companies like Germany, Spain, and France, while Britain's employment and GDP figures are also due for release later this week. At the end of the first trading day this week on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, over 774 million shares were traded in 10,412 deals with a market value of 14.65 billion naira. This represents an increase compared to the previous trading day, Friday, September 6th. The data shows a 103% improvement in trading volume, a 73% rise in turnover, and a 30% boost in number of deals. The current market capitalization of the NGX stands at 55.3 trillion naira. In the trading session, 123 listed equities participated, with 34 gainers and 21 losers. Eternal led the gainers with a 10% share price increase, closing at 33 naira per share. Tantalizers, Owando, and FTN Cocoa Processors also performed well, with gains of 10%, 9.95%, and 9.93%. On the downside, Learn Africa recorded the most significant decline, with an 11.18% drop, ending the day at 4 naira 13 kobo per share. Julius Berger Nigeria, Transcorp Power, and Magnicols also faced losses. Jais Bank topped the volume charts with 247 million shares traded, followed by Zenith Bank with 173 million shares, FBN Holdings with 41.5 million shares, and Guaranteed Trust Holding with 33.9 million shares. And that's it on Signature Business Morning News. I am Thompson Natus.
Welcome back from that business reports from Abuja Studios. Many thanks. This is Signature Morning on Signature Television. It's really amazing having you out there. It's the second working day of the week. I hope you are happy. I'm saying that with a sense of responsibility. I'm not too sure so many people are happy.
In this situation of the country, I don't think anyone is happy. But I would say find happiness. Strive to survive. Yeah.
How do you find happiness, though?
But not, allowing what you're going through to, be seen all over you.
Right. So, but then how do you do it? How do you do it? Because again, it does seem as if the Phil Prize actually touches on everything, basically. I mean, the man who finishes his crop production in the village would have to transport it to the village, so he has to use transportation fuel. So the person who transports his kids to the school have to use transportation, he has to use fuel. So the person who imports goods, after importation in Lagos or other places that importations are done, apparently you just have to move it from that point to another. So everything is basically exacerbated by that particular stuff.
Well, I think we are still alive. My dad used to say, for the fact you're still alive, there is hope. Yeah, there is only hope for the living. So for the fact we are alive, we keep hoping. We keep believing that someday everything is going to be all right. And talking about today, today is World Suicide Prevention Day. Every September 10 of every year, we celebrate the world, we observe the World Suicide Prevention Day. Yeah. It's a growing problem, if you ask me, suicide. And the numbers, keep shocking everybody every day. People keep, of course, what is happening would even make someone to, want to take his or her own life. And it's not a joke. So we are advocating, of course, right here to everyone out there. Make sure you're safe and do not, allow what is going on, to make you start thinking suicidal, start going to that extreme where you want to take your own life. That isn't the best option, I would tell you.
Right. I mean, suicide, most of the time, some people think that they're okay. Mental health is very, very, very rife. And a lot of these mental health issues can come from the fact that you are not able to meet with your ends meet. You don't have what it takes to meet up with
Recording in progress.
Monies, because again, monies are not forthcoming with the way that the things are increasing in the market. I mean, food that is sold for 1,000 naira and now selling for 1,000 or more than that. And it's not like your income has actually improved. And so some persons tend to lose even hope on themselves because of all of these things that happen. So that there are several things that comes with this increase in food price beyond just the food prices in the market. There are several things that comes up. The fact that you begin to lose hope, not just in the country, but in yourself, in your ability to even come up with strategies to mitigate this, can really affect your brains and can really affect your heads. I mean, like our former guest said, that look, sometimes we also have to look out for ourselves as media personalities. I mean, who takes care of us? Who talks to us? Because every now and then we talk about these issues. After now, we're going to prepare for the next show, and it's going to almost be the same thing. So we see all of these things all the time, and we just hope that there will be a time where, as media personalities, we'll be smiling and happy, and reeling out the news and getting guests that will talk about how good Nigeria has become. But it does look like that time is far-fetched. It's crazy.
All right, keep listening, keep following us. Of course, you can read out our social media handles.
That's our Signature TV official. It's different for different platforms. But if you go on any of them, whether it's on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or even LinkedIn, just type in Signature TV. I mean, it will come up, and then you could follow through on what's going on. We're streaming live on YouTube, streaming live on Facebook. X is coming pretty soon. Instagram as well is coming pretty soon. So we can meet you anywhere at all. Want to really appreciate you for sticking with us all this while. We're coming really big. So a whole lot that we're following for you. And just to also remind you, the PDP convention is happening at Oji River. Not necessarily a convention. The PDP is flagging off its campaign for the local government elections at Oji River. We'll bring you that report a little later on this channel. As a matter of fact, we understand that on the 21st of September, the local government elections would happen in this state. It was first announced that October 5th would be when that elections will come, but right now it's been changed by the Court of Competent Jurisdiction that the elections will be on the 21st of September, and the campaigns have kicked off across boards. And so beyond just PDP, we understand that other political parties will be also doing their campaigns. So we're following up on all of these issues and bring you up to speed. Emmanuel is standing by all the way from Abuja. Many thanks for joining us. Good morning to you, Emmanuel.
Good morning. Good morning. It's good to come back. I'm back in Abuja, and today we shall be looking at some of the issues that have come up in the financial and business world in the last 24 hours. And one of the very, very important and very, very good news is the fact that an industrial action was averted, because you know that the NLC president, Joe Ajero, was arrested by officials of the Office of the National Security Advisor yesterday, and the NLC was ready for a showdown, and they gave the those who arrested Ajero up till midnight. And just before midnight, I think Ajero was released. And so you ask yourself, this industrial actions, all this blackmail with industrial action, is it really necessary? Is it really worth it? Because once somebody is wanted, so an NLC official is wanted by a government security agency, and there you now start seeing industrial action threats. Well, another good news yesterday that came from Minister, yesterday I had said that former Vice President and presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, had warned that we should not increase our VAT, our value-added tax, to 10%. Well, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Wale Edu, who has been monitoring what is happening, not only for what's happening on conventional TV, but also on social media, saying that VAT remains 7.5%. So that's good news, because it says people should discountenance what's happening, what people are talking about, VAT increasing to 10%. Talking about food inflation, I know that you were... Charles has been a very, I don't know how to say, he's a pessimist when it concerns our food inflation, and his pessimism seems to be working, because food inflation may reverse, and Tom Sinime has more on that. Tom Sinime.
Right. Mr. Manuel?
Okay. Yes, good.
Okay, Mr. Manuel, many thanks for that interesting reportage. But I'm just thinking to think about this increase in fuel pump price. I'm a very optimistic person, but what we have seen so far is just artificial, because with this increase in pump price of fuel, it seems we are going to reverse back even worse off than what we were. What do you think?
In fact, that's what I was saying that Tom Sinime was going to talk about. So let's have Tom Sinime talk about it again.
Okay, so about the food inflation and how it affects Nigerians. So we noticed that it moved from 39.53% to 33.4%. And this has greatly, with the increase of fuel price, it has already affected businesses, transportations of goods. And of course, it's going to affect the prices of goods, because when these transporters or when these business owners, they spend all that much on fuel, on getting fuel to
move their goods across, they are going to add that price to the price of goods currently, and then when consumers come to get these goods, it will also be reflected, and then that's where the problem lies, because most people still even earn the same salaries, but with this continuous price adding on foods, on goods, on items, it's really a tough time for Nigerians lately. And analysts are predicting that, and also expecting the next report from the National Bureau of Statistics, that food inflation, of course, will be higher than it is presently. So,
And as a follow-up to that report by Tom Sinema, the truth about it is that, Charles, you said something just now. It sounds, I mean, the hike looks artificial. And I agree. I tend to agree because, global oil prices currently are down. In fact, in the US, they were celebrating just 2 days ago that gasoline is, of course, it's lower than $4, and it's expected to go lower in the next 6 months. So, and this is because supply is very high and demand is very low, especially from China, which is one of their biggest customers. And generally in OPEC countries, prices of gasoline, PMS, or whatever you call it, diesel, they're all going down. So you wonder and ask yourself, why is it that you have hike in price in Nigeria? We seem to be going the opposite way of what the world is going. And you ask yourself, why is this so? So I agree totally that it's very artificial. The hike in prices of oil, especially PMS, is artificial. And we are hoping that whatever it is causing this hike in fuel prices would definitely be taken care of by government or by those secret hands that seem to be controlling the hike or the price regime. Because you ask yourself, what will bring these prices down? Everybody has been talking about the Dangote refinery. Everybody has been talking about Port Harcourt refinery. We are in September. Remember that I told you that in August, we were going to have the Port Harcourt refinery. Well, it didn't come. They now said September, and we are in September now, and going to half of September. We're still waiting for Wendy. Everybody's just silent now on Port Harcourt refinery. The GMD of NNPCL and all the other people, especially even marketers. I know one of the marketers, Billy Gilly Harris, was always screaming that Port Harcourt refinery is ready to come on stream. All this, nobody is talking now. Everybody is waiting. We're all waiting. So it's like waiting for Godot, and it's very sad. Where prices, people are celebrating that prices of gasoline is coming down. We in Nigeria, we're actually in pains, we're in agony, and it's affecting food. Just like Tom Sinema has said, it's affecting food, it's affecting everything in life. And yet, no more money in pocket. It's not like we pick money on the streets or we pluck them up from trees. Charles, it's a very sad situation. Charles?
All right. Quite an interesting discourse as it relates to business across Nigeria. It looks really bleak out there. I hope it gets really better as soon as possible. The president before now have said that while he was in Beijing, China, it says that something has to happen. Nigerians have to be able to make some sacrifices in order for things to get better. How much long will that sacrifice take? Is actually what most Nigerians are asking. The economy is biting hard. People are really angry. And this are actually exacerbated by what is going on. The minimum wage has remained same since the 79,000 naira that was announced. With this latest increase, one would think that maybe minimum wage can change, maybe move it a little bit to maybe 150, because it can't remain the same with this latest. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 elections, was recently asked about what he thinks about the subsidy increase in the prices of fuel. And he stated categorically clear that, look, it is not even about removing a subsidy or maybe making oil the same price as it is internationally, but what else are you subsidizing for the people? What else, where is the money going to? If you say that you have removed subsidy and monies, government have, retained more monies, have gotten more monies, what is the government using that money for? Is there a specific infrastructure that the government is pushing those monies to? Where is that money going to? Because we've seen over time that government subsidize something for the populace across the world. But for Nigeria, it does look like nothing is subsidized. Power is increased. Transportation, fuel is increased. Fuel prices are up there. Food prices are even up there. So what else? Where is this money that government has made going to? The only time we hear about this money is actually, monies that have been given to the states, to the state government, have increased. But there's nothing more beyond just that. We also have heard governors of these states that have received this increment of over 200% of their federal allocation say they can't pay 30,000 naira minimum wage. So something has to happen for some of these things to be clear to Nigerians. And the president isn't someone who even speaks to Nigerians. I mean, he was under pressure the last time to even come on TV to speak to the people. And now we haven't seen anything. I mean, there has been no communication as to why this is happening, why the prices of fuel has gone up, and the reasons why. And then, the competition that comes with it, the Dangote refinery, the government refineries, nothing has been said about it, especially with this recent increase. And there is palpable fear and anger across the country about this latest development. I hope things get better. It's the only thing we have, basically, is hope. I hope we don't get
exactly. And we are in the renewed hope agenda. Yes, I said. You said the only thing we have is hope, and I said we are in the renewed hope agenda. Well, it's something that we need to think about. I was talking about what you have said just yesterday. I talked about the fact that the Tinubu administration tends to want to go on a real capitalist regime. And I talked about the fact that we could tweak it a little, because I do not think that a capitalist regime will be good for Nigeria. Just like you have said, a social capitalist regime where some things are subsidized for Nigerians. We don't have a social welfare scheme. We don't have anything that you could say you are benefiting from being a Nigerian. You actually just keep on paying and paying. Talking about payment, when last did you use an ATM machine? I don't know in ENUGU whether they still do ATM machines. In Abuja here, the POS machines seem to have overtaken
the POS machines over the ATMs because of accessibility and convenience, and most importantly, financial inclusion. This is because the POS machine gets to many rural areas, gets to places that are not really accessible, gets to people easier and faster, and even the ordinary man out there will be able to use it without it being so complex. But sometimes getting access to the banks, getting access to the ATMs can be tougher. So I feel these are the reasons why people would always prefer the POS machines over the ATMs. And these days it's becoming more and more. Perhaps that's why they even added this 50 naira deduction over 10,000 naira, because maybe they're trying to work on it to become better, work on it to just include everyone, as I said, financial inclusion, and maybe to expand as well. Regardless, it's still on the masses to decide.
Thank you very much. You've just said it all. Financial inclusion is very, very important, and unfortunately, that's not what we get with a POS machine. But that's it from us in Abuja, looking at the latest business and financial stories and analyzing them, breaking them down for you to understand and for you to feel the pulse of business and finance news. I'm Emmanuel Imewere, and she is
Home Cinema Natives. Home Cinema Natives.
Thank you
So
so
we go
much for that brilliant reporting. We truly appreciate you both. So we'll do this again tomorrow, sometime, same station. My name is Charles, and it's been really amazing having you on our channel all through morning. Let's do this again tomorrow. We hope to have you on our channel, and hopefully we'll have some good news for you.
Yeah.
Maybe. Charles is my name.
It will not help our economy. That's why we are praying that God will help us so that we can be able to touch, that God will touch their mind in order to better the civil servants. Because the power of the nation is the civil servant. Because with the civil servants, our economy will be. See, this morning I went to somewhere where I normally pay 600 before. I paid 19 because of the fuel something. Because of that, we don't drive our motor again. If I don't have any serious thing that will make me to drive my motor, I don't go out again. 960, some 1,000, some 1,200. We are pleading that God will touch them, and it's not good for them staying at home, and they cannot afford going to work every day. Okay, see the minimum wage they are talking, they have not paid.
Basically, I feel that if you can work from home, I don't think it's everybody that have that choice. Most especially government workers. I don't think they have the choice of working from house. But if it's possible for you, if it's something that you can accommodate, then it's okay. But then at the end of the day, everybody will still be moving around. So you can't dismiss the fact that people will still take transport.
Most of the works people are doing now is remote job. You can stay at your home and work comfortably. The most important thing is working effectively. Doing what you know how to do best. It doesn't matter where you are to do the job, whether in the office or at home. And since the hike in price, since all these fuel subsidies started, a lot of people can't even make it to their workplaces, and they are expected to be at work every day. So I don't think it's bad for them to work from home. I think it will help, since enough people are not earning enough salary to spend it or waste it on transport. So it's not a bad idea working from home. A lot of people are doing it. The Westerners, almost everybody's working from home nowadays.
Actually, the rate of things, the way things are in Nigeria, probably me, I don't know what to tell those workers. Like actually, I want the government actually, even though if they can, this minimum wage or any other thing, to increase their salary, because they are suffering on it. Each time we carry them, they keep on complaining. Government this, government that, and so I feel pity for them actually. I just feel pity for them. So at least the government should do something on it.
It would be good if they work from their house, like they'll be staying at the home, work, because the government now they are not giving anything to them. Like the way I'm seeing now, people work with the government and they're even spending their own business money in order to make governments happy. Because I can see some government workers earn 70,000, but transport that the person spends in a month past 70,000. So, and I don't think that is reasonable, something that you can be doing business at your own and working for government. Still, you cannot be able to save anything for the year.
The fuel pump price, which is very high, is affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be introduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation cost will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things, and something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now I'm doing business and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where you used to, somebody that is an average worker, or maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just, half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation, it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuits, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120. And 150 one is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catering for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trek from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 70 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes. Because if you want to, if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was, let me say, 20, 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building. And all this, like, it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
The fuel pump price, which is very high, is affecting the spending habits of citizens. It's making it very hard. If fuel subsidy is to be introduced, I think it will make spending habits of consumers to be less, and the unit price of commodities will reduce because the transportation cost will reduce, which will make life easy for us to live.
It's really an issue that has been lingering for a very long time now. I remember coming down here to this venue today and I saw the queue in the NNPC filling station, and I feel that this is part of the reason why we're having the hike in prices of things. And something can be done. The NNPC can do something about this to make sure that fuel is readily available to every part of Nigeria.
Like now, I'm doing business, and I want to purchase something. I can't buy it normal price. The price will go higher, and at the end of the day, I cannot even get what to eat. I cannot see money to buy what I will eat with my baby. So it's really very hard for us to survive.
The issue is quite alarming and so disheartening because most of us have a lot of things to do. Like where you used to go to 200 is now 500. Where somebody that is an average worker, or maybe a sales girl that is being paid 30K. Imagine your transport fare every day. You might just half of your money will be gone for just transportation. It doesn't only affect our transportation; it also affects our daily living. The thing used to, even biscuits, that one hurts me. I'm seriously saying it. Biscuit I used to buy 16 naira is now 120, and 150 one is now 300. Imagine students like us, how we are going to be surviving and how we are going to be managing ourselves. Some of us in school, they are the one catching for ourselves. So when you combine these two school activities and daily living, it's quite alarming.
To be honest, me, in school, I trekked from the hostel to the gate because the transport fare was 70 naira, but now it is 150. So the increment is is so overwhelming that I prefer trekking. Like I rather trek than to spend 150 naira. It's a lot on transport, and the distance is actually so short compared to what it was before. So aside transportation, it has also affected the cost of feeding. Yes, because if you want to if you want to buy pepper now, pepper that was let me say 20, 15 naira, it's just for 200 naira. Now I don't know what it is now. So both feeding, accommodation, because your agent will also add transportation to go check the building, and all this, like it's numerous. It's even the school fees has increased. Our school fees has increased.
Day before yesterday, I was calling my husband's number after he needs to ask him something in the morning time. I was calling his number is not going. Around 11, something like that. His number is not going. His number is switched off. I get worried. So I tried his number to evening time. The number cannot connect. They say it's switched off. I said, no, my husband, his phone cannot be switched off for about a long time. So I call our engineer. The man who is working for us. So the engineer said that he spoke with him in that morning time. He told him that the police invited them to station. So he was trying to ask him know if it's only him or there are many how it happened. So the man said that his phone cut off. So I still any morning yesterday I reached his number. The number is going, but they are not picking it. They are not picking the number. Then I now sent somebody to station to go and check what happened. One of my husband's brother. As he reached there, they now told him that they hold my husband in kidnapping for ENUGU. That's yesterday. He's not picking his call. till the brother now went to the station to confirm if actually he's still there. But I'm worried. I'm confused because I don't know why they should hold him there. So now the brother now came to ENUGU yesterday, come and confirm that they are holding him here. As the brother come back, he told me that his situation, that he's very ill that place, that he's very ill, that he just went to buy drug and food for him that yesterday. So even today that I came to visit him, he's not good at all. The wound that they gave him is getting worse because he's not taking any treatment. They're not giving him any treatment at all. Even food, to eat food, he said that he have not eaten since morning. Till the afternoon I came to visit him from Oji River. So the thing pained me so much because my husband have done nothing. He's just a hard-working man. He's just passing on the way and meet this incident, and God helped him to escape. So I don't know why the police should will hold him there. IPO told me that the video that my husband make, which my husband is not the one that made the video, told me that the video is against them. That the video is against them. It's showing that they are not doing any work. So I don't know my husband's offense, that place. Since there before yesterday, it will be very difficult for me and my children to eat, to cope because of my condition. It will be very, very difficult. And my husband, my friend is...
Just take it easy. Take it easy.
Let nothing happen to him there because he's supposed to be taking treatment by now. But there's no treatment there. They just keep him that place. And me and my children, we are just suffering for nothing. It's not easy for me at all. It's not easy at all because in this situation, running around to feed the children alone and do whatever, it's not easy for me at all. It will be very difficult for me. Very, very difficult.
So what do you think should be done now so that your husband can be released?
Okay. Please, what I'm asking is that my husband is a very hard-working man. Very hard-working man. So he has done nothing to the police to detain him upon the injury, the wound he gets. So I'm asking the governor, the president and the IG to help me and bring my husband out from that station. Please.
Kingsley Ihagazi, who narrowly escaped a kidnapping during the recent invasion of Oji River, has found himself at the center of police harassment. After raising the alarm about the kidnapping incident near the School of Health Technology, Oji River, Ihagazi was arrested by the Divisional Police Officer DPO of Oji River, accused of spreading false information about the attack. Despite clear evidence confirming that the incident occurred, Ihagazi was detained for 3 days, leaving his family in distress and confusion, uncertain of his whereabouts. In an exclusive interview with Signature TV, Mrs. Ihagazi, the victim's wife, expressed her shock and despair over her husband's detention on what she described as baseless charges. She made an emotional appeal to well-meaning Nigerians to help secure her husband's release.
My friend is...
Just take it easy. Take it easy.
Let nothing happen to him there because he's supposed to be taking treatment by now. But there's no treatment there. They just keep him that place. And me and my children, we are just suffering for nothing. It's not easy for me at all. It's not easy at all because in this situation, running around to feed the children alone and do whatever, It's not easy for me at all. It's be very difficult for me.
Good morning and welcome to your flagship sports show on Signature Television. My name is Franklin Imona, and today is the day that Nigerians have been waiting for. It is Match Day Live on the second game in the African Cup of Nations 2025 qualifiers round between Nigeria and the Amavubi of Rwanda. On the show this morning, I've got a guest, and we will be looking at the match extensively, the chances of the Super Eagles, as well as the challenges the Rwandans will pose for Coach Austin Eguavo's team. And also on the show, we will be looking at the Nigerian Youth Games that is currently on in Asaba, where athletes have been complaining about negligence as well as them not being catered for. And also, it is good news, and Team Nigeria have actually got the medals pouring in the Paralympic Games. And also, we will take you to some of the actions that went down last night as games are kicked off in the Euros Nations League. Let me introduce you to my guest, Mr. Ace Lane. Always a pleasure having you talk sport with me.
Good morning, Franklin. Good morning, Nigeria. It's always nice talking about sports. My name is Ace Lane.
All right, quickly, let's go to the Super Eagles game. It is match day live today. 2 p.m. is the kickoff time. Your Nigerians will take on the Amavubi of Rwanda. Now, what are the chances of Coach Austin Eguavoen making it 2 from 2? Recall that in the last 5 games, the Super Eagles have not really been clinical in front of goals. 2 defeats, 1 draws, and 2 wins. Going by their last win against the Cheetahs of Benin Republic, to which they won by 3 goals to 0, courtesy of Lukman Ademola's brace, as well as Victor Osimhen's goal in the second half. Do you see Coach Austin Eguavoen's team picking all 3 points against Rwanda today?
Yeah, talking about the team and talking about the team led by Austin Eguavoen, if you look at what they have on ground already, you can see the spirit is high, especially after that game that was held in Uyo. The spirit of the players are high, and you can see that they are working together to make sure they prove a point to Nigerians. And talking about what we saw in the last dispensation or under the previous coach Finidi George, we saw a lot of discrepancies before, during, and even after the games. So, but this is a different ball game. One thing that makes a team good is the unity in that team. You can see the best teams in the world, the Real Madrid of this world, the Manchester City, even Arsenal. You can see the togetherness of those two. So I think you look at that fact, so you can see that togetherness, that unity among the players. It is there, unlike what we saw under Finidi George. And kudos to Austin Eguavoen for building a good side, and it's working too. It's working assiduously of we getting that. In fact, I somehow believe that if we work with this qualifiers, we can still get a nod in respect to the World Cup qualifiers. As much as people have given up in respect to the World Cup qualifiers, but I still believe that if we put our hearts together, we can get the necessary result. And talking about today's game, as much as we're playing against an Amavubi side who have not lost in their last 2 games, I tell you, it's going to be a tough one, but I see the Nigerian side having an edge at the end of the day.
All right, let's talk about the Amavubi of Rwanda. They will be playing at home. I recall that in their first game, they played out a 1-1 draw against the Desert Foxes of Libya, where they had to trail until a certain Unseni got the equalizer. And he happens to be their top scorer. He has scored 4 goals in as many games as possible, and he will be a sideliner with the responsibility, rather, to get the goals for the Rwandans. Now, do you see them posing a threat? Because having drawn their first game, they will want to get all 3 points at home in front of their fans at 30,000 seating capacity of the Mahoro Stadium in Rwanda. Do you see them having enough arsenal in their kitty to do damage to the Super Eagles of Nigeria?
If we want to be frank with ourselves, I don't think the Rwanda side have that manpower, I mention, or Arsenal, the case may be, to stop the Super Eagles, because we look at them, players, basic attack. You just made mention of their attack, their top striker. You can't be compared to our own. In fact, we will not talk about Osimhen, who will be starting today, according to reports. Or let's talk about Boniface, or we want to talk about Awoni. So when we look at it, man for man, they don't really have that capacity. Just like the coach made mention of recently, our German coach talking about Scheffler said recently before that game, said that they are banking on the home factor, not even the players. So if we're talking about the players or whatever they are going to do, they're just believing that based on they have the 12th man for them, they are going to do better with the fans jamming them up and all that, and probably causing that intimidating the Eagles side. I was talking about the Super Eagles. It could give them an edge. But when you look at it man for man, player for player, I don't think that they have that credibility to stop the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
You just mentioned the coach of Rwanda, Spotlight. Earlier on in his presser, he did say that he has consulted a certain Gennett Raw of Benin Republic to give him heads up on how to beat the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Recall that Gennett Raw has one time defeated
under Finidi George.
Oh my goodness! But then he won the game. So he said that he has consulted him for advice on how to beat the Super Eagles of Nigeria. But one thing that he failed to understand, that when Gennett Raw defeated Nigeria, some players were unavailable. Exactly. But now we have them. And that brings
a different coach also.
Absolutely. And that brings me to this question. You look at the Super Eagles now and the Super Eagles then. Do you think that with the inclusion of Victor Osimhen, William Ekong, Wilfred Ndidi, not forgetting Lazio midfielder Busayo Fikari, and other players that actually made a return to the team, do you see that Coach Austin Eguavoen has the technical ability and also the mental advantage over the Rwanda later this afternoon?
Yes, just like I said, the team is more prepared and it's more they're well in tune compared to before. And talking about the coach saying he got an advice for General, I think he got an advice from the wrong person. Because when you look at General was just beaten a few days ago, you're getting an advice from that same person. I think that's it's more like putting a square peg in a round hole. It doesn't match up. So talking about the coach, I think he should look inwards and look at more ways of beating the Super Eagles. Because if you want to talk about what he just made mention, I don't think he will get the headway. As I said earlier, the team under Eguavoen, they are more in tune, they are more calculated. A lot of people complained about they were not well gelled up in terms of the passing and all that. Let's not forget that Eguavoen came into the picture a few days. If like at most, I think like 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks.
Exactly 9 days.
Exactly before that game. So it will take some time to gel with the players, understand one or two tactics, talking about the efficiency and all. So I think playing the second time, we will see a better and coordinated side compared to the first game. And if we want to look at that, probably the one that should be thinking about collecting more goals. But sometimes football is not calculated that way. But what I'm trying to say, if we want to look at the modalities, I think the Nigerian side has an edge.
They have an edge. 2 p.m. is the kickoff time where the Super Eagles will take on the Amavubi of Rwanda. What do you think the scoreline will look like? Who are you banking to get the goals for the Super Eagles? And who do you see will start in the attack lineup? And this brings me back to Mr. Eyis. And perhaps let me put you on the spotlight as we look at other stories. We saw a certain Victor Osimhen coming from the bench, and he got a goal
in 6 minutes.
Absolutely. And a certain Victor Boniface was technically inefficient in that game, even though he played his own part in that game. Who would you fancy to spearhead the attack for the Super Eagles? Or better still, give me your 3-man up front.
Okay, talking about that, leading the attack, for sure, Osimhen should lead the attack. We saw what he did playing his first competitive game since May. And in 6 minutes, scoring a goal.
He didn't look much rusty.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Scoring a goal in 6 minutes, proving to everyone who doubted his capabilities, especially during the transfer, to super quiet, with that wonderful performance. So it shows that he has everything working for him. So for Boniface, I think even Osimhen recently said that he was not lucky. Talking about Boniface, he has had a very turbulent time. Remember, he came from injuries and having 1 or 2 challenges and all that. But the fact Osimhen leading the attack is sure. We have a Lookman also, who a lot of people believe is the next CAF player of the year. And we also have a Chukwueze. For Chukwueze, I see Chukwueze having 1 or 2 issues, seriously. Today he's on, the next moment is off. But I'll just go with Chukwueze right now. So Osimhen leading the attack. We have Lookman and also what's called Chukwueze at the flanks.
Not forgetting that the French player, talking about Moses Simon, who plays for FC Nantes, and he just won the Player of the Month for FC Nantes for September, and he had a very decent game
when he came in
the second half. Wouldn't you fancy him ahead of a certain inefficient Samuel Chukwueze? Or is better as a substitute?
That's what I want to say. There's some players that do better when they come from the bench. I think Moses Simon is such a player. It reminds me of Nigeria 2009, under 17, that produced Omero and the likes, that was hosted in Nigeria right here. There was a certain player who always comes from the bench and he scores. What's his name again?
Manuel Sani?
Thank you. And fans were talking.
Yeah.
No, why don't you use him? You should just start. He starts.
Final, he started.
And we saw what happened. So what I'm trying to say is some players are good from the bench. But if Simon comes in the second half, bring him on time, not 88 minutes. Bring him on time. Probably 56 minutes in the 60s and all that. But the fact is that Chukwueze should start. Simon comes in the second half.
Stanley Wabali.
A lot of
Okoye. Who would you pick to start the game?
I've seen some crazy analysis. Some people trying to say, Maduka Okoye is the better goalkeeper. Look at his performance with his side, Udinese and all that. This and that. And I was like,
better defender.
I was like, when Nigeria needed a goalkeeper, there was no Maduka Okoye. Nwabali stood and we saw what happened. In fact, even not from Nwabali, we wouldn't have gone to the final. I can say that anytime, any day. Yes, the team was okay. The players did what they could do. So players like Simeon dropping back, moving forward, defensive and all that. But the fact is that Nwabali stepped up when we needed him the most. In such situation, I think we should still keep him. That's what we're talking about. The fact of the loyalty. This guy is doing pretty well. In fact, he's the captain of his side in South Africa against all odds. And it shows that this guy knows what he's doing. And if you want to do such a substitution or change, it's going to work on the mentality or the psychology of Nwabali. So I don't think that's the way forward. Leave Nwabali, he's performing. In fact, in the last game, he did pretty well. So why bring in Maduka Okoye? Maduka Okoye should wait for his time. There's time for everything, as they do say. So we should wait for his time. I think Nwabali should be the one in goal.
Absolutely. You heard him. Nwabali is the man to continue for him as the goalkeeper of the Super Eagles. He has had quite some decent game. You can see he's a confident. You can see the way he commands his defender with so much belief that, yes, he can get the job done. We'll keep updated. National Youth Games that's kicked start yesterday at the 9th of September, and it will run until the 19th of September. But in less than 24 hours, reports, or better still, updates we are getting from the various camp as that some of the athletes are currently stranded. Why? Because their governors have not given them the needed financial support that they ought to have. Now, looking at these athletes, age 15 years and below, these are teenagers, but they have been left stranded by the governors because they have not been funded properly. And this includes their logistics, feeding, affairs, that is their sporting wares, and whole lot of issues. Most of them are medically challenged, and it seems as if they are left to cater for themselves, and this is not looking good. As about 2024 promises to be much more better than what happened last year, but voila, we are back to square root where it is troubles and more troubles. What's your take?
I'm not so surprised. Yes, I use the word I'm not so surprised. You asked me why did I say so. At the last games, we saw what happened. It was mad with a lot of controversies. Athletes sleeping on the floor, some I don't know what, bed bugged foams and beds. Yes. So and all that. So I'm surprised that for Delta State, the host state, they spoke about a beautiful opening ceremony, of which they did, at least they tried. But hearing in respect to what the athletes are going through is quite sad to show that a lot of administrators don't really care about sports. And we know sports is one of the major factors of development when we talk about human development and the like. We've seen people who through sports became great persons and all that. It's so sad that our athletes are not being appreciated the way they ought to be appreciated or being taken care of the way they ought to be taken care of. But there's a certain state, I don't want to mention the name, that had such a challenge at the last games. Right now, we are seeing more of it. It's very, very sad to see something like it, to see what's happening right there in Delta State. Very, very sad, I tell you.
And talking about these athletes, you discover that these athletes are not only representing themselves, they are representing their states and they're representing the future of Nigerian sports. Because these are the avenue
These are the places that we get the next Haruna Kodri, the next Favor Ofili, the next, you name them, Toby Musa, the next Chuku Jeku Merije, the next, where you read about badminton champions. But if we do not take care of them, if we do not show them that we care about their sporting abilities, if we do not care that we can harness whatever they have and train them to the apex of sport, what is the hope for the younger ones that are coming, those aged between, let's say, 7 to 11? What message are we passing across to them? Talking about that, that's talking about the future and then using these as a landmark for the future. We thought that the Ministry of Sports have learned from past mistakes. We saw what happened at the games, a very shambolic display or a performance from our team Nigeria. Went there with a lot of money. At the end of the day, nothing to show for it. Thank God for the Paralympians. At least we got something out of it. That just came to an end. That was on Sunday. But we were thinking that with all said and done, we would have seen a better organization in terms of for the national. Because one thing is sure, as much as you talk about the state governors not doing some things, there are some basic things that the whole state ought to do. If those things are found wanting, that it becomes a colossal disaster. Do you understand? So I think to some extent, the ministry need to put their ass together. If you're talking about the future, the other day the Minister of Sport was saying when he was trying to make a quick fix to what was happening in Paris, it was like, let's start preparing for the next Olympics now. This and this and this. Yeah. But now we are still waiting for the heads to roll. Literally, heads to roll. I can see that some.
a situation whereby you are being programmed or being worked on in such a way, finish your education.
For everybody is to encourage entrepreneurship. Encourage entrepreneurship is very, very important. It's very, very necessary for people to be equipped to have what to do, a kind of handwork, anything that will make someone to be engaged in order to earn money for him or herself.
A high rate of unemployment in Nigeria first is caused by we the Nigerians. And why? Because we already know that there are no jobs out there. So why then do we depend or lean on getting white-collar jobs when there are none? The federal government is not doing anything to help us and to give us something meaningful. Let me just stop there, to give us something meaningful. When you go out there, outside the country, definitely there are jobs there where you be able to fetch money for yourself and fend for your family. But here,
a lot of things can be done. For instance, Peter Obida, his convoy is made of innocence. He bought innocence cars. His convoy is because, he's trying to increase the productivity of Nigerians. And I feel if we focus on that area, things can be done to, make the country better.
Well, I believe the high level of unemployment is basically, let's say the government, because first off, the government isn't providing enough opportunities, both in learning opportunities and job opportunities for people. People actually go to school in this part of the world because we are very educated people here in Nigeria. But due to the lack of opportunities and due to no care for whoever you are, no matter what position you have attained, both in school and outside school, nobody gives an actual F about you. And this makes people just want to give up entirely. Even if they have the chance to create job opportunities, they are just looking at both the cost of the process of creating that job opportunity and how it will actually, if they can actually succeed in the business or in whatever they're about to do. And if you look at the downside of things, it doesn't add up and they just give up and go back to the whole so-called unemployed youth and the population of individuals that are unemployed in the country. The unemployment rate is actually at the highest at this point. Even after going to school, after serving for the national country and all that, you still don't even have a chance to succeed or even get a chance to start from somewhere. People are actually sidelining you because they don't see any value in what you bring to the table, as they say. But then again, we look at how the whole economy is structured. It's only the rich that keeps getting richer while the poor keeps getting poorer. Nobody wants to help the other person to rise up to a particular position, and nobody is willing to actually give people the chance, because I believe if everyone is given a chance, we can make things work in this country. But at this point, nobody is given a chance and nobody cares to do anything meaningful. Everybody's just giving up, literally, and it's causing so much unemployment, so much chaos, so much poverty in the land. Nobody gives a hell about anything. If anything goes to chaos, it's fine. If anything goes well, it's fine. We're all just too relaxed about the whole situation and nothing is adding up.
time we entered this earth as human beings, we started industrialization. We started this a kind of development. We call it the technological, development, advancement. Thank you very much. So from there, we started emissions. Understand? Doubling emissions, CO2, SO4, methane, and the rest of them. And then you started clogging the atmosphere with abnormal kind of quantity of gases. And then it started saturating. So you start seeing rainfall when it's not even supposed to fall. And you start seeing heavy rainfall. By the time you have heavy rainfall, there will be a kind of massive movement of water on the earth, and then it start causing flooding. Suffice to say that as the technology is moving on, buildings are springing up. So many people, if you go to some states, you'll find out that some people will see a waterway and they will build on it. If you go to some, then you see some people don't follow the blueprint of states and kind of building houses. That is why some governors will come on board and they'll start demolishing certain places because you didn't follow the area originally. I don't know whether I'm making sense. So as we as people start checking out the natural pathways of water, how it collects down to the ocean, and then starts changing our character based on the way we live, emission level, I think that is a baseline. That is where we can now start from.
It's been a shock still because it's difficult to think of Ifeanyi in the past, Senator Ifeanyi Ubah in the past tense. He was a bulldozer. He was a great mobilizer of our people. He understood the grassroots and was able to relate very well with the downtrodden, more than he did with the elite amongst us. So he's been badly missed at various levels, but missed mostly by those who looked up to him as a greater mentor than others may have done, and who actually benefited from his benevolence, because he did quite a lot of charitable stuff for those of us from Nnewi and Anambra South senatorial zone. So he will be missed sorely. But you see, life goes on. Life goes on. He came like a meteorite, did his job, finished it in good time, and was called back home by our Creator. So, we're not here to question God. We just pray that his soul continues to rest in peace, and our good Lord is able to get him a wonderful room in one of his many mansions in heaven.
The only way to cure crisis in Nigeria is to get a government that will think of getting a policy that will take us from consumption to production. It will not take us 6 months or 1 year for any government to plant, to build agricultural concerns everywhere and plant, go to farms and get people to farm. And Nigeria, we do not have any reason why we should be begging for food in Nigeria, because more than 75% of Nigerian lands are uncultivated. They are just there wasting. So push tractors, push people. We can't be begging food from a war-torn country like Ukraine. It has gotten to that level. So the moment we begin to go into the farms, begin to produce material, agricultural materials, we'll feed ourselves and people will be happy.
Because of food inflation in Nigeria now, first of all, is what we call in economic terms materials theory. Materials theory is when population is growing. When population is growing at a geometric rate, and why food production is growing at arithmetic rate. That means population is growing like 2, 4, 8, 16. While food is growing 2, 4, 6, 8. The pace of the growth of population is far higher than the people. Our population is rising, while our population is getting lower. So the demand outweighs the supply.
The causes of food inflation or hardship is tied to government policies. For example, you saw last year, 2023, as at May last year, before the coming of the current administration led by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the moment he made one declaration as a leader, everything up to date, somersaulted. So it's government policies, it's policies that can bring down inflation, bring down hardship, bring down cost of living, improve life expectancy. It's same policy that can reduce life expectancy, cause hardship and what have you. So it's policy.
The problem is not reducing the import duties fee. The problem is this fuel subsidy issue. He should just remove it and let it go. If today he announced that fuel is back to where it is, I'm telling you, things will come down.
Imagine you go to Ogun State, you buy gari 1,005 per bag, and coming down here, you are paying about 20,000 or 10,000 transport. Definitely the bag of gari is not 1,005 again. So that's what I think lead to, and the tax that they are increasing here and there. In my workplace, I manage with one restaurant. They refuse to add this annual salary because every year they add salary. They refuse to add because light, water, and the building, everything, the tax have increased. So they refuse to even add our salary. They are not even doing Nigeria good with this, their tax or whatever. Except if they are extorting. This one, I see it as extortion from poor people and giving it to the big people.
Ikechukwu, good morning. Welcome to Signature TV News. I am Barikumo Ado. In the headlines, the NLC president Ajero released by DSS without his passport, with his passport being withheld. Benue SSG Joseph Akakali resigns his position. 20-member Tunisian delegation arrives in Nigeria for economic forum. And South Korea summit announces blueprint for using artificial intelligence in the military. Details in a moment. The Department of State Services, DSS, has released the president of the Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, Joe Ajero, after several hours in detention. Ajero was on his way to the United Kingdom on Monday for a Trade Union Congress TUC event when he was arrested at Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport, Abuja. Ajero, who confirmed this release to newsmen, said that secret police allowed him to go home at past 11 p.m. on Monday after being grilled for about 15 hours. The NLC president, who disclosed that his passport was seized, said though he was detained by the DSS, Some police officers also came around to grill him at the DSS office in Abuja over the End Bad Governance nationwide protest that took place in August. Ajero said he was accused of alleged terrorism financing involving a British national, Andrew Wine. The NLC had condemned Ajero's arrest and gave the secret police Tuesday midnight to release the Labour leader. The union had also put all its affiliates, state councils, civil society allies and all patriotic Nigerians on the highest state of alert. The TUC Global Rights Group, Amnesty International, as well as human rights activist Femi Falana and many other individuals and groups had strongly condemned the action of the federal government for clamping down on the Labour leader and demanded his immediate and unconditional release. The NLC president had honored police invitation of allegations of terrorism financing late last month, insisting on his innocence. Ajero was previously arrested and brutalized last November in Imo State when he was about to lead a protest over unpaid workers' salaries. The Department of State Services, DSS, has reacted to the allegation of alleged unlawful invasion of SERAP offices in Abuja and Lagos leveled against it by the Socio-Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP. Reacting in a statement on Tuesday via its official website, the Secret Service justified its action, saying that their routine investigation was misrepresented. The DSS said the narrative is inaccurate and misleading in its intent, stating that a team of 2 unarmed service operators were lawfully detailed on routine investigation to SERAP office in Abuja, which has sadly been skewed and misinterpreted as unlawful harassment and intimidation of SERAP officials. The service explained that such official inquiries in the zone are traditional and does not in any way amount to illegality or raid. The DSS therefore urged the public to disregard the false narrative as it restates its commitment to utmost professionalism and the discharge of its core mandate. The Nigerian Correctional Service is lamenting that stigmatization and societal rejection are forcing some freed inmates to return to its facilities. Concern was raised by the Controller General of the Nigerian Correctional Service, Aliru Nababa, at the annual National Conference of a Podium, a social platform for justice held in Abuja. Nababa was represented by the NCOS non-custodial head. Abolade Benson regretted that the process of reintegration of former inmates back into the society is experiencing setbacks. He said that the primary duty of the organization is to reform the inmates as much as possible, but regretted that many people still view those living in correctional facilities as criminals once they secure their freedom, and therefore are not ready to accept them. Controller General commended the federal government for the upward review of the feeding allowance of inmates nationwide to 1,250 naira per day to address the rising food cost and improve the welfare of inmates. Latest figures from the Nigerian Correctional Service show that Nigeria currently has 84,575 inmates. The ENUGU state government has issued a warning to butchers and poultry farmers in the state to disease from the unwholesome practice of selling animals and chickens that died under mysterious circumstances. The warning, which is contained in a press statement jointly signed by the State Commissioner for Health, Professor Ikechukwu Obi, and the Commissioner for Agriculture and Agro-Industrialization, Patrick Ubro, in Enugu, threatened to sanction any farmer or meat seller caught engaged in unhealthy practice. According to the statement, the ministries raised a concern following a whistleblowing tip-off by some members of the public that animals which died of flu and other diseases had found their way into the meat market. They said the government had already activated its Department of Public Health, Veterinary, Local Government Disease Surveillance, where relevant officers have been directed to conduct investigations into the alleged practices. The commissioners, who described the act as unacceptable, disclosed that eating dead animals could lead to serious health implications for the end users. Statement urged members of the public to remain vigilant and watch out for such practices, which it said could lead to epidemics of varying magnitude with severe health consequences. The Commissioner of Police in Enugu State, Kanoyo Uzuegbu, has warned that professional infractions by any police personnel serving in the state were appropriately sanctioned. Uzuegbu gave the warning in Enugu in a brief remark after inspecting the Complaint Response Unit CRU office of a police command in Enugu. Assured members of the public of the command's commitment to ensure utmost professionalism. The state's police boss called on residents to utilize the contacts and social media platforms provided to report erring police officers. According to him, discipline remains the foundation of the Nigeria Police Force, NPF. Further explained that the unit was saddled with the responsibility of receiving and professionally handling complaints of unprofessional conduct against police officers. At least 3 people were killed and 5 others injured when unidentified hoodlums attacked the Sioye community located on the boundary between ENUGU and Norfia in Njikoka local government areas of Anambra State. Reports say the armed assailants posing as land buyers lured their victims to the land where they launched the attack late on Monday, which caused panic in the community due to the multiple gunshots fired by the attackers. The assailants arrived in a Sienna vehicle, took the residents by surprise, as no one suspected that they were heavily armed with guns and machetes until they reached the land and started shooting. Confirming the incident on Tuesday, Anambra State Police spokesman Tochukwu Ikenga said the police had recovered the vehicle abandoned by the armed attackers and that investigations were underway to identify the perpetrators. Ikenga said the Commissioner of Police, Anaye Etam, has ordered an investigation into the incident. Participants at a one-day workshop on contributory pensions in Anambra State failed to arrive at a consensus with NALGE and pension fund administrators taking opposing hardline stands. Correspondent Ndu Okpaleze reports that the workshop was an eye-opener for all delegates from the affiliate unions under NLC and TUC.
Leaders of the state NLC and TUC, as well as their affiliates, converged on Horizontal Palace, a hospitality industry in Awka, where the Anambra State Head of Service and top personnel of the pension fund administrators also gathered for the appraisal of the whole essence of contributory pensions in the state. Most of the resource persons from the various pension fund administrators in the state were unanimous in calling for the continuation of the scheme, as it holds great prospects for workers when they retire from active service. One of the representatives of the fund administrators regretted that remittances stopped from teachers and local government staff since 2018 and called for renegotiation to enable the scheme work instead of suspending the contributions in its entirety.
Anambra, the way we went in categorizing this department, local government, to different PFAs helped to make sure that everybody have one pin at least for now. So as it is for local governments and in Anambra, Fidelity Pension was managing, is still managing Anambra Central for the primary schools and the local government. Leadway Pension is managing Anambra South Senatorial Zone for the primary school and the local government staff, whereas FUG is managing Anambra North Senatorial, the primary school and the local government staff. Then you still have Ministry of Justice managed by Trust Fund. We have Ministry of Health managed by Access, and some other ministries, the way they are categorized. But these 3 PFAs that are managing local government are not into the management of administration of ministries.
Making the stand of his group known, the acting state president of Norge, Comrade Nicholas Arome, expressed concern that the various pension fund administrators for local government staff never bothered to reach out to them for clearer understanding and charting a way forward. He commended Governor Chukwuma Soludo administration in the state for suspending the deduction of contributory pensions fund from salaries of staff in the local government in the last 5 months, insisting that it would remain so till they are convinced of the safety of the ones contributed over the years.
what are the modalities that are put in place, okay, that will be guiding whoever that comes in as the state governor, that policy will be enforcing that person, that governor, to do what? To pay. Because once a governor, if Mr. Governor is paying now because of his own person and the law he has for the Anambarians, especially the workers in Anambra State, somebody ruled before him and another person will rule after him.
The state chairman of Nigeria Labour Congress, Comrade Humphrey Nwafo, supported the stand of Norgay on no further deduction till they get cleared of whose account those earlier deducted were remitted into.
For 6 good years, they have been deducting money from workers. They were not remitting to PFAs. After I assumed office, there was a day we invited the Fidelity Pension, the PFA, the Fidelity Pension Administrators. They came. They gave us their data also. So at the level of committee, they were equally invited and they have given us the position too.
The Anambra State Head of Service, Ms. Theodora Igwegbe, had earlier explained that the present administration put a stop to deductions from workers' salary in the last 5 months, pending the outcome of a committee set up to look into the perceived discrepancy between the deducted and the remitted funds. Mrs. Igwegbe, a lawyer, explained that her office was devising means of ensuring that staff of parastatals like Anambra Broadcasting Service and Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University enjoy pensions and gratuities at retirement.
So the people in the university, within a very short time, you will have clarity. You will have clearer information on what is happening in your own place. The committee actually invited somebody from that university. Like I said earlier on, nobody made a formal report. So when you go back, try and consult with whoever, any group that is responsible. You people should bring up a formal report. But I'm saying that even without a formal report, we are already looking into the matter. And the committee invited somebody from that university, I think the bursar, and then the bursar gave his own submission.
In all, the one-day workshop offered delegates of various labor unions and their affiliates opportunities for a deepened understanding of the contributory pension fund as commenced in the state since 2014. Ndo Abaleze, Signature TV News.
Professor Joseph Alakali has resigned from his position as a secretary to the Benue State government. This was disclosed by Teso Kula, the chief press secretary to Governor Hyacinth Alia, in a statement on Tuesday. He said Alakali submitted his letter of resignation on Monday, stating that he needed time to address personal challenges. In accepting the resignation, Governor Alia expressed gratitude to Professor Alakali for serving the state and its administration for a year and 3 months. He wished him well and prayed that the Almighty God grants the former SSJ the strength to tackle the many challenges he has chosen to address. Still to come, NUPRC secures over 60 billion naira and $100 million for host community development. Borno government closes schools for 2 weeks over flooding. Stay with us. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, says it has successfully secured over 60 billion naira and $100 million for the Oil and Gas Host Community Development Trust Fund. Commission's Chief Executive, Benga Kumolafe, disclosed this during the inauguration of the body of neutrals at the Upstream Alternative Dispute Resolution, ADR Center in Lagos. Kumolafe emphasized the Commission's ongoing efforts to effectively implement the Petroleum Industry Act's robust provisions. said that the funds were intended to add value to host communities and facilitate a conducive operating environment for industry operators, aiming to optimize the nation's hydrocarbon resources. However, Kumalafe noted that despite these efforts, challenges persist, adding that disputes within host communities often hinder the effective use of these funds. Explained that conflicts and legal battles among community members could delay the deployment of funds, exacerbating issues in an already strained judicial system. He stressed the importance of alternative dispute resolution methods which offer faster, fairer, and less adversarial solutions to industrial disputes. According to Komalafe, these methods not only benefit the parties involved, but also alleviate the burden on the judicial system. Borno government has announced the closure of all public and private primary and secondary schools across the state for 2 weeks due to floods that have displaced many residents. In a statement by the acting director, School Services, Gremel Bulama, said the development had displaced some people across the state. Schools were initially scheduled to open in Borno on Monday, September 9, but some of the schools were occupied by people displaced by flood. The Delta House of Assembly has commenced public hearing on the State Human Traffic Prohibition Bill 2024. Public hearing was organized by the House Committee on Housing, Women Affairs, Humanitarian Support, Services and Girl Child Entrepreneurship in Asaba. The chairman of the committee, Bridget Ayafulo, said the hearing was to provide members of the public the opportunity to offer contributions to the proposed law. On our part, the State Commissioner for Humanitarian Affairs, Community Support Services and Girl Child Development, Orode Udwa, called for the inclusion of a national agency for the protection of trafficking in persons, NAPTIP, in the implementation process. Christian Association of Nigeria CAN, State Ministry of Women Affairs, Ministry of Justice, Civil Society Organizations, Nigeria Immigration Service, Nigeria Bar Association, International Federation of Women Lawyers, among others, were involved in the public hearing. They commended the state executive for initiating the bill and called for its speedy passage. The Director General, National Oil Spillage Detection and Response Agency, NOSTRA, Chukwuemeka Nwoke, has reiterated its commitment towards implementing the Personnel Management System PMS framework in the agency. Nwoke made a statement at a 2-day workshop on implementation of the PMS framework in Abuja. Said that the PMS framework was hugely important to the professional development of the personnel of the agency. He urged participants to embrace the knowledge offered in the workshop in order to enhance their competences, skills, and career advancement. The PMS framework, established under Rule 050201 of the Performance Service Rules, is expected to replace the annual performance evaluation report system. Speaking further, Nwoke outlined NOSTRA's pivotal role as an environment-based agency and its commitment towards addressing oil spill and pollution challenges in the country. Stated that NOSTRA was established with the primary objective of coordinating and implementing a national oil spill contingency plan of the country. The NOSTRA DG further said that the agency had the responsibility to conduct surveillance, report, alert, and implement oil spill-related response activities. It reiterated the commitment of the agency to deliver on its mandate in the interest of the country. The Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission, ICRC, has announced that it will henceforth issue outlined business case OBC Certificate of Compliance and full business case FBC Certificate of Compliance within 7 days. This follows a directive from President Bola Tinubu to the Commission's Director General, Dr. Jobson Ewalefo, to accelerate investment in national infrastructure through innovative mobilization of private sector funding. In a statement signed by Ifeanyi Nwoko, acting head of media and publicity, ICRC, in Abuja on Monday, Commission said it had streamlined its approval processes to issue the certificates within 7 days. It said the move was aimed to accelerate the turnaround time for approvals by the Commission. It said by streamlining its processes, Commission was not compromising the stringent approval steps or key requirements. A federal high court in Abuja has ordered that a traditional ruler in Osun State, Taufik Osumakinde, and 4 others should be remanded in Kuje Correctional Center over alleged illegal gold mining. Justice Emeka Mwite, who gave the order after the defendants were arraigned by the Attorney General of the Federation, directed them to be remanded pending the perfection of their bail conditions. Oba Osumakinde were arraigned alongside Shehu Mustafa, Sabiru Hashim, Dam Baba Ibrahim, and Ade Olap Global Resources Limited. Defendants were alleged to have committed the offense in Lege community in Odigbo local government area of Ondo State, were preferred with 2 counts. The monarch and co-defendants were also alleged to have undertaken gold mining on August 25 without lawful authority, contrary to Section 1(8) of the Miscellaneous Offences Act and punishable under the same Act. All the defendants pleaded not guilty to the charge. Counsel to the AGF, Toluwalokpe Ojo, then asked for a trial date. The judge ordered the matter was adjourned until September 26 for trial. The Kaduna Zonal Directorate of Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has arraigned one Ibrahim Shuaibu before the Kaduna State High Court for fraud, according to a post on EFCC's ex-com handle. Shuaibu is facing prosecution on a 7-count charge, including a criminal breach of trust, impersonation, and obtaining by false pretense, amounting to 100 million naira. Pleaded not guilty to all the charges when they were read to him. Justice Kobo afterwards ordered the defendant to be remanded in the custody of the EFCC. Shuaibu's path to prosecution began in 2017 when he falsely represented himself as the Group Executive Director of NNPC, offering to help his victim acquire over 2,000 liters of petroleum products. The victim subsequently transferred agreement to Shuaibu's bank accounts in installments. However, after receiving the funds, Shuaibu neither delivered the products nor refunded the victim's money. The Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Ogala, says the realization of a blue economy objectives in Nigeria hinges on sustained maritime security in the country. The Chief of Naval Staff was represented by the Flag Officer commanding Naval Doctrine and Assessment Command, Rear Admiral Habila Zakaria, made the session at a maiden workshop on maritime security and blue economy, organized by the International Maritime Institute of Nigeria in collaboration with Sequential Development Solutions. Ogala said the propensity and existence of some challenges of maritime crimes in our waters threaten the stability and development of the maritime sector. The CNS said that Nigeria's maritime environment was no doubt rich, with resources ranging from oil and gas to fisheries and several opportunities for economic prosperity. Ogala said the workshop would offer an avenue for maritime experts, government and other stakeholders to brainstorm on innovative solutions to the maritime challenges for enhanced blue economy of Nigeria. A 20-member business delegation from Tunisia has arrived in Nigeria for the Nigeria-Tunisia Economic Forum, aimed at exploring and creating various investment opportunities between the two countries. The delegation, led by the President of Tunisia Africa Business Council, Anis Zaziri, was received by Tunisian Ambassador to Nigeria, Mohsin Antin, on arrival at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. The nearly week-long event, which is tagged Multi-Sectoral Economic Mission in Nigeria, which officially kicked off on Tuesday to end on Friday, is organized in collaboration with Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and expected to boost Nigeria-Tunisia bilateral economic relations. Speaking to diplomatic correspondents on arrival, Zaziri said the visit by the delegation was an unprecedented one by such a large group, comprising representatives from multi-sectors of the Tunisian economy. He listed the various sectors to include construction, information technology, health, trading, engineering, renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, mechanical, electrical, and chemical industry sectors, among others. Speaking earlier, ahead of the historic event, Ambassador Anted explained that choosing Nigeria for the forum was strategic, being the richest and biggest ECOWAS member state and Africa's largest economy. He said that organizing the forum in the country was part of a framework aimed at adding a new momentum to existing bilateral relations between Tunisia and Nigeria. The agriculture sector leads growth in company income, tax increase in the second quarter of 2024. Federal government denies plan to raise value-added tax from 7.5 to 10%. Details and more in business news.
The agricultural sector led the growth in company income tax (CIT) in Nigeria during the second quarter of 2024, recording a 474.50% increase on a quarter-on-quarter basis. This is according to the latest report from the National Bureau of Statistics released on Monday, September 9, 2024. CIT for the second quarter of 2024 stood at 2.47 trillion naira, a 150.83% growth from 984.61 billion naira in the first quarter of 2024. Local payments contributed 1.35 trillion naira, while foreign CIT payments added 1.12 trillion naira. The financial and insurance activities sector followed agriculture with a 429.76% growth, while manufacturing expanded by 414.15%. On a year-on-year basis, CIT collections rose by 59.52%, reflecting economic recovery across key sectors. Food inflation in Nigeria recently dipped to 39.53% in July, down from 40.87% in June, providing some relief to consumers. Analysts are warning that the trend may reverse due to the recent hike in fuel prices. Food inflation has mirrored fuel price hikes as petrol is critical for transporting agricultural products across the country. The increase in petrol prices from 200 naira to 525 naira per litre in mid-2023 already caused a spike in food costs, and the current rise to approximately 700 to 880 naira per litre is expected to have a similar impact. The Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, has denied rumors that the government plans to raise value-added tax VAT to 10%. The minister clarified that VAT remains at 7.5%, contrary to reports circulating on social media. Edun emphasized that the federal government is committed to maintaining a conducive environment for businesses, and there are no immediate plans to increase the tax burden on Nigerians. Wall Street opened higher on Monday, September 9th, following last week's heavy losses. Investors remain optimistic about the possibility of a soft landing for the U.S. economy ahead of a crucial inflation report later in the week. At the opening bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose by 209.7 points, that's 0.52%, to reach 40,555.11. The S&P 500 gained 33.6 points, that's 0.62%, to stand at 5,442.07, while the Nasdaq Composite increased by 144.8 points, of 0.87%, to 16,835.67. This optimism reflects investor confidence that the Federal Reserve's measures will help control inflation without plunging the economy into a recession. All eyes are now on the upcoming inflation report, which could provide more clarity on the Fed's next moves. The worst weekly performance in more than a year. The Pan-Europe Stoxx 600 index rose by 0.6% following last week's sharp declines. Investors are cautiously optimistic, expecting economic data releases this week and a potential rate cut from the European Central Bank. The DAX index in Germany rose by 113 points to stand at 18,379 points as of Monday, September 9th, 2024. Investors will be closely monitoring inflation data from key European companies like Germany, Spain, and France, while Britain's employment and GDP figures are also due for release later this week. At the end of the first trading day this week on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, over 774 million shares were traded in 10,412 deals with a market value of 14.65 billion naira. This represents an increase compared to the previous trading day, Friday, September 6th. The data shows a 103% improvement in trading volume, a 73% rise in turnover, and a 30% boost in number of deals. The current market capitalization of the NGX stands at 55.3 trillion naira. In the trading session, 123 listed equities participated, with 34 gainers and 21 losers. Eternal led the gainers with a 10% share price increase, closing at 33 naira per share. Tantalizers, Owando, and FTN Cocoa Processors also performed well, with gains of 10%, 9.95%, and 9.93%. On the downside, Learn Africa recorded the most significant decline, with an 11.18%, ending the day at 4 naira 13 kobo per share. Julius Berger Nigeria, Transcorp Power, and Magnicals also faced losses. Jais Bank topped the volume charts with 247 million shares traded, followed by Zenith Bank with 173 million shares, FBN Holdings with 41.5 million shares, and Guaranteed Trust Holding with 33.9 million shares. And that's it on Signature Business News. I am Thompson Natus.
Up ahead, South Korea summit announces blueprint for using artificial intelligence in the military. Residents of tower block hit by Ukrainian drone in Moscow region. These and more after the break. A global summit in South Korea on Tuesday announced a blueprint for action to govern responsible use of artificial intelligence (AI) in the military, with more practical guidelines than a similar document last year, but still legally non-binding. It was not immediately clear how many of the 96 nations that sent government representatives to the summit, including the United States and China, are endorsing the document. The Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit in Seoul, second of its kind, follows one held in Amsterdam last year, during which 60 nations endorsed a modest call to action without legal commitment. This includes laying out what kind of risk assessments should be made, important conditions such as human control, and how confidence-building measures can be taken in order to manage those risks. Among the details added in the document was a need to prevent AI from being used to proliferate weapons of mass destruction by actors, including terrorist groups, and importance of maintaining human control and involvement in nuclear weapons employment. South Korean officials said the document covers much of the same ground as principles laid out elsewhere, such as the U.S. government's declaration on responsible use of AI in military launched last year. Russian officials say on Tuesday that they shot down at least 15 drones around Moscow overnight in a wave of attacks that set residential buildings on fire, killed a woman, and forced more than 30 flights in the capital to be suspended. Moscow's governor Andrei Vorobyev said on Telegram that the overnight drones attack damaged at least 2 high-rise apartment buildings in the Remenskoye district of Moscow region, setting several flats on fire. Vorobyev said that a 46-year-old woman died and 3 people were injured in Ramenskoye. The Ramenskoye district, some 50 kilometers southeast from the center of Moscow, has a population of around 250,000 of people, according to the official data. Social media videos showed flames bursting out of windows of a multi-story residential building, saying that dozens of flats were damaged in the Remenskoye district. Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin said on Telegram messaging app that at least 15 drones were downed around Moscow, with emergency crews dispatched to several sites across the region and near the Zhukovik airport and to the Domodedovo district, home to one of Moscow's largest airports. New video surfaced on Monday showing police officers forcefully removing Miami Dolphins receiver Tyreek Hill from his car and throwing him to the ground during a heated traffic stop ahead of his team's opener on Sunday. Miami-Dade Police Department said it was releasing the available body cam footage while continuing to investigate the incident. The video begins with a police officer asking Hill through his open car window why he did not have his seatbelt on. After a brief exchange, Hill rolls up his window up and the officer knocks on it, ordering him to roll it down. He partially rolls the window down and the officer tells him to get out of the car. Another officer quickly comes over, opens the car door and grabs Hill by the back of the head, forcing him face down on the pavement as he puts him in handcuffs with a knee pressed against his back. Officers then picked the still handcuffed Hill back up and led him to the sidewalk, where they asked him to sit. The Miami-Dade Police Department on Sunday opened an internal affairs investigation into the matter, and one of the officers involved in the incident has been placed on administrative duties while the review is conducted. Following the killing of a Turkish-American citizen last week in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, United States Department Deputy Spokesperson Patel says the U.S. understands Israel is looking into the circumstances of her death.
We have urged a swift, thorough, and transparent investigation and are urgently working to get more information as possible as it relates to the circumstances of her death. We have no higher priority than the safety and security of American citizens, especially those that are abroad. Our understanding is that our partners in Israel are looking into the circumstances of what happened, and we expect them to make their findings public, and expect that whatever those findings are, expect them to be thorough and transparent. It is especially tragic when an American citizen loses their life. But we still don't know with full certainty what transpired and what happened, and that's why we are working to get as much information as we can, as well as encouraging our partners in Israel to quickly and robustly conduct and conclude their process and make their findings public, so we can understand what happened. And should whatever happened deem that there be appropriate accountability, the United States would certainly expect that as well.
Palestinian and Turkish officials said Israeli troops shot the women who had been taking part in a protest against settlement expansion. Patel told the briefing he expects the process to be thorough and transparent. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro needs to release election data from July's disputed election to address global concerns about its validity, White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said on Monday. Opposition candidate Edmundo Gonzalez has gone to Spain to seek asylum in the wake of election, Venezuelan and Spanish officials said over the weekend after rising diplomatic tensions. Migrants from Venezuela waiting to enter Brazil said election results of the July 28 election boosted their decision to leave the country, more than a month after Venezuela's disputed elections with hopes for a peaceful transfer of power fading. A Brazilian border town is receiving a growing influx of Venezuelans fleeing their country. They arrive in a border town and form long lines to get their papers to enter Brazil. Whole families sleep the nights on cardboard on the ground to keep their place in line until Brazilian border officials process their documents. Brazilian authorities said an average of 500 Venezuelans walk across the border every day and line up to get into Brazil, and the numbers are rising steadily. In August, 12,325 Venezuelans arrived in Pacaraima, according to federal police who handled immigration, up from 8,050 in June, before Venezuela's contested election on July 28, which the opposition say they won, as does Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro, setting off a political and diplomatic crisis. The head of the German opposition CDU, Friedrich Merz, said Germany will work closely with neighboring countries implementing temporary border controls. Merz said his party will make no decision on further talks until the German government has given written assurances on a comprehensive rejection of refugees at Germany's borders. Federal Interior Minister Nancy Faeser, SPD, had earlier announced new border controls at all German borders and invited CDU, CSU, and the federal states on Tuesday to new talks. Merz rejected the accusation that the CDU, CSU wanted to close the borders, which would also burden the movement of goods in the EU internal market. Faeser had said on Monday that it would keep the impact on border regions as small as possible. Germany's government announced temporary border controls at all of the country's land borders on Monday in what it called an attempt to tackle irregular migration and protect the public from threats such as Islamic extremism. The imposition of temporary border controls could be another test of European unity. Germany shares its more than 3,700-kilometer long land border with Denmark, the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, France, Switzerland, Austria, the Czech Republic, and Poland. Austria's Interior Minister Gerhard Kahner said on Monday that his country will not take in any migrants turned away by Germany at the border. Controls will start on September 16 and initially last for 6 months, the Interior Ministry said in a statement. In a visit to Egypt's side of the Rafah border crossing, EU Foreign Policy Chief Joseph Borrell said on Monday that the European Union is ready to leverage its logistics to assist in reopening the border crossing. Borrell told the border operations guided by the Egyptian Red Crescent and met in Cairo with the country's president Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Borrell also mentioned sanctions proposed against ministers, agencies and institutions implicated in the illegal expansion of colonies in West Bank. That's the news at this hour. Signature TV will now join our live crew at Oji River in Enugu State. Oji River is in Oji River local government area of Enugu State. We're not joining our live crew for an
ana m ekele Chineke nna pụrụ ime ihe niile o si wee duru anyị niile anyị wee zukọrịta taata anyị gbara ebe dị iche iche wee doo onwe ha akụkọ ọjọọ anyị nụrụ na-ayọkwa mgbe anyị ga-anara ka o dunakwa anyị na-enwere nsogbu ọbụla n'aha Jizọs. Taata ka anyị ndị PDP Oji River na-eche itipụta nnukwu mmọnwụ anyị gbara Oji River maka mmọnwụ anyị gbara ojo mma ụzọ na ụzọ ọbụla o zuru ezu. Our leader at the state, leader of PDP at the state, Dr. Barrister, Peter Ndubisi Mba, ọlọ́mọ na-arụ na the state melụ ka ihe anyị na-ebido taata campaign anyị ọ ga very easy because na anyị nwere ihe anyị ga-agwa ụmụnne anyị na-eme na steeti ọrụ ọma infrastructure stop road everything. So I better really see Governor ogologo ndụ na-ayọ Chineke na ka ọ na-edusi ya ike ka o wee na-arụrụ anyị ọrụ mmụọ. Taata anyị na-atụte nnukwu mmọnwụ anyị ade kampen anyị wụ what to do kitchen to kitchen because na anyị nwere ihe anyị ma agwaba ndị mmadụ. Anyị nwere ihe anyị tụgodo igwe ezi mmadụ to mmadụ ihe anyị na-enwe otu because our governor emechapụ ihe niile ndị PDP ụzọ Enugu PDP otu a ka ọ dị n'Oji PDP and ebeso na ahị mma atụ ịga biko anyị atụghị anya ihe ọ ga-awụ 100 over 100 na the whole world. Our DT campaign council Tupu emeribe ka ọ bịazie agwa anyị maka mmọnwụ anyị zitere n'ọnụgụ mmọnwụ. Thank you, sir.
PDP. Power to the people. I want to start on the existing protocol. The chairman of the occasion and the chairman of the party. because onye anyị na-ekwu maka ya the man nwere proven record ọtụtụ n'ime anyị ma ọfụma mmalụ mgbe ama mmalụ mgbe ọnọdụ efe anyị international organizations and local ones onye gola aka. In fact, I was telling people last week na ọ bụrụ na Greg says fairly, why do I say so? Because I man, what the people want. Hey man, even when I governor, them faster, what the heck governor they today? All in government, or replicate such things to Oji River. Then Oji River, there will be a destination. Amam was the first stop. People got to see in Noema, na-eme ihe dị iche iche. Onye ka eji lecha anya wee wepụta as a candidate of the PDP. Aha Chioma na-ele onwe ya deputy ya anọbụkwa na this system. So if na ha nwere experience and anyị kwenyere na forward na-egburu oge anyị maka taịm a na-akpọlitezi our candidates. Anyị na-akpọlitezi Greg Asset ndị bụ candidate anyị ka ha gbagote bịa gwa anyị okwu. The conference, the champion, the light is here.
Mgbalụ mgbe anyị ji ahọpụta onye isi oche Oji River Local Government Area ga-efekwa nlola mgbanwo ọkwalụ mgbe ọnwa Septemba akwala mma ketelụ na Oji River chọrọ ezigbo mgbanwe. Oji River chọrọ mmepe obodo tọrọ atọ. Oji River chọrọ udo, ịhụnanya na nchekwaba ndụ na akụ na ụba. Onye a mere anyị niile ji apụta n'igwe na-akwado egbe eji eje ọgụ na Oji River. Ọ bụ Greg Anyegbudike na Seth Nwaokolo. Greg Anyegbudike wu tested and trusted. O jegworo Oji River na Enugu steeti ozu n'ụzọ dị iche iche site n'afọ 2002 ma rukwa ụlọ gosi na ihe ọ na-eme ebiri anya. Ihe gbasakwara Oji River na-emetụta ire okwu. Nwanne m ụchọ ofe ego ụchọ ọ bụrụ na emela akpịrị ala atawa ha gwọrọ ego. Tụnyere ọkụkọ Greg Anyegbudike Barrister Seth Nwaokolo PDP binye aka ebe sere umbrella.
Ojiriba. Ekele Olisabi n'igwe bụ onye mere ka anyị dị ndụ tata maka na tata bụ ụbọchị anyị ga na-erote mgbe ọbụla ekwu. First of all, ana m introduce my running mate who Barrister Seth Nwokolo ọ dị tested. Barrister Seth, according to the DG, Noguna the system before, and he continues to play a very prominent role in the system. Let me stand on the existing protocol because protocol we're gonna do more. Please, can we have the slide on? Can we have the slide? Because I'm going to make a presentation today that will tell our people nekwe ihe ọdụ ka anyị mee, nekwe ihe anyị ga-eme. Anyị amataghị. One of the reasons why we are making this presentation is ọ bụrụ na o nwere nke anyị rụsọrọ emechaa unu erotere anyị. Ọ bụrụ na o nwere nke anyị nchighere oke unu agwa anyị na akaba azụ. So in other words, this presentation is a work in progress. Very, very important. Here for Yabo, my plan for Greater Oji River. Because, like the DG said, like the DG said, Oji River, wherever Gabia, Ashu, Feruka post up Loji, can stop a move. Even I want to Oji River, only then Oji, Oshoji, Lavajaka Ola. Mana Indian at the status of urban centers in Enugu State. Ijeba Gazette, the first one of Enugu, the second one of Nsukka, the third one of Oji River. Before Abani, 9th mile, the popular for Ebiabasia. Mana, here chorobo, Kani me Oji River. God to hear our governor name Enugu. No, Cholo, even the GDP of Enugu State from $4.4 billion to $30 billion. And over all was on email maybe oh she from all the local governments and Oji River is ready, prepared to join up with the state governor so that he can achieve what he wants to achieve. So we are prepared to make sure that we align Oji River to what His Excellency the Governor of Enugu State, Leme. First of all, by the grace of God, Omo, the candidate of PDP, now this upcoming local government election.
I'm the candidate of PDP. I'm Greg Chijoke Charles Anyebudike. Ọtụtụ n'ime anyị amaghọ ka anyị kubela aka so that ka nwee ike ịgba ọsọ. Ka anyị kudebe aka ka nwee ike ịgbachi ike. Ihe kara akụchi aka siri nne so ka anyị hapụ iji aka wee kọtụọ ya. So recently, and Okwano Toshide has sent Haka. I am a consultant with the World Bank, Nigeria Country Office. But before then, also, I was the federal team leader for UKTFID, United Kingdom Department for International Development. We are a foreign development Commonwealth Office. More of the federal team leader for their flagship governance program in Nigeria. I was based in Abuja, engaging the federal government, engaging the National Assembly, and also supporting the 36 states on governance engagement in Nigeria. But before then, I was government engagement advisor for yet another FCDO program called Partnership to Engage, Reform and Learn, PER. I was the governance engagement advisor, making sure that citizens and government at least in 19 states of Nigeria, both in the north and in the southern part of Nigeria. The only place from the south, but every part of Nigeria, southwest, southeast, northeast, northwest, north central, I worked in all of those places. Then, I worked in Anambra State as a state team leader for yet another United Kingdom governance program called State Accountability and Voice Initiative, SAVI. And SAVI also helps to prepare the media, prepare the House of Assembly to better engage the executive for a better work. So I did that even before Ngaba Abuja. But before then, in Kano State, I was a technical coordination manager, managing the technical activities of a government, UK government program, supporting state governments. This time I was supporting state government to make sure that they deliver services to the people. In the midst of that, I was also supporting State of Assembly. I was based in Kano, but I was supporting Kano, Kaduna, and Jigawa State. I also supported Zamfara State, Sokoto State, as well as Kaduna State, in making sure that governance is good in Nigeria. Before then, I was in Mariana about the table rubbish. I was talking rubbish, I was talking dirty. When I was the managing director, CEO of ENUGU State Waste Management Authority, Eswama. Before then also, I was a program assistant supporting yet another UK TFID program called State Partnership for Accountability, Responsiveness and Capability, SPARC. I did a lot of things. Between 2004 and 2006, I managed the computerization of the state payroll pension primary school teachers in Enugu State, where we were saving a lot of money for the state from biometric verification. We were the first people to do it, and I was the person supporting that project. There are so many other projects I supported, including when British Council left Enugu. Another setup like British Council was established in that place British Council left. I was the person that managed that place up to where it stopped. So before the British Council left, and I supported British Council activities there. I've also gone for training in the British Council, where they trained me on how to do that. However, last year, American government recognized most of these things I was doing, and I was nominated specially to attend a prestigious course by American government in the US. It's called Smart Policy, Applying 21st Century Data for Policy Making in Nigeria. So I attended that course last year, and based on all of this,
I'm proud to say that I'm an honorary ambassador of United States of America in Nigeria. Because I'm also a farmer. I have a very big farm. I'm also a consultant supporting in so many other areas. So for me, I need contribute to our people. I'm not sure I'm myself, and I'm not sure people. So this is one of the reasons why I come here today to stand in front of you to say I am very happy to serve Oji River. I am very happy to work for Oji River. Please note, we've come to work, and I've always said, so help us God, so help me, we will work for the Oji. Okay, thank you very much. First of all, we have about three pillars upon which we want to support. But before then, we have our mission and vision. So our Anji is where most of the things Mmewu dey. And most of these things Mmewu is what we want to work with you to make sure that reach to everybody. Iluzia ego ya ịghọta ihe anyị na-ekwu. We have a vision, and our vision is to make Oji River a destination for both business, investment, leisure, tourism, and to put people out of poverty. That's what we want to do. And our mission is to empower Oji River's growth. When I mean growth, Oji River, I see from airport but yet to very strong development space through providing an enabling environment for enhanced business opportunities, trade, and quality of life. So anything we do is not an end in itself. Your is taking us somewhere. Like we say, it's all about Oji River. It is not about each and every one of us. Here, it is all about Oji River. And we are going to do this in three strategies. The first one is partnership, the second one is good governance, and the third one, inclusive economic growth and development. Let me talk about partnership. Everybody in Oji River is a stakeholder. But we know that resources in Nigerian governance na-epenatazi mpe. Ego bugodo ibu n'anya, ihe ọla azụta echighị nne. So we want to partner with everybody. We want to partner with your ideas. We want to partner with your resources. We want to partner with your connection. We want to partner with your network. We want to partner with your everything about you, because we want to make sure that we all have our various communities. So for us, Mona said, to make sure that we catalyze, to make sure that we facilitate systems and processes that will help us to deliver resources. And then we have big natural resources per se, and those but the biggest resource in Oji River is human resource. It is you and I. That is the biggest resource in Oji River. And we want to partner with you. We want to partner with federal government. We have our federal reps. We have our senators. We want to partner with them. We want to partner with private sector. The most important part of Oji River is the private sector. Oji River. Mother Oji is what we want to engage. More than 60% of our people have leisure. And most of most of Ghana with Ijimepe obodo Bunda Hule because they've not seen some sort of good governance. We want to create an environment where everybody, no matter how small your resource is, will contribute that resource for development of Oji River. Because it's all about Oji River. We want to partner with individuals. We want to draw on the sentimental attachment for their place. Ọrụ ndị Igbo ekwu maka Igbo ha apụta, ekwu maka Achị ha apụta, ekwu maka Ugwu Ọba ha apụta, ekwu maka Akpụgeze ha apụta, ekwu maka Ọrụ ha apụta, ekwu maka Oji Ọban, Agbolenye, onye ọbụla ha apụta. CS na ọ gara akwụkwọ na skuul ndụrụbe ha ma primary school ma secondary school. These are people that are making waves elsewhere in the world. We want to partner with them to bring them to make waves in Oji River. I learned the Then good governance. Ọwụrụ na iweta ego ka itinye, wee hụ na ego itinye na a ga-akpandi ya na a ga-emebisi ya, ị ga-etinye good. So we want to give good governance. First of all, we want to see as much as we can to improve security in Oji. Can do by another no. At least so you know we want to see to improve that. We want to see open governance. Open governance is about transparency, traceability, accountability, and citizen engagement. We want to give it to you. At least today, we are opening ourselves to you. And that is the beginning of open governance in Oji River. We want to make sure that we give you traceability for your money. So that only she will take your That is what we want to bring in Oji. We want to bring peace. We want to bring service. We want to bring integrated supportive supervision in Oji. A situation whereby a system whereby Onyeruo Osoru There's something I want to tell people. Project na Bulu. Email Obasaho. What an attack on So here they go. Let us have a situation where everybody will be involved in project management. Integrated supporting solution means that any Gakuzirulu case monitor project. But nobody na monitor project material I use or 16 mm or 14 mm or 10 mm. A mix of cement. We will tell you everything so that all those substandard will achieve. Then, inclusive economic growth, quality infrastructure. Anya arụ na-arụ ụzọ. Ọ bụ na a ga-arụ ụzọ ahụ nwere ihe ọla eme. Ụzọ ahụ na-abala agụ, na-ebufe ihe oriri ndụla agụ. Ụzọ ahụ na-enyere anyị aka, anyị na-aga moto anyị emebi ihe ọsịsọ. So, the state governor in his magnanimity has done a lot of things for us at the local level. The governor has promised that he's going to do 10 kilometers of road for every ward, and we are going to key into it. Now, we want to give quality health care. The biggest problem sometimes people how may we do no because I feel the nigga gonna too much. Man, a health insurance scheme is a very strong scheme. And the state government is so determined about it, and we will key into it to make sure that in our administration we will facilitate health insurance scheme in Oji River, making sure that people do not spend out of pocket. Even for health, mental health is an issue. We are going to facilitate processes that will help people's mental health so that not just that, we know that in our communities, name when drug abuse, we are going to partner with agencies to fight drug abuse in our communities. Because all issue bakalotolo, mother we bawuru. All issue bakalotolo na buru. Good. So we are going to also make sure that these nurses, doctors, and health workers, that they are getting adequate training in what they want to do. And then when it comes to health and education, already the governor is working on one smart school for each ward, so 20 smart schools for 20 wards. Not also forgetting that there will be type 20, type 2 hospitals in every ward in Oju River. So we are going to key into that. Because hospital, arụchara ọdụrụ n'okpokoro ihe adịghị n'imi awụ hospital. Ofu nwoke si kama ka ọ ga-abata n'ụlọ arụrụ arụ nweta ekwa doctor ka o jee n'okpuru kumango ka ezigbote doctor street ya. Yes, because we need good doctors, we need good nurses, we need good health workers, we need good laboratory services. And ka anyị na-eme ya ka anyị na-sensitize ndị be anyị that they should patronize hospitals. Ọ onye isi na-awa isi ya ji ụlọ ọgwụ chikwa ka ọ bịa. So please, we want to do that. Even education, the smart schools are there. The smart schools will be equipped. The teachers will also be supported. But there's one thing we want to do. This is a clarion call for Ndobanyan outside. Why do you always contribute for burial, whereas you cannot contribute for the welfare of people? We need to convince people. We need to make them understand that health, preventive health, is better than reactive health. We need to move into prevention. We need to tell our people that health is wealth. But apart from that, we need to set up systems and encourage them to be part of it. Then even Greek, Oju River, ije na map, ije na Google, ị ga-ahụ issue wee gaa ka agwọ n'ime Oju River niile, which means mmiri a akọghọ na Oju River and water is hard-rich. We want to make sure that na ọ bụrụ na anyị pụta today, asị ji egote tomato, asị uchewe oji, na all year na tomato dị n'oji, na all year na ọka dị n'oji, na all year na pineapple dị n'oji, na all year na akpụ dị n'oji, na all year na ebe n'oji, ihe ahụfute ewu ihe ego. These are the things that we want to deepen. So we want you to hold us that in our capacity, we want to make sure Oji is known for at least agri products in Enugu State. Is there, so we can do it. Problems is micro, small, and medium enterprises, the development of it. And we want to see how we can develop it. There are so many opportunities. Abraham Menwetego. Do you know that the resources of people living outside Oji is enough opportunity for micro, small, and medium enterprises to be empowered in Oji? We want a situation where we will train them, we will facilitate linkages. Abraham Menwetego. In my experience, in my training, I know a lot of them, both within the country and outside the country, and I'm going to bring that energy into Oju River. We are talking about good governance. And when we talk about good governance, one of the things we're going to grapevine is that there is a plan na mmiri adị n'Oji na a ga-achọ ka esesa ya ka ndị Oji mere enjoy ọ wee chọọ mgbe mmiri Oji ijebe na wonderful. So we are looking at a situation where we will have at least an Oji River urban master plan, all other possible. An Oji River urban master plan, so that actually se mmiri amaraka mmiri isi aga, achọghị ịnwe ọkụ amaraka ọkụ isi aga. Anyị nwere proximity with Anambra State that industrial areas can spring up in Oji. We have one just at Ezagu there. It's our neighbor. So we are going to work. I've already discussed that with my deputy, and we are going to work and make sure that Naga Enwe Iyana Oji River Industrial City. We know it will not be easy. We know there will be obstacles, but we are determined to surmount them. We are determined to surmount every obstacle towards the development of Oji River. There are lots of things we need to do. Oba, with our housing schemes that are around Oba, we need to harness those ones. And with our proximity to other towns, we need to harness it. Oji River is not just a fringe local government. It's a local government where it's surrounded by about 5, and we must tap the resources into around those 5 local governments. Now, beyond that, we are going to set a foundation for tomorrow. We want to set a foundation for tomorrow in Oji. Oji in the next 20 years, it is your body. When we come to your wards, or when we are consulting with you one-on-one, we want you to know, to start thinking Oji Garden in the next 20 years. We want to set up committees that will make up of the real stakeholders in Oji, the real business people, the real moguls in some of these things, so that they can sit down and we can draw up a plan for Oji in the next 20 years. So one of the things I came up with Economic and Development Summit for Oji River. When we call our people, wherever they are living, they have to be part of it, so that we will all make sure we work together to develop Oji. We must set up an Oji River master plan. Oji in the next 20 years, we must agree on it and decide on what it will be. Oji in the next 30 years, we must start the foundation today. And this administration is going to start a solid foundation for Oji in the next 20 to 30 years. So that another person will follow up the same process so that we can build. That is what is happening in Lagos today. They set up a master plan in 1999. They are building upon it, and Lagos is a center of excellence. So why don't we start a process of making Oji a center of excellence in the state? So we will do that. Because when we you in your private space, please know that we are ready to work with you, and please cooperate with us. Then, if you want a good governance, and security is an issue, but we will make sure that we work with relevant security agencies. There are places, and we issue in Nigeria. But one of the things that we're going to promote is inclusion. Inclusion and social justice is one of the things that drop security challenges in anywhere. We will call it. There is something for everybody to do, and we'll make sure that it is done. But while doing that, we are also knowing that not all the time easy, and we risks, and we challenges. For example, somebody that has a business in Oji, somebody that has a business in Oji, or go to an Akoro in Oji, no more community so we are going to dialogue around what will we do to make sure the ENUGU state Oji River, ENUGU state in which is called the investors. Can you buy Merunu or do you know Muna? We will call it and make sure that everybody partakes in this. Somebody can ask, yeah, actually, we had a meeting last week. The state government is doing something wonderful. The IGR in the state has been improved. And while the collection is improved, the remittances are also going to the local government as appropriate. We are going to reduce cost of governance. Let me say again, we are going to reduce cost of governance. We are going to reduce cost of governance so that there will be money available for us to do development. We will try to do that. Then, a lot of content creators, a lot of content creators. So we want to see a situation where somebody create a content and a link or GAFA or whatever content in Oji. Because content creators in a way get behind them, we have not better. So now you can buy in there. ICT actually an ICT master plan for Oji River. Because if you are not going ICT, then you are going backwards. We must move forward and we must go with ICT. We want to develop an ICT master plan in such a way that we want to train them on how to market their wares, how to get support to view their pages and to make money out of it. We do that. Oh, one day, one of my people can in a jump. I say before she actually bought a Ogale to miss a jump there because the CB tenders at the head of Nigeria. We will partner with the private sector. Can say there are CPT centers for jump. Can do a job of Logi, then never jump. And it is possible. I said at least one development center. Must jump. Don't marry here when do she last to Rahu, Manen jump banana. It makes Oji popular. And we want to make Oji popular. We want to make sure that at the end of the day, Oji River will take its pride of place in Enugu State. And to make sure we remove ourselves from Yan Oji and say it is all about Oji River. So help us God. Amen.
The conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
Jiriva mụrụ nwoke ya mgbalụ mgbe anyị ji ahọpụta onye isi Jiriva local government area. Ugo ebekwara ụlọ akpagbuo ọkwanụ mgbe ọnwa Septemba agbala mma agba.
Jiriva, you can do more. Please, a round of applause for BDP from the area and the incoming chairman of Jiriva local government. Thank you so much. I need to call on Arabifanyi Onyebeke, please. Remarks.
Okay, that was a very good one from by the grace of God, the incoming chairman of Oji River, Honorable Greg Ayebunike. Because Oji
River.
Ntimaka wanti unu. Ọkwanye kwetere n'ihe niile o kwuru o ji emepụta ya n'ihe ọ gwagwara anyị n'ọwụ. Ọkwanye kwetere na aha lewu. Anyị kere unu. Biko, anyị na-akpọlite our stakeholders ka ha rachaa ya ọnụ ka ọ bụrụ ihe kwuru ka a na-eme. So anyị na-akpọlite the CEO Signature TV. Chief Bin Martins Ilo.
Please a round of applause.
I have a very big God, oh, it's always by my side. A very big God, oh, by my side, by my side. A very big God. Oji River. It is all about Oji River. Biko, the chairman of the occasion, the chairmanship candidate of the PDP, very respected party members, government nọ n'etiti anyị, the Honorable Commissioner of Tourism, ndị Oji River ekene m unu, ụdị nke eme kwaba anyị o men kwaba anyị, where somebody who wants to serve us is asking us to have a buy-in into what he wants to do. He's telling us, I will do A, B, C. End of his tenure is so easy. Imam ọrụrụ ihe nkwa kwere anyị ma o mepụtara ọkwe. Ihe m na-achọgodu m ụchọ ọgwụ. As you know, it is all about Oji River. Awopamonye PDP. My name is invite. So what it means is that what it is all about Oji River. It's not about party. And here we have there since Kanyewa Wundo Oji River will look for the best candidates. Atwa ma Monyi, Monyachi, Monyu Guaba. Ndi PDP ala go wanke. Atwa ma mo PDP, APC or APGA. Ihe anyị chọrọ nwa Oji River akwara aka wee mee nnụ wee wepụta. And I think Greg Anyemulike is that man. I followed his progress. Only hear Greg Ngwarun about what he has done. I followed his progress. When Greg told me he wanted to be chairman of Oji River, Moshi for what? You are playing in the international level and national level. Look here at your chairmanship, Nation big brother. I'm doing it for other people. I want to come and do it for Oji River. Moshi, okay? Moshi na ina ekpe nchukwu ekpere ọkwa chukwu na-enye eze na ọ bụghịkwa mmadụ. And today, in the wisdom of the PDP, he will to wish any support. Anyị emeghe party na this matter. It's not about party. It's about what is good for Oji River. I don't want to come and say what we all know. Behind in almost everything. I don't want to say it. It's been said, we all know. We want a chairman that will bring Oji River together. Whether we want to be, we will see, we will party in care, we will party in Kojo, we Garakuko, we Werego. We want somebody to bring us together so we can harness the potentials in Oji River. And though the body so I can talk about onye ọna worukwu ije frame o debi n'ụlọ. Ọ got 6 months anyị akpọ na phone Greg ọ bụ ọkwa ihe egwu ga-eme ọ anyị say congratulations na emeba mma. We should all be part of this governance. And on one day n'ibebe anyị na adụ ebido ịkwa ụzọ moshi ndị mma pụta hey Jehova n'ime na-arụkwa n'ụzọ Oji ọgwụ mụ nawa the next day man ha arụchawa ọrụ. They just did 1 kilometer of road and they left. And when I sent my reporters to find out, I discovered that that was not the terms of the contract. But because nobody was asking, nobody was following up, how many 1 kilometer we're going to the China Kana? The government we have to be interested. And this time, I am where the opportunity. Where the chairman now say I want to work with you. We should rally around him. Because my young Oji, I need to too much. Oji River in the last 8-10 years, if you want to be chairman or you want to be councillor, you go to Soka. I want to help. We get Eziago. Oji River Madonna. If we come together, let's go and negotiate with Oji River. And that way we will make more progress. So Biko, Greg has outlined a number of this health insurance. But I have seen that it will not succeed if all these elites here and the elites in diaspora, our businessmen, our brothers in Diego, if they don't buy into it. Oji should have a mantra of no one should be left behind. For this work, onye ndị erechekwe nnukwu azụ na-akpata nnukwu nkụ obere azụ eme nnụ akpata obere nkụ ndị a na-akpatapụta ha we must find a way to carry them along. Biko ihe m bịara echi ndị ojii. It is not business as usual. The person m na-abịa nchi oji now is a technocrat. Ya na ndị ọcha arụgbo, ya na ndị ebe niile arụgbo. Let's follow him. Ọ na-awụ na ọ bụrụ na ya eme ihe this particular way, ọ agagharụ. Ị na ka isi ka ị try go to the other side. Maybe it will work. So, eji m obi m niile na-achụ unu niile doo unu. Let's see how we can support this young man. Let's see how we can support this young man. I believe with what he has outlined, with our support and our prayers, it will not only be about Oji River, it will be the success and well-being of Oji River. Oji! Oji! Oji River. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause for Big Martin Silo Pico. On your side, because of the fact that I campaign today, and I know a minute 30 seconds and down to 2 minutes. Can we manage the time? Thank you very much. The next person.
Because I appointed Dr. Eric Oledo, our elder.
Elder, thank you very much.
Oji River. Because Shaman, Maila, DJ. Because let me, because of 3 minutes I am, can have put a protocol in this. I thank God Almighty that our great stakeholders are here. Mwe Greg Lasset, my brother, just as my junior brother said, that this is the first time. But if I remember that Greg was one of the people that pushed, can you all marry chairman, Obia boy, kind of like Central School ever. A politics of that. I think I am. What happens there? Thank God that we are here now and you are doing it. Thank God. Now, I thank God like I am me here. I have for Gabriel Onuzulike Auditorium. Bikono. Can you give me a 1 minute silence? Bikono. Amburobi Nze Gabriel Oluzlike, the former executive chairman of Oji River and other portfolios of Oji, Zoige Nanduba Rumay. Thank you. Sit down. Even you mentioned all this because he was one of the people that gave us service as a chairman. He gave us service as a chairman. We all remember that. Now, Greg, I'm a witness. Even more when dog go, because every time I know Jemo wherever Abuja, Elijah person, Greg after. So now I got this World Bank DFI projects. Upon Greg, she is so. Or she may Kano. I think okay, we are coming to Kano. So Greg rural on the side of the citizen. Greg rural on the side of government. And now Greg is government. So it is easy for Greg. Those things, the charter of demand. Usually I visit every community. Greg packaged all of them. The chairman Greg, that document is coming back to you. That document is coming back to you. So, because I
Chineke weza anyị ọzara anyị n'ụtụtụ ọzara anyị n'abalị anyị kpere ekpere Chineke weza ọ dị ndụ. Finally, na mkpochi okwu m, anyị kenere Dr. Barrister Peter Mba, gọvanọ na-achị Enugu steeti. Unu ahụgo the type of smart schools ọ na-arụ. Type 2 health center. Ọ bụrụkwa arụcha health center. Just like Greg said, ịrụọ health center, okpokoro ụlọ, ichi ihe the health professionals, ichi ihe ọgwụ, ichi ihe vaccines, ichi ihe eji arụ ọrụ, is not a health center. And that is what our governor has said. And that's what Greg has accepted. In fact, when Greg one of the highest politicians in knowledge, like Greg, another Peter Mba. Because Ejimaha, citizens of River, Wola Greg, like said, because who they disappoint when because the trust is too much, the confidence is too much, and the prayers I need is too much. Thank you very much.
Please, a round of applause for the last speaker. I got quality the DG. Thank you, sir.
PDP.
Power to the people.
PDP.
Power to the people.
Power to the people.
PDP.
Because I want another program today. I now monitor more people. I'm sure now this is testimony. Greg, because now in China, Malia, because I know but I am the man about 2 words.
Thank you very much, Biko. At the kind permission, I now monitor the national chairman of our great party. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, sir.
PDP. PDP. What to the people? Or was it the PDP that are under PDP? OG River. Because they observe other protocols. The presentation of manifesto of the flag bearer of PDP, chairmanship of Ojibwa local government area. Now eventually, do discover that party gave up. So some party go here in there. Without party, I am a flag bearer. Therefore, as a party is what? Supreme. All the party, Gama, the party must say something. All the party is going to tell you, why did he the null and the void? So because, I want to thank the Yoruba people and to thank the flag bearer and his deputies. These are tested and trusted people. And these are people, the kind of people we are looking at, that we liberate to deliver shackles of underdevelopment. They are coming to work. They are not coming to,
play games. And one other thing that interests me so much is what Dr. O said. For the first time, Ojiriba is choosing a chairman by Ojiriba people. Okay? Ojiriba is not choosing a chairman from other places coming to impose the chairman in Ojiriba. So the ball is your court to prove the mantle, to prove that yes, it is chosen by Ojiriba people that we made the chairman. Nobody from Aniri gave us chairman. Nobody from Usuka gave Ojiriba chairman. And nobody from any other place. That chairman came from Aniri no Ojiriba. Okay? Therefore, a lot more to say. I want to thank His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Barrister Peter Mba, who made it possible, who said the river must be organized. And on behalf of the party in the zone, in my own humble self, having asked me to be the zonal chairman of this party in Enugu West, I want to only thank you for the massive vote you gave me at Okpara Square the other day. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Please, a round of applause. I now Tracy, our DG campaign organization for Great and Safe 2024. Chairman, thank you.
Okay. Permit me, ladies and gentlemen, to recognize the presence of the Honorable Commissioner for Tourism and Culture of Enugu State, and also the DPO in Ojiriba here, and the head of the military presence in Ojiriba here, and other distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we have come a long way to witness what we call unprecedented development that has taken place in our community, Ojiriba local government area. What has happened today has never happened. And this is what we see at international level when leaders come to make a decision on their vision. And if this was given a bigger thought, this shall be titled Vision 2034. Actually speaks about integration and development of Ojiriba, where mention has been made on 3 key areas, namely partnership, good governance, inclusive growth, and development. What we know is that we believe that Greg is going to work and perform, and he's going to deliver. We also know that Greg is going to own to the responsibility of taking Ojiriba forward and remain accountable to us. What we want to tell Greg is that it is true that we are aware that in governance of today, there's what is called representative democracy, where people that are elected as representatives actually form those that make decisions. Greg is a technocrat, and we want to remind him in the new or modern governance that technocrats form the pillars, and we call on him to adopt what we call philosophy of mobilization of dispersed knowledge. This means that Greg will have to involve technocrats in Ojiriba, whether they are here or outside the confines of the continent, and also involve those that have indigenous knowledge, the people at home here, the grassroots. This will help him to attain development and achieve his vision. As we draw to close, I take this opportunity to thank all of you for being part of this process. I thank Greg for inviting us here and presenting his manifesto. And we want to thank the Executive Governor of Enugu State, His Excellency Dr. Peter Mba, for leading us well and projecting multitasking development in the state. And we are hoping that Greg is going to emulate his vision and do the same within the state. As we close, I want to make an announcement that the team here will continue with this project of moving Greg forward to ensure that Greg takes this leadership position of the chairmanship of Oji River, and the movement is going to start from Ward 1 to Ward 2 to continue with our campaign within Oji River here. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Please, a round of applause. That was the chairman of the occasion, Dr. Levi Madeke.
I hope no one will eat as you man. Oh, one day to Greg, oh, one daughter. So, when I call one, I get I got down Ward 1 and Ward 2 Oji River. In continuation of people na support to Greg. Oh, okay, I was somebody here, what I know. So I know move so Ward 1 and Ward 2 Oji River. Thank you.
I got the campaign. The campaign train will go down to Ward 1 and Ward 2.
Biko mgbe anyị na-ebido onye ọ na-anọrọkwa na onye nwetebere omitpa ya mgbe anyị na-ebido anyị ji ekpere wee bido so biko anyị na-akpọlite Honorable Mrs. Sylvia Awubuemeli ka onye anyị a brief closing prayer.
na mmụọ nsọ ezi Chineke pụrụ ime ihe niile, anyị ekele gị maka tata. Anyị na-ekele gị maka tupu anyị abịa ebe anyị ma na anyị na-abịa. Anyị na-ekele gị maka ihe ọma a na-emere Oji River. Anyị na-arịọ gị ka the Holy Spirit, Chukwu mmụọ nsọ, ka ọ bịa nọnyere anyị, ka ọ bịa nọnyere Greg na Seth, ka o duo ha n'ije niile anyị ga-eje. Agaghị akpọ anyị, onye nwere ga-eso anyị je sọsọ aṅụrị ka ọ ga na-enwe. At the end of the day, anyị na-asị gị Chineke, ị bụrụ onye isi oche n'ihe niile anyị ga-eme, ka imekwa ka ọnọdụ Greg na Seth na Oji River bụ ihe ga-eji na-ama atụ n'aha Jizọs Kraịst onye nwe anyị, n'aha Nna na Nwa na Mmụọ Nsọ. Amen.
The champion, the life is here.
Oji River local government area. Ezigbo mgbanwe. Oji River chọrọ mmepe obodo tọrọ atọ. Oji River chọrọ udo, ịhụnanya na nchekwa ndụ na akụ na ụba. Ọ ya mere anyị niile ji akọta n'igwe ya kwado egwu eji eje ọgụ na Oji River. Site n'afọ 2003 rukwa n'afọ 2024, Ogochi bụ ihe ọ na-emebi. Ọ nwere nzere ndị ike ike, ọzụzụ ndị ike.